This is ChestertonRadio.com.
From New York, Pillsbury's best enriched flour brings you Grand Central Station. As a bullet seeks its target, shining rails in every part of our great country are aimed at Grand Central Station, heart of the nation's greatest city. Drawn by the magnetic force of fantastic metropolis, day and night great trains rush toward the Hudson River, sweep down its eastern bank for 140 miles, flash briefly with the long red-row tenement houses south of 125th Street, dive with a roar into the 2.5-mile tunnel which burrows beneath the glitter and swank of Park Avenue, and then Grand Central Station, crossroads of a million private lives, gigantic stage in which are played 1,000 dramas daily. Now, for the 6th consecutive year, Pillsbury Mills of Minneapolis presents with pride Grand Central Station's traditional Christmas play, a drama you will long remember.
This is Galen Drake, and before we get into our Christmas story, I want to say just a word about the 3 top prize-winning recipes in Pillsbury's Grand National Recipe and Baking Contest. The grand prize was awarded for a recipe for Pillsbury's $50,000 no-knead water-rising twists. The second prize of $10,000 was for Starlight Mint Surprise Cookies. And the third prize of $4,000 was for a chocolate cake, Aunt Carrie's Bon Cake. Now, there's $64,000 worth of prize-winning recipes. Recipes won with Pillsbury's best flour. Now, as you know, you always bake your best with Pillsbury's best, and we have those 3 recipes ready for you now, and we'll be glad to send them to you. You just drop a penny postcard to Ann Pillsbury, Prize Recipe Department, Minneapolis 2, Minnesota, and she'll send you your copy. Ann Pillsbury, Prize Recipe Department, Minneapolis 2, Minnesota.
After the train from Albany pulled in, no one, not a single person, actually saw the young man with soft brown hair and soft brown eyes come through the gate. Still unseen, he walks the length of the great waiting room, now strangely tranquil as travel ebbs on Christmas Eve. Quietly, he goes out the door, down the street, and then up the broad marble stairs of the hospital. When the girl at the switchboard turns to him...
What can I do for you, sir?
Without saying a word, he gives her a card. She's startled by the name on it and instantly announces him to the hospital superintendent.
Dr. Mason is here to see you.
Mason? Dr. Mason who applied for an internship?
Yes, Dr. Garrett, it is Dr. Mason from Albany.
But that's impossible.
Shall I ask him about the telegram?
No, I'll do it. Send him in, please.
Yes, sir. Dr. Garrett will see you, sir. First door to the left.
Dr. Garrett. Dr. Mason? You are Dr. Mason?
I'm sorry that I was delayed, Dr. Garrett.
But just 10 minutes ago,
Yes. 10 minutes ago, you received a telegram.
Why, that's right.
I know.
From your mother.
I know.
But, man, Why, look at it. It says that you...
That I was killed. Do you mind if I tear up that telegram, Dr. Garrett?
Well, I don't understand. I was so unnerved by that wire. I'd counted so much on your being here tonight. Christmas Eve. A night always busy with calls.
You are short of interns.
Oh, yes. Mason, these are the slums. Walk through block after block and you won't see a doctor shingle. Not one. The people here are too poor. They know only one healer. The intern and his ambulance.
And tonight, night of mercy and goodwill, they would have cried out in vain.
Well, now that you've come, I won't have to say to the suffering, wait. Wait. There's only one ambulance tonight, and that's out on a call. Wait and suffer. I have no one to send to you because Dr. Mason was killed. It's good that you're here, Mason. It's good.
It's good to be here, Dr. Garrett.
Well, you better get started. Take this slip down to the storeroom. See that they give you a warm sheepskin coat.
Thank you.
And a pair of mittens. From there, you go to the ambulance room. I'll have your driver waiting for you. His name is Mac.
My name is Mac. The chief says I drive your crate tonight.
Crate?
Crate, jalopy, sick buggy, ambulance, take your pick.
Oh, I see what you mean.
You green interns, you're all the same. The first time you spy an ambulance, your eyes pop wide, like you've seen a heavenly chariot or something. Not me. I've been driving this old baby for 8 rotten years.
An ambulance, Mac, is a sacred thing. It is a chariot of mercy.
2 bells, that says. Come on, Mason, that's your first call.
234 South Street. 234 South Street. 234 South Street.
Look, pal, help me out by watching out for cars cutting in at the cross streets. We don't stop for no red lights. Look, Doc, what did I tell you? Watch it or we'll both be killed. Holy cow, you new interns. You're all alike. You're always dreaming. You put on the white coat and pants and your head goes up in the clouds.
Why are you so bitter, Mac?
Why shouldn't I be bitter? If it wasn't for you, I'd be home with the wife right now.
You truly believe that only because of me...
Yeah. If you hadn't showed up, this ambulance would be parked in the garage for crying out loud. I would have had the night off like on a decent job.
To you, driving an ambulance is just a job like any other?
Yeah, nothing but. Boy, will I be glad when the shift is over.
But, Mac, this is Christmas Eve.
You're telling me.
This is one night at least you could forget that driving an ambulance is a job. This one night you could look upon it as an errand of mercy.
An errand of mercy? You know where we're going?
To help someone afflicted.
Afflicted with alcohol, you mean? I'll give you 2 to 1 and we're making a stew call.
Stew call?
Yeah, Mason. We're risking our necks tearing through traffic to give some drunk a whiff of smelling salts.
Any man who cries out for help, whether he be brimful of drink or empty of blood, his call shall be answered.
Yes, says you. Come on, Mason, make a snap. We ain't got all night. What did I tell you? No good drunk. Here's your bag, Doc.
Thank you, Mac. I won't need it.
But he's out cold, Mason. Come on, give him a whiff of the stuff quick when we blow.
Quiet, Mac. Come now. Open your eyes, sir.
He calls the drunk, sir. Look, Mason, here's the spirit of ammonia. Hold it under his nose, will you? That always wakes him up.
Quiet, Mac. Come, sir. Open your eyes.
That's right, Mason. You just talk pretty to him and he'll open his arms.
Where am I? Why is everybody laughing? What's the matter?
Nothing. Just put your arm around my shoulder. That's it. Now, let me help you to stand up straight. There. Now, you feel better?
Why, suddenly I feel all right. I feel fine. My head is so clear.
Of course. All you needed was to stand on your own 2 feet. To be strong. Be of good cheer.
Gosh, Doc. That's sure wonderful medicine you give me.
Medicine? What kind of gag you pulling? He didn't give you no medicine. There was nothing the matter with you. You toss off a beer and you lay down in the street like you're out calling. We waste an ambulance on you. I got a mind to take a poke at you.
That'll be enough, Mac. Tell me, sir, what is your name?
Well, if it's all the same to you...
Come on. Give me your name. He's got to make out his report.
Pete Lanton, Doctor.
Peter, you won't lose faith again. You will stand up, self-reliant, and you will face life courageously and with new hope.
Come on, Mason. You ain't got all night. Let's get going.
Doc.
Yes, Peter?
A Merry Christmas to you, Doc.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Mason. Dr. Mason, I'd like to speak to you.
Yes?
Mason, Mac tells me you didn't even open your bag on your first call.
No, it wasn't necessary.
Well, now, don't misunderstand me, Mason. I can't begin to tell you how thankful I am that you're with us this evening, but...
But from now on, I'm not to use suggestion.
Or whatever it was you did use. Please follow standard materia medica in treating your cases. You're not offended.
Of course not.
Oh, that's fine, Dr. Mason. That's your call again.
Third floor. 19 Water Street, third floor. 19 Water Street, third floor.
Well, Mac, you seem to be good at guessing. You were right the last time. What sort of call is this one going to be?
There's no guessing, it's experience. This time it's no drunk.
Oh, what do you think it is?
A birth, or maybe a death.
Christmas Eve. And someone is to live or die. It is better that one should live on Christmas Eve. Mac, let it be a birth we're going to.
No difference to me, Doc, a birth or a death. I just drive.
How long have you been doing it, Mac?
Oh, like I told you, 8 rotten years, that's how long.
What you call 8 rotten years were truly 8 glorious years, filled with service to your fellow men.
Cut the chatter, Mason, this is it. Number 19 is Red Brick House upstairs. Come on, make a snap here, 3rd floor rear.
Doctor, here!
Keep your shirt on, we're coming.
Even if you hurry. Doctor.
Tears on Christmas Eve, young man.
I'm afraid you're too late.
You thought it'd be a birth. You're wrong, Mason. It sure looks
Wait,
like...
Mac. Don't say it. No. Perhaps we're not too late. Tell me, how is the mother?
She's all right. But our baby...
Yes, your baby.
Crippled. Terribly crippled. We prayed for our child to be born on Christmas Eve. We thought we'd be so happy tonight.
Come now, come. No tears. Not on Christmas Eve. I'll have a look at the infant. Wait here, both.
Make it snappy, Mason. Doc Garrett's always nervous when all the ambulances are out. It's only 9 o'clock. Hey, what's the idea of bringing the kid out here?
Oh, let me hold him, Doctor, please.
Of course. There you are. Ah, the child knows his father.
Yes. He knows me. But he'll hate me when he's old enough to realize it. Doctor.
Yes?
His arms.
What about the kid's arms?
They're straight. Straight as arrows.
So what?
But before they were terribly twisted. Both his arms were terribly crippled.
You can see for yourself the child is normal.
But I tell you, before, when I looked at... I swear they were twisted. And now...
You were under great tension. Perhaps your imagination...
Yes. 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 Oh, my little son. Aren't his tiny fingers so tiny?
And now go in and tell your wife truthfully that her baby is normal in every way. Show her.
Yes. Yes.
You both look forward to a happy Christmas Eve. It is. Remember, tears are not for Christmas Eve.
Hey. Ah, come on, Mason. Forget all that good fairy stuff. This fella's hopped up enough as is. Let's go.
Yes, Mac.
Oh, Doctor.
Yes?
Merry Christmas, Doctor.
Thank you. A Merry Christmas to you, sir.
Mason! Dr. Mason!
Yes, Dr. Garrett, you've been looking for me?
Yes, I...
471 Street.
Only one bell. Go on, Dr. Garrett.
Well, I must speak to you, Mason, about the telegram.
Yes?
The telegram which said that Dr. Mason was killed. The one you said was a mistake.
Did I, Dr. Garrett?
I've just spoken to the sender of that telegram. I have just finished talking to Dr. Mason's mother on the long-distance telephone.
That's my call. I'm sorry, I must go, Doctor.
Now, wait, man, wait. I want to talk to you. Listen to me, please. Dr. Mason was killed. Do you hear? 3 hours before you walked into my office, he was killed while driving to the Albany Railroad Station. And his mother saw him die.
Well, Mac, what is this call going to be? A birth or a death?
I don't know, Mason, but I don't like this one. There's something about this call that give me a funny chill all of a sudden.
Because it's in your neighborhood?
What do you think this call is going to be?
Because it is your wife.
Ellie!
Is this job a rotten job, Mac? Now that you can rush a doctor to her side? Is this ambulance still a crate? Now that it's speeding to answer your own wife's cry of pain?
Stop that kind of talk, will you? You're trying to make me think something's happened, Ellie. I ain't afraid. So I'll say it again. Yeah, driving this crate is still a job, and a bum one at that.
And the 8 years?
Rotten years, wasted years. Could have had my own garage and repair business. I'd be in the chips today instead of...
Yes, you would have made more money.
Instead of risking my neck driving all night, twisting in and out of help pillars, skidding on slippery car tracks.
Why, Mac? Why did you do it?
How many times I gotta tell you that nothing in this whole cockeyed world could have kept me sitting back of this wheel, except my wife. If it wasn't for Ellie,
What's the matter, Mac?
Nothing, I guess. That house we just passed, that was ours. And, the lights are out.
Is that unusual?
No. It just means Ellie ain't home. She's probably going down to the corner as far as the drugstore. Yeah, Ellie walks the dog there every night about this time. And...
Yes, Mac?
The call we're going to is that drugstore.
Yes, Mac.
Mason, you got a hunch what it is. Tell me what it is.
It is not a birth, Mac.
Let me through! I get it! Ellie! It's Ellie! Mason, do something! You gotta do something! Please!
We will take her to the hospital, Mac. Come, let's get ready. The next call will be ours.
812 East River Road.
Yes, you heard. The other ambulance just went out.
Are you crazy? My wife is upstairs in the operating room, and you expect me to leave the hospital? To go out and drive?
There are people who need us, Mac. Our work tonight is not yet finished.
But Ellie needs me. What do I care about other people?
There are people, Mac, who will cry out for help. As your wife did. We will answer.
Not me. I ain't moving.
It is Christmas Eve, Mac.
Christmas Eve. What a Christmas present I got.
64 West Street.
It's our turn, Mac.
64 West Street.
All right, Mason.
64
But this is my
West
last
Street.
trip for the night. No, not for the night. Forever. I'm through, do you hear? All washed up. For good.
I'm terribly sorry, Mac. We did the best that we could.
Dying. Ellie's dying. And
She asked for you, Mac. Just once. It was while you were out on that West Street call. Then she lapsed into coma.
Ellie? Isn't there a chance, Doc Garrett?
I doubt it.
While I'm out with the crepe, my wife calls for me, and now she's unconscious. Think of others, he said, because it's Christmas Eve. What do you got to say now, Mason? You took me from her. You made me go out and drive that rotten ambulance while she...
You went to help others, to bring aid to the suffering.
A lot of consolation, that is.
Remember how the old woman blessed you, with tears in her eyes.
Oh, I can't think of nothing. But Ellie's going. You with your big ideas and your fine speeches. What do you know about sorrow and suffering?
All that there is to know, my son.
Just now when you said that for a second you got old. You look more than 1,000 years old. God, I must be seeing things on account Ellie is leaving me, and I'm crazy with grief and sorrow.
Grief and sorrow for you. Yet how much you did to relieve others of that pain.
It's funny, Mason, but...
Yes, Mac?
What? When you said those words, I thought of my 8 years. The 8 rotten years. And they didn't seem so bad. Not anymore. Now I kind of like them.
Sorrow worketh repentance. You should, Mac. You should glory in them. 8 years of bringing a healer to the suffering. 8 years of rushing the torn and the smashed to the hands of the mender.
Yeah, your words, they just take the pain right out of me. They just draw it out.
Now that your work for this night is finished, Mac, I will walk home with you.
Go home? While Elliot...
Yes.
Okay, if you say so, Mason. But for the life of me, I don't know why I'd take your word. What a break. What a rotten break I got on Christmas Eve.
You love her a great deal, don't you?
Yeah.
Soon it will be midnight.
A Merry Christmas.
How did she greet you each night when you returned from your driving?
How did Ellie greet... Why do you ask that, Mason?
Tell me, Mac. I want you to say it.
Well, she...
Tell me.
She's like a happy, anxious kid. She'd go out and put on a porch light. Didn't matter even if the weather was terrible. I used to bawl her out for it. Tell her she'd catch pneumonia. But she'd always put on a porch light and stand outside there, waiting
waiting for her shining knight returning from his errands of mercy.
As soon as she'd see me come around the next corner, she'd call to me.
And now, will you continue your driving?
Yeah. I'm sticking to it, Mason. Even though Ellie won't be around, I'm sticking.
This is your corner.
Yeah.
Look to your house, my son.
The light? Our porch light, it's on. Mason! Your eyes! Mason! Mason! Where are you?
Look to your house, my son.
No! It can't be!
Nine!
It's Ellie! Ellie, darling, it is you! Thank God! Thank God! And forgive me. I did not know who you were.
You have just heard the 6th annual Pillsbury presentation of Grand Central Station's traditional Christmas drama. In a moment, I'll return with the names of the players who gave such an inspired performance.
This is Galen Drake, bringing you a Christmas greeting from Mr. Philip W. Pillsbury, president of Pillsbury Mills. It reads, "Throughout the entire world, this Christmastide, families are gathered in prayer and festivity. Christmas started when a child was born into a family many centuries ago. And the families of the world have perpetuated the Christmas spirit. Fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters, united always in the hope that peace on earth, goodwill to men, will someday blanket the world. Only when the true spirit of Christmas stays with us every day shall we know the peace on earth that angels sang about so long ago. I extend a greeting to your family from the people who make up the Pillsbury family, and it's a big family. The farmer who plants the wheat, the employees in our mills and offices, and your grocer, baker, and feed dealer who carry our Pillsbury products. We at Pillsbury hope this Christmas will be a true day of joy, that there will be songs and feasting, a family gathered round the table, and a word of prayer. And above all, the laughter of children. For it's the children who will keep Christmas always the day of love and understanding. Signed, Philip W. Pillsbury."
Our play, Miracle for Christmas, was written by J. Bennett. Our stars, Mason Adams as Mac and Ralph Clanton as Dr. Mason. Gilbert Mack was featured as the young father, Walter Grisey as Dr. Garrett, Madeline Pierce as the baby, with the music by Lou White and Burley Mills. Next week, the tender, affectionate drama of the young reporter whose human interest New Year's story never got printed because instead of writing it, he lived it. Our cast is headed by the 3 top featured players of Broadway's smash hit Death of a Salesman, Cameron Mitchell, Mildred Dunnock, and Howard Smith. Now, this is your Grand Central Station narrator, Ken Roberts, wishing you, for all the Pillsbury folks, a very Merry Christmas. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Stay tuned for Stars Over Hollywood. It's 1 p.m. White Rose tea time. Feeling droopy? Perk up with White Rose tea.
This is Radio 4. We present the first in Victor Pemberton's trilogy, Our Family.
The Trains Don't Stop Here Anymore. A love story for radio by Victor Pemberton. With Nerys Hughes, Nigel Anthony, Wendy Richard and Sheila Grant. The Trains Don't Stop Here Anymore.
It's an air raid warning.
An air raid warning? We've only just got to bed.
If I was you, I'd get to the shelter at the tube station right away. There's a Zeppelin on the way over.
I don't care about the Zeppelin. I am not leaving my bed in the middle of the night for anyone, do you hear? Operating man.
That's it. That's the signal now. Take cover. Take cover.
Margaret, please!
Oh, dear Lord, where will it all end? Oh, God, I learned the bosh.
But bosh are only people, Mother, like you and me.
Oh, you stupid girl. Sometimes you talk such utter nonsense, just like your father.
Mother, why doesn't Father ever come down to the shelter with us?
How many times do I have to tell you, Dickie? Your father stays at home because... Well, because he's not scared of bombs.
But neither am I. So why can't I stay behind with him?
Mind the gates, please!
Oh, no. Not again. Why is it that whenever the lower classes are faced with a crisis, they always have to sing?
Oh, it'll be so wonderful when the war's over and the family can all be together again. Ever since they took Tom off to the front, I've been so scared of what might happen to him.
I've told you before, young lady. I do not want your brother's name mentioned in my presence.
Mother, that's a terrible thing to say. Tom could be killed at any moment.
Whatever happens to Tom Edgington will be through his own weakness. His father and I gave him every chance in the world. It's not our fault if he decided to go his own way.
Tom joined the army because he wanted to fight for his country.
He did it so that he could get away from home. Away from me, his own mother. He could have had everything. But now look at him, a common foot soldier.
Tom had to do something for himself, Mother. You should be proud of him. Tom loves you, Mother. I know he does.
All clear! All clear!
For what we are about to receive, may the Lord make us truly thankful. Amen.
Amen. Please, Father, can I have some gravy over my Yorkshire pudding, please?
You'll wait your turn, young man. Ladies first.
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind, Father, I'm not very hungry today. I'll just have some meat, no vegetables.
Well, what's the matter with you, child? Are you ill or something?
She's very restless these days, William. I noticed it in church this morning.
I'm not ill, Father. I just don't want to put on too much weight, that's all.
Too much weight? A girl of your age?
You're forgetting I'll be 18 on the 8th of July.
More like 118. Ow!
That's enough, you two.
Letty, have you been seeing that Webster boy again?
Who, Mother?
Don't play the innocent with me, miss. Don't think I didn't notice he was in church this morning.
I'm sorry, Mother. I don't know what you're talking about. No potatoes, thank you, Father.
Give her potatoes, cabbage, and Yorkshire pudding.
Yes, but if she's not hungry, Beatrice...
Allow me to know what is best for my own daughter, if you please, William. Take the plate, Betty.
But, Mother, I don't want any.
Do as I say, please. In future, you're not to see that Webster boy again. Now, do I make myself perfectly clear, young lady?
Why, Mother? What's wrong with him?
What's wrong? Are you aware that he comes from a family who made their money in the rag and bone trade in the East End of London?
What difference does that make? Ronnie's just a nice boy, that's all.
I don't want to hear any more about him, thank you.
Don't worry, Mother. You won't. Ronnie took the King's shilling yesterday.
What do you mean? He signed on for the army?
Yes, Father.
But that boy can't be more than 16 years old.
Like all the rest of them, he lied about his age.
Yes, you know, the other day I was passing the recruiting office at the church hall. There was a long line of them, queued up in the rain outside. Boys.
Sit down. I will not have my table disturbed in the middle of the meal.
Hello, everyone. Sorry to barge in like this.
Tom, oh, Tom, I never thought I'd see you again. I thought you were dead. Let me look at you. You've grown a moustache. You're so thin, Tom. Just look at you.
You're growing up fast, Letty. You're at least 2 inches taller than when I last saw you.
Tom, my dear boy.
Hello, Father. It's good to see you again, sir. I see you have a new maid.
Her name's Rosie. She has false teeth.
She thought I was a burglar.
But why didn't you write, my boy? It's been so long.
Yes, well, I'm sorry about that, sir, but you see, well, where I've just come from, there wasn't really much time to write letters.
How many of the Bosch did you kill, Tom? I bet it was thousands.
Not quite as many as that, Nick.
Well, how long are you home for, son?
Just 7 days, sir.
7 days? But you've been away for months.
We leave for France again on Saturday night. Things seem to be hotting up out there. Of course, I could stay on at the barracks if it's not convenient.
Stay at the barracks? Don't be absurd, my boy. This is your home. You're welcome to stay for as long as you like. Isn't that so, my dear? Beatrice?
I'll get Rosie to prepare your room.
Thank you, Mother. It's good to be home again.
Good. Then may I take it you will be discarding that uniform before joining us at the dinner table?
No, Tom, the last time you took me out on this lake, I was still at school. Nicky was with us.
Yeah, that's right. I seem to remember splashing you both with the oars or something.
You certainly did. I had to go home and change my dress. It was so wet. Mother was furious.
What a terrible brother I've been.
No, Tom. Don't ever say that. In fact, you're the best brother anyone could ever have. If anything should ever happen to you, I wouldn't want to go on living.
Letty Edgington, don't ever let me hear you say such stupid things like that. Look, when the war's over, we'll both be going our own separate ways because that's the way life is. I've got a lot of things I want to do, people to meet, places to go to. But you, Letty, well, you're different. You're someone with so much capacity for love. You have so much to give. Believe me, one of these days you're going to find a nice young bloke who'll take care of you.
Me, get married?
Don't you want to get married and have kids of your own?
Of course I do. But do you really think Mother will ever allow that to happen? She'll never let me go, Tom. You see, she's working out all her frustrations on me because she knows Father doesn't love her anymore.
Do they still quarrel with each other?
Night after night I lay awake listening to the two of them fighting in their room. It's hard to believe that they ever loved each other.
Oh, husbands and wives quarrel, Letty. It's part of married life.
Father has a mistress. Did you know?
Is what?
Mother thinks I don't know, but I do. I've known for a long time. Ever since Father first refused to come down to the shelter with us during the air raids.
Do you know who the woman is?
Oh, yes. It's Amy Lyle, in the pawnbrokers at the end of our street. She was divorced about a year ago.
Amy Lyle? But she must be all of 20 years younger than Father.
I'm sure Father has his own reasons.
Oh, God, Letty. If only I'd known you were going through all this.
Oh, it's not myself I care about. It's Mother. She can't help being what she is. Sometimes I feel so sorry for her.
Sorry? For a woman who treats her children the way she does? You know, I still haven't forgotten the time she slapped you across the face for nothing at all.
Oh, she's found more subtle ways of hurting me these days. Like sending me to work in the paint factory.
You mean that was her idea?
It all happened because I mentioned that the great ambition in my life was to become a shorthand typist. But Mother wouldn't hear of it. She seems to resent the idea of me being able to use my own mind. Oh, Tom. What am I going to do with my life?
I'll tell you what you're going to do, Letty. For once in your life, you're going to make a decision of your own.
A shorthand typist? It's out of the question. I've already made my position perfectly clear to your sister. Letty is not suited to a clerical post.
But, Mother, how can you say that when you haven't even given her the chance to prove herself?
Young man, I decide what is right for my children, not you.
Oh, Mother, be reasonable. Look, Letty is a fine, intelligent girl. Give her the chance and she'll make you proud of her. Let her go to that typing school.
I'm sorry, but my mind is made up. At the end of next week, Letty will be leaving her present position. I've arranged for her to start work at the Woolwich Arsenal.
What?
Yes. I thought that idea might appeal to you. It will give your sister the opportunity to mix with some of those fascinating people from the lower classes that you both admire so much.
No, Mother, I won't let you do it.
Stand out of my way, sir.
You cannot put that girl to work in a munitions factory. I won't let you. There have been too many accidents. People have been killed there.
May I remind you that this war is not of my choice either. We must all be prepared to make sacrifices. Isn't that what you've always said, Thomas? Now, for the last time, will you let me pass?
Mother, let me tell you something. You were right. I did leave this house to get away from you. And you know why? Because I despise what you are. And I despise everything that you've ever done to this family.
No, so please don't say any more.
You know, Mother, the world
I
is
beg
full
you.
of little people like you. Little in mind and little in heart. One day you're going to need your children around you. But when that time comes, it'll be too late.
Oh, no, so... I'm going up to my room now. When I come down again, I shall not expect to find you in this house.
It's all right, Letty, love. There's nothing to worry about. It's all over now.
But I won't let her send you away, Tom. I won't.
I promise you, Letty, she's the one that's going to regret all this, not you. Don't you realise what she's done? She's tried to make you weak. But you're going to be strong, Letty. Strong.
Don't go, Tom. Please don't leave me.
Letty, one of these days the war's going to be over. It won't be long now. A few months, maybe. And when that happens, the first thing I'm going to do is come back and take you away from all this.
Oh, Tom, will you? Will you really do it?
Oh, look at you, you silly thing. There's great big tears rolling down your cheeks. Oh, come on now, Letty. Don't let me go away remembering you like this. Look, try and think of the times when we were kids together. The good times, Letty, eh? Not the bad ones. What is it you've always said to me? Every cloud...
Has a silver lining.
Every cloud has a silver lining. Yes. That's my little sister. And we are still going to be friends, aren't we?
What are you talking about? Of course we are.
Yes, of course we are. Nobody can ever take that from us, Letty. Nobody.
When this ruddy war is over, oh, how happy I shall be. When this ruddy war is over, and we come back from Germany.
Well, I don't care what you say, Letty. A munitions factory's no place for a girl like you to be working in. You're a square peg in a round hole. Anyone can see that.
Don't be so silly, Vi. We've all got to do our bit to end the war, haven't we? Though I must say, I often dread what'll happen to all these bullets and shells we're making.
We're at war, and if we don't kill the Boche first, it's our boys that'll suffer.
Yes, I know, but it still seems so wrong to have to kill.
See what I mean? You just don't belong in a place like this. I mean, just look around you. There must be hundreds of girls slaving their guts out in this dump, but they're none of them like you, Letty. We're all used to manual work. You're not.
You're talking absolute nonsense, Vi. I'm as capable of doing a hard day's work as anyone here.
That's not what I'm saying, and you know it. You know as well as I do, the only reason you're in here is because that old cow of a mother wants to get her own back on you. She ought to be chained to a cart horse, that one.
Vi, I wish you wouldn't talk about my mother like that. You know I don't like it.
I don't care. That woman's just not letting you get enough out of life. I mean, just look at you. You don't even wear makeup.
Don't like makeup.
It's all right for you. You don't need no makeup with skin like you've got. But I still say you should have a nice young man of your own, Letty. You don't get out to meet people.
When my brother Tom comes back from the war, I'll meet all the people I want.
A brother is not a boyfriend, Letty. And anyway, for all you know, he might be laying dead at the bottom of some trench by now.
Don't you dare say such things to me, Vi Hobbs. Do you hear? Don't you dare!
Oh, I'm sorry, Letty. I didn't... I didn't mean... I'm sorry. Look, I was wondering, how would you like to come and meet my brother sometime?
Your brother?
Yeah, his name's Ollie. That's short for Oliver. He's in the army, same regiment as your Tom. They sent him back from France with a bad wound on one of his legs. Ollie don't talk much, but you'd like him.
Where is he now?
He's in a servicemen's hospital over in Richmond. Oh, why don't you come there with me next Sunday?
No, I don't think so, Vi. I mean, I don't even know your brother.
That's all the more reason why you should come. Ought to be a tonic for him to see a pretty face for a change. He's fed up with the sight of my physic, I can tell you. Oh, come on now, mate. It'll do him a lot of good, you know. In fact, it'll do you both a lot of good. Oliver, wake up. Oliver, wake up, will you? Private Hobbs?
Sure. Oh, what is it? What's up? Oh, it's you, Vi.
I must say I'm very flattered. Every time I come to visit you, you're always fast asleep. I hope you don't snore like that when you find yourself a wife.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vi. I must have just dropped off for a few seconds.
Ollie, I've brought you a visitor. This is a friend of mine who works with me in the factory. Letty, I'd like you to meet my brother Oliver. Ollie, this is Letty Edgington.
Oh, pleased to meet you, Letty.
I'm pleased to meet you too, Oliver. I'm sorry to hear you've had all this trouble.
Oh, it's not all that bad, really. Anyway, I'm feeling a lot better than I was.
Mum sent you some biscuits. They're your favourite.
I don't like digestives.
Why not? I do.
Then what you bringing me for?
Oh, that's just typical of you, Oliver Hobbs. Always so ungrateful. You'd never think there was a food shortage the way you carry on. God, I'm so thirsty I could hardly spit 2 hairs. Do they still have that tea urn outside?
Yeah, as far as I know.
What about you, Letty? Would you like a cup?
Let me go, Vi.
Not on your Nelly. You don't think I want to stay here with this one, do you? Not in the mood he's in. Keep an eye on him, Letty. If he gives you any treat, give him a fourpenny one. I won't be a jiff. Vi!
I wouldn't bother if I was you, Letty. What she really means is she's off to chat up one of the doctors she fancies. Yeah. Look, why don't you sit on the edge of the bed? I'm afraid I don't provide any chairs for visitors in this place.
Oh, no. It's quite all right, thanks. I don't mind standing.
It was very good Go ahead, Letty, you first.
Oh, well, I was only going to ask if your leg hurts very much.
Oh, no, not really. I've forgotten all about it. Well, almost.
How did it happen?
Oh, come on now, a nice girl like you don't want to hear about things like that.
Oh, but I do, honest I do. I'm not squeamish, I promise you.
Well, it was, in this battle up front. We was fighting round this river, see, river called the Somme. And my platoon, well, we sort of went on the attack, and Fritz threw everything he got at us, and I got hit by a shell.
Shell?
Oh, I didn't know much about it. It was all over so quick, you see. It wasn't until I woke up and found this great big gash in my leg that No, I didn't know much about it. I suppose you could say that I was one of the lucky ones.
Lucky?
Well, I survived, didn't I? Which is more than I can say for the rest of me mates who was with me. The same shell killed the whole bleeding lot of them.
I'm so sorry, Oliver. I shouldn't have made you talk about it.
Oh, that's all right, Letty. You don't have to apologise to me. You know, I don't think I've ever met anyone called Letty before.
Oh, it's not my real name. I was christened Elizabeth, but my friends at school used to call me Betty, and that sort of became, well, Letty.
Well, I'll tell you this, Letty, you're a real good looker.
Oh, get away with you.
Well, it's true, I tell you.
Handsome man like you must have lots of girlfriends.
None of them will patch on you, I mean it. Letty, will you come and visit me again next Sunday? Will you? You're not going to turn me down, are you?
I'm sorry, Oliver. I have to.
Why? Don't you like me?
Oh, don't be silly. It's not that. It's just... Well, we hardly know each other, do we?
Well, what difference does that make? Oh, I get it. Yeah, I'm sorry, Letty. I shouldn't have asked.
What do you mean?
Well, it's a nerve, me expecting someone like you to come and visit me. I mean, we come from different worlds, don't we?
As long as people are nice to each other, what does it matter who they are or where they come from? Really, it makes me so angry the way people keep going on about...
You've got blue eyes.
Pardon?
Bright blue. I haven't seen that colour since I went over to France. They're the same colour as the seawater. Yeah, on a fine day, of course. How tall are you, Letty?
How tall? What? I don't know. About 5 feet 5 inches, I think.
I'm nearly 6 foot. Or at least I am when I'm standing on 2 good feet.
I think I'd better go and see if I can find Vi. Visiting time's nearly over. Oliver! Oliver, what is it? Is it your leg? Oh, hold on, Oliver. I'll get the nurse.
No, don't do that. I'll be all right in a minute. Yeah. Oh. No, it's getting better. It's getting better a little bit each day. It won't be long. Won't be long now. Oh, what am I talking about? Of course I'm not getting better. I'm never going to get better.
No.
It's true, I tell you. I'm going to be stuck inside this bloody hospital for the rest of my life.
That's not true. And you know it. If you want to get better, then you'll get better. But you mustn't give up trying. You must make the effort.
Make the effort? What do you expect me to do, laying flat on my back day in, day out in this bed? Oh, I'm sorry. I had no right to talk to you like that.
I'll do anything I can to help you, Oliver. Anything at all.
You mean it? You really mean it?
Of course.
Well, then come back and see me again next Sunday. Will you, Letty? Please?
Letty, are you awake? Of course I'm awake. What do you want, Nick?
I get so scared when Mother and Father carry on like that. Why do they have to fight all the time?
Oh, we mustn't pay too much attention to it, Nick. They'll have forgotten everything by the morning.
They might, but I won't.
Everyone has a quarrel at some time in life, Nick. It's just that, well, some people don't know how or when to stop.
What's happened? Shh! It's Father. He's coming upstairs.
Letty, are you... Nicky, what are you doing in here? Go back to your own room at once, please.
Yes, Father.
And Nicky...
Yes, Father?
Look, I want you to be a good boy. Do you understand?
Yes, Father.
I don't mean only for now, Nicky. I mean for always. Will you promise?
Yes, sir. I promise.
Good night, son.
Good night, Father.
Father, what is it? What's happened?
Letty, you're a young woman now. I think you're old enough to understand what I have to say. Look, your mother and I can't live with each other anymore, Letty. We've decided to go our own separate ways. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you, Letty?
Of course I understand. But what do you expect me to say, Father? If two people don't love each other anymore...
Oh, believe me, Letty, it's not that your mother and I don't love each other anymore. But when two people have lived together for as long as we have, well... marriage begins to need an awful lot of hard work. One of these days you'll know what I mean by that.
Are you going to live with that woman friend of yours?
Don't resent me, Letty. I promise you, if I could have avoided what had happened...
I don't resent you, Father. I couldn't. But if only you could realise what it's been like for us this last year or so. It isn't easy to watch your own mother and father tear each other apart.
Oh, Letty. Take care of your mother. She's going to need you. But if you're ever in trouble, I want you to promise you'll come and see me. Now, do you understand that, Letty?
I can't cry for you, Father. I can't cry for you or Mother. I only wish I could.
You know, Letty, when you were a little girl, I used to think you were growing up far too shy and weak to cope with the problems we all have to face up to. But I was wrong. Goodbye, Letty.
Father!
She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. Is it true, Letty?
Is what true?
Well, these daisy petals say you love me.
Oh, stop being so silly, Oliver. You know I do.
Yes. You do, don't you? I can't understand it.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, how long have we known each other now?
Must be nearly 6 months now.
6 months. Do you know something? Every Sunday afternoon I can't wait to see your face peering through those gates at the end of the ward. You're the first visitor in every time.
Of course I am. After all, we only get an hour together.
Yeah, but what I mean is I never knew I'd ever look forward to seeing anyone so much. I never knew that, well, I'd actually get to love someone.
Well, if you feel like that, Oliver Hobbs, isn't it about time you did something about it?
Did something about it?
You could start by making an honest woman out of me.
Making it? Letty, you don't... Get married, you and me?
Well, thank you very much. I must say you make it sound very romantic.
Oh, no, that's not what I meant. Oh, Letty, don't make fun of me.
Make fun of you? Why should I do that?
Well, don't you see? It couldn't work, not in a million years. I mean, just look at me. Can you really imagine yourself spending the rest of your life with a cripple?
Say that to me once more, Oliver Hobbs, and I swear I'll push you and your wheelchair straight into that lake over there. Oh, Ollie, the wound in your leg is healing. You'll be out of this hospital in no time.
But what are we going to live on? I've never been able to get a job till I can walk again.
I've got a job, haven't I? And I know it's not much, but it could keep us going until you're fit and well again.
I'm not having no wife of mine support me.
Oh, well, of course, if you don't want to marry me, I'm not going to force you.
Oh, don't be angry with me, Letty. I don't like it when you're angry. It makes me feel, well, guilty.
Look, Ollie, if you don't want to accept the responsibility of a wife and family, then there's nothing I can do about it, is there?
No, Letty, you've got it all wrong. Of course I'd like to marry you. Why, I'd be the luckiest man alive to have a girl like you at my side. But don't you realise what you'd be letting yourself in for? Someone like me wouldn't stand a chance of getting work.
Of course you wouldn't if you didn't try.
Well, it might be years before I can throw away these crutches. I never got this far if it hadn't been for you.
What you've done through your own willpower. And that's the way it's got to be, Ollie. Believe me, Ollie, when you walk out of this hospital, it'll be on your own 2 feet. Oh, there's a cold nip in the air. I hate autumn. It smells of bonfires and the end of summer.
Come back here, Letty.
What for? What have you got there?
Well, it's a buttercup. They say if you hold a buttercup under someone's chin, you can tell if they like butter.
Well, you won't find out much from me. I haven't had so much as a taste of butter since before the war.
Now, come on. Lean back your head.
Oh, Ollie, don't be silly.
There you are. What did I tell you? Just look at that yellow reflection. Pass me my crutches, Letty. I want to stand up.
No, Ollie, it's too soon. You know what the doctor said.
The hell with the doctor. You're not pushing me back into that hospital again in no wheelchair.
Oh, stop being so obstinate. No! Ollie, no! Ollie, are you all right? Are you hurt?
Come on, Letty, give us a kiss.
No, Ollie, somebody might see you.
Shall I tell you something? You've got a mind of your own, Letty Edgington. I can see it's going to cost me a fortune to keep you in butter.
Mary, my daughter,
Young man, have you taken leave of your senses?
I love Letty, Mrs. Edgington. She loves me. So why shouldn't we spend the rest of our life together if we both feel the same way? I promise you I'd take good care of her.
Marriage needs a great deal more than love, Mr. Hobbs. That I can assure you. Tell me, how would you intend to support my daughter?
As soon as he's feeling better, Ollie's hoping to get his old job back on the Underground.
The Underground? Do you mean the tube trains, by any chance?
Yeah, well, I'm hoping to be, a ticket collector.
Ticket collector?
It's a good, sound job, Mother. You have to know a lot about fares and routes and things. Isn't that so, Ollie?
No, I'd better go, Letty.
No, Ollie, don't let her bully you. That's just what she wants.
We're wasting our time, Letty. You can go on talking till the cows come home, but you'll never get rid of people's prejudices. You know, Mrs. Edgington, it's a funny thing. My old ma feels exactly the same as you about all this.
Thank God we share something in common. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have other things to attend to.
Mother, it may interest you to know that whether you give your permission or not, Oliver and I intend to go ahead and get married.
Young lady, are you aware that you are still underage to be married without your parents' consent?
If I don't get that consent, I promise you that as soon as I reach the age of 21, I shall leave you and never talk to you again as long as I live.
Mother?
Out of here, Nicky, out.
But, Mother, a boy brought this to the door. He says it's urgent.
Get out!
It's a telegram, Mother.
Give it to me, Nick. Now, be a good boy and wait for us in the kitchen.
Yes, Letty.
The Secretary of State for War regrets to inform you that it's Tom. He's been killed in action.
Don't leave me, Letty. You can't leave me, not now. I need you.
Mother.
When you wore a tulip, a sweet yellow tulip, and I wore a big red rose. When you caressed me, 'twas then heaven bless me, what a blessing no one knows. You made life cheery when you called me dearie, it was now where the blue grass grows. Your lips were sweeter than julep when you wore that tulip, and I wore a big red rose.
That was wonderful, really wonderful. You never told me you could sing like that, Vi.
Well, I only ever get the chance to sing on high days and holidays. After all, my brother don't get married every day of the week, do he?
No, with a voice like that, thank God I'm only getting married once.
Oh, you shut up, Oliver Hobbs. You can never find anything nice to say about anyone.
Take no notice of him, Vi doesn't mean it.
Oh, yes, he does. They all do. Gets on my nerves the way everyone keeps thinking me so funny. I've got feelings too, you know.
Of course you have.
Anyway, he can make his lucky stars he's found himself a nice girl like you. I can tell you, I wouldn't want to put up with his clever talk for the rest of my life.
I don't know, Vi. As a matter of fact, I don't think I've done too bad for myself.
Come on, Vi, what you moping about in the corner for? Here, come and have a knees up with me.
A knees up? I can't do no knees up. Not in this dress, it's too tight.
I know it is. What do you think I asked you for?
You Brooks, you're becoming bold in your old age.
Come on, boy.
Hey, Letty, come outside in the passage. I want to talk to you.
Why, Ollie? What do you want?
I want a minute alone with my own wife, if you don't mind.
I must say, it is hot in there.
You are my honey, honeysuckle. Happy, Mrs. Hobbs?
What do you think, Mr. Hobbs? Mustn't be long, Ollie. It isn't sociable.
Oh, I'm sorry it weren't no fancy wedding, Letty. I promise I'll make it up to you one day.
What are you talking about? It was a lovely wedding.
No, it wasn't. There's no organ playing or church bells. No bridesmaids or wedding cake. Just look at that bit of brass on your finger. It ain't worth a light.
Ollie, you could put a curtain ring on my finger to mean just as much. Believe me, I've nothing to regret about today. Nothing. Except...
Ah, so there is something.
No, I was just thinking, well... I wish your mother and father could have been at the church this morning. It would have made so much difference.
Nah, not really. It's no good, Letty. You can't put feelings where there aren't none. Anyway, they sent us a card. That's more than I expected.
Must I feel the same way about my own mother? Oh, I suppose it's too much against her pride to show up at her own daughter's wedding, but somehow I kept hoping that she might be there.
She was there.
What?
And your mother was there, Letty. I saw the old girl myself. She was hiding at the back of the church just as you arrived.
Ollie? Is this true?
Well, you can ask Bill Brooks. He saw her too. She's crying her eyeballs out when we left the church together. Then she ran off before I could do anything about it.
Oh, God. She was there. She was really there.
Oi, come on now, you two lovebirds. Too early for the hanky-panky just yet, you know. Come on, back inside. Come on. Time to raise your glasses to the happy couple. Now, everybody topped up?
No, hang about.
All right, ready?
Yeah, that's right.
I'll give you the toast to two of the nicest people you could ever wish to know.
Yes.
Things ain't been too easy for them, we know. And it's no use pretending it's going to get much better for a time yet. But what we can do for them here tonight is to assure them that they have friends they can really rely on. And while they've got friends, they ain't never going to need for nothing. And so, ladies and gents, boys and girls, I'll give you the toast. To the bride and groom, God bless them. To Letty and Oliver Hobbs. Letty and Oliver! Cheers! Jolly good fellows, jolly good fellows, and so say all of us. Come on now, Ollie, old mate. You got to say something.
Oh, no, Bill, I can't. I don't know how to make a speech. I just don't.
Come on.
Go on, Letty. You know how to speak. You say something. Go on.
No, Ollie, I can't. It's the man supposed to make the speech, not mine.
No, it's no use, Letty. I can't do it. I can't do it.
Silence, please. Silence.
Ladies and gentlemen, Oliver and I, well, we just wanted to thank you all for coming to our wedding today. August the 4th, 1918 is a day I'll remember for the rest of my life. It's funny to think that it's exactly 4 years to the day since the war started. But, like all of you, Ollie and I have got a lot of things we want to do in our future years. And when the war ends, I hope Mr. Lloyd George will see to it that this country becomes a fit place for our boys to live in again. Because that's what they fought for, isn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm trying to say is that when we're living in the future, I hope none of us will ever be too busy to remember the past.
Letty.
That's lovely.
Letty, there's someone here to see you.
Who is it?
Look for yourself.
It's me, Letty.
Mother!
Well, I'm sorry if I'm butting in, Letty.
Oh, you're not butting in. Is she, Ollie?
No, of course not. You're very welcome, Mrs. Edgington.
Well, all I wanted to say was, if you and Oliver don't have anywhere to stay until you have a place of your own, you're welcome to have your old room back. Well, for as long as you like.
Thanks all the same, Mother, but Bill and Tilly here have been putting me up for the past few months. Ollie and I are going to stay on with them for a bit.
Oh, well, that's all right, then. I just thought I'd make sure. Well, I'll be on my way, then. God bless you, Letty. And you too, Oliver.
Don't go, Mum. Why don't you stay on for a bit?
No, I don't think I can.
Letty would like it, so would I.
Come on now, you lot. Somebody get Mrs. Edgington a glass of stout. Come on,
Yeah, come and meet everyone, Mum. That's my sister, Violet, over there.
Hello.
Then there's Perce and Reen.
Hello there.
And this is Bill and Tilly Brooks.
How do you do?
Bill's an old pal of mine. We was at school together.
Ballstall, more like it. Come on now, everybody. Get yourselves stoked up for a sing-song. Any volunteers for a tinkle on the old Joanna?
Over here, Bill. My mother can play the piano.
Oh, no, I couldn't. Yes. I haven't got my music sheets with me.
Oh, come on now, Mrs. Edgington. Fill yourself up with a glass of Mother's Ruin and you'll be well away.
Well, there is one song I can play without my music sheets. But I warn you all, I am a little rusty.
Don't matter. Pray silence for our star turn of the evening, Ma Edgington.
Just a song at twilight, when the lights are low, and the flickering shadows softly come and go. Though the heart be weary, sad the day and long, still to us at twilight comes love's true song, comes love's own sweet song.
Of course, it's not Buckingham Palace, mind you. But with a coat of distemper here and there, I'd say you could turn this into a really nice little room. Previous tenant thought the world of this place, never left it, till they carried her out in her box. Well, Mr. Hobbs, what do you think?
Oh, I'm not sure, Mr. Cotton. Smells a bit, huh?
Yeah, well, that's the damp, you see. Hasn't been lived in since the old lady died. Still, a nice coal fire in the evenings will soon put that right. But what about the little wife? What do you think, Mrs. Hobbs?
How often do the trains go by, Mr. Cotton?
Oh, no more than a couple each day at the most. Well, I'd be surprised if... Yeah, well, there used to be an old railway station on the line at the back of this house, but it hasn't been used since the war broke out. Something to do with economy cuts, I heard. But I promise you, Mrs. Hobbs, you won't have no trouble with no noise. Oh, no, not here. See, the trains don't stop here anymore.
Oh, I don't worry about the noise.
You don't?
No, not at all. I like the sound of trains. They give me a feeling of protection.
Really now? Well, that's nice.
How much do you want for the room, Mr. Cotton?
Well, now, don't let it be said that Reg Cotton's out to make a quick profit on any young married couple who are trying to set up home for the first time.
How much, Mr. Cotton?
Shall we say, 3 and 6 a week? You do your own decorating, of course.
3 and 6?
It's a bargain for the area, I'm telling you. I mean, just look at the space you've got. Built-in cupboards over there, chest of drawers, dresser, beautiful double brass bedstead, and just look at this lovely little range oven for the... Yeah, well, just needs a bolt or two on the oven door.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Letty?
It's up to you, Ollie. You make the decisions, not me.
Tell you what, why don't I leave you two to have a look around on your own for a couple of minutes? Give you a chance to talk things over in private.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Cotton. I'd appreciate that.
I'm an honest man, Mr. Hobbs. I never done anybody out of nothing in my whole life. That's the door. Oh, don't worry. Just needs a bit of oil on the hinges, that's all. Yeah, well,
Well, Letty, what are we going to do?
Come over to the window, dear. It's a lovely view from here. Oh, there are 2 steps. Be careful.
You call this a lovely view? For 3 and 6 a week, it's highway bloody robbery. Oh, just look at it out there. We're practically on top of the railway line.
Yes, but just think of all those trains that go by and all the places they go to up and down the country.
Places you and me will never get the chance to see in our old life.
Stop being so pessimistic, Ollie. It costs nothing to dream, does it?
This room's a dump, Letty.
We can clean it up, can't we? By the time I've finished with this place, it'll be fit for the king himself.
Now, where are we going to get 3 and 6pence from to pay the rent each week?
If necessary, I can get a little job to do in the evenings.
You're not taking on any more jobs, I tell you. As it is, you're working from 7 in the morning till 6 at night in that munitions factory.
Look, all I was trying to say was that when the war's over, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't open up that old railway station again. If they did, I bet you'd get a job there as easy as pie. Oh, just imagine it, Ollie. Going to work in your own backyard.
My own backyard? Then you mean you want us to take on this room?
I want a home for you and me, Ollie. A home, Ollie. Something both you and me have never really had. I want you and me to start building our future together. And if it has to be in a damp barn of a place like this, then it's all right with me.
I tell you, it's not right, Letty. You can't keep this up for much longer. Not 2 jobs in one day. You'll crack up.
Oh, don't talk stupid, Vi. I'm not made of cardboard, you know.
Yes. Or scrubbing an entire school all on your own every evening. It turns me up just to watch you.
I like being here after school hours. It gives me a chance to think.
Well, I just hope you know what you're doing, that's all.
Now, what do you mean by that, Vi?
Look, Letty, I know you're trying to protect Oliver, but you've got to be careful.
Careful?
Yeah, well, he's a complicated fella, he always has been. Yes, and obstinate, proud and obstinate, just like me dad and all me brothers. Look, all I'm saying is that once Oliver starts to feel that he's not a man anymore, he'll turn against you.
I know what you mean, Vi, but you're wrong. Once that old railway station at the back of us opens up again, things are going to be different for Ollie and me. He'll have a job of his own and a wife and family to take care of.
Family? You don't mean you're going to have kids?
Well, of course we are eventually. Don't you want to have children when you get married?
You must be joking. I hate the little brats. They even give me a turn coming into this school hall. Oh, no, I'll never have no kids of me own.
I'll believe that when you found yourself a husband.
Yes, well, as a matter of fact, I wanted to talk to you about that, Letty. I was wondering whether I could bring a gentleman friend of mine. Well, I'd like you and Ollie to meet him.
Vi, you've got a new boyfriend?
Oh, yes, and he's ever so nice, Letty. I know you'll like him. His name's Frank O'Malley, and he's an Irishman.
Irish?
Well, sort of. He's a Scouse, you know, from Liverpool.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't you bring him round to tea on Sunday? I can't promise much in the way of food, but I could get some winkles off the fishman when he calls.
Oh, that would be marvellous, Letty. Well, the only thing is, it's not quite as easy as that, you see. The fact is, I know you'd like him, but it's Oliver I'm worried about.
Don't be silly, Vi. If you like him, why shouldn't we?
You see, Frank doesn't approve of war.
Don't be ridiculous, Vi. Do you know anyone who does?
No, that's not quite what I mean. You see, Frank's done time in prison. He's a pacifist, a conscientious objector.
Anyway, the way I look at it is this. If only Asquith had played his cards right, there'd have been no need for this war. I mean, I tell you, the whole thing's nothing but a political cover-up.
Oh, don't you sit down, Frank. What are we supposed to do? Sit down and wait for Kaiser Bill to march down Whitehall?
I tell you, the Liberals needed this war. It was the only way they could get rid of unemployment.
Well, I don't believe it. Everyone knows that if we hadn't stopped the Bosch, they'd have taken over the whole of Europe.
You real German people, Vi. You real German people are human beings, just like the rest of us. I mean, we should have appealed directly to them, not your politicians. What say you, Oliver?
I say the only good German is a dead one.
Who's for some more trifle, Vi?
Oh, lovely. Honestly, Letty, you become such a good housewife. You'll have to give me some tips when I get married. If and when anyone decides to ask me.
What about you, Frank?
What?
More trifle, Mr. O'Malley?
Well, no, thank you, no.
Anyway, I don't even know what you're going on about, Frank O'Malley. Most people say a war will be over in the next few weeks.
Not if those old warmongers in Whitehall have anything to do with it. Hey, did you really mean what you said just now, Oliver, about the Germans?
I meant every word.
Yeah. I find that very interesting. I mean, how does a man like you justify the taking of a life?
I was proud to fight for my country. Most men are, you know.
I don't blame you, Oliver. No, I mean, I don't blame anybody for thinking me a coward. I mean, most people do. But at least I stick to my principles. I mean, I don't believe in this war, and that's all there is to it.
Nobody believes in war, Mr. O'Malley. We'd be poor creatures if we did.
Yeah, but if you don't believe in something, Mrs. Hobbs, then why don't you condemn it?
Because I cherish my freedom, Mr. O'Malley. If you take away that, what have you left?
Exactly my sentiments, Mrs. Hobbs. That's why I'm a socialist. We believe in the right of the individual to say what he wants any time. I'm telling you, it was big business that started this war, nothing else.
Bloody nonsense.
Oliver.
It's bloody nonsense. He sits there and he talks to me about principles when I've got principles too. I love my country. I was proud to fight for it.
All right, dear, all right. There's no need to shout.
I am not shouting!
I love that potted geranium over there, Letty. It is a geranium.
Now, you tell me something, Mr. O'Malley. Would you still refuse to fight if you saw the Boche marching down your street depriving you of this so-called freedom you talk about?
Freedom? You call this freedom? I mean, is this what you fought for, Oliver? I mean, look at it. Is this what you call a soldier's reward from a grateful government? A one-room barn of a place with at the side of a railway track? Kill
the bugger! Kill him! Kill him!
You got me all wrong. I'm a pacifist, not a traitor. You're choking me, Adam's apple. You're choking me.
Oliver, leave him alone.
I'm going to faint.
Get this bloody codgy out of my place. Get him out!
Come on, Frank, we don't want to stay where we're not wanted.
But I haven't finished me winkles yet.
Hell with your ratty winkles, we're going. And mark my words, Oliver Hobbs, as long as there's a breath in my body, I'll never set foot inside your place again. Never.
But honest to God, Vi, I mean, I don't know what all the fuss is about.
Letty? Letty, what are you laughing at? Letty, why aren't you angry? I thought you'd be angry with me.
Oh, angry? Oh, my dear Ollie, why should I be angry with you? You give me one of the best evenings I can ever remember. In fact, I don't think I've enjoyed myself so much in years.
Mrs. Hobbs!
Mr. Cotton, what are you doing here?
I've been looking for you everywhere, Mrs. Hobbs. So I thought the best thing was to catch you as you came out of work. I take it you did receive the note I sent you?
Yes. Yes, I did, Mr. Cotton, and I will be paying the rent just as soon as I can. The trouble is that now that my evening job at the school is finished, well, I've had quite a lot of extra expenses to cope with just lately, but I will be settling with you, I promise.
Of course you will, Mrs. Hobbs, I know that. But landlords have a lot of overhead expenses, you know.
Oh, I do understand, Mr. Cotton, I really do.
However, I'm a reasonable man, Mrs. Hobbs, and it's only right that I should show my appreciation for all the hard work you've both done to transform that little room of ours.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Cotton. I can't tell you how grateful I am.
Good. Shall we say 7 days, then?
7 days?
Yeah, all back payment by Friday next week. Or I'm afraid you and your husband will have to vacate the premises, Mrs. Hobbs.
Yes, miss. Can I help you? I'm looking for Mr. Edgington. Mr. William Edgington.
Do you have an appointment, miss? Mr. Edgington doesn't actually have anything to do with the shop himself. Maybe I could help. Did you have something to pawn?
My name's Letty Hobbs. I'm Mr. Edgington's daughter.
Letty, my dear child.
Hello, Father.
Oh, Letty, it's been such a long time since I last saw you. Such a long, long time. No, that's not quite true. As a matter of fact, I've watched you come out of the factory several times, but I've never had the nerve to go up and speak to you. Well, how's your husband? Has his wound healed yet?
Oliver's as well as can be expected, Father.
I'm sorry I couldn't go to your wedding, Letty. I thought it best not to, not under the circumstances.
I quite understand.
Oh, Letty, I'm sorry. I want you to meet Amy. Amy's... well, she's a very good friend of mine. Amy, this is my daughter, Letty.
Hello, Letty.
How do you do, Mrs. Lyle?
I am pleased to meet you at last, dear. Your dad's told me so much about you and your brother Tom and young Nicky. Yes, I can see the family likeness all right. You've got the same colour eyes as your dad. William, you never told me how pretty she is.
Father, if it's convenient, I'd like to have a few words with you. In private.
Yes. Well, I've got quite a lot of work to do outside here in the shop, so why don't the two of you go and make yourselves comfortable in the back parlour? I'll bring you in a nice cup of tea later.
Letty, are you in trouble?
You said that if ever I was in trouble, I was to come and see you.
My dear child.
I need money, Father. Oliver hasn't been able to work since he came out of hospital, and now the landlord has given me 1 week to find the rent, or we have to give up the room. If that happens, I don't know what I'll do. It's just impossible to find accommodation at the moment.
Oh, if that's the case, I'll write you a cheque. Now, you take this to my bank, and I'll cash it for you immediately.
No, Father.
No?
That's not what I came here for. I want your help, Father, but not your money. I need to raise just enough cash to see us through the next few weeks, that's all.
Well, then let me help you.
No, Father. I want to do this my way. I've brought something to pawn.
Letty, don't be absurd.
This is a pawn shop, isn't it? Well, I've got something to pawn. Here. And if you don't mind, the least you say to Mrs. Lyle about this, the better.
But this is the brooch your mother and I bought you for your 16th birthday.
Yes. So you know how much it's worth.
You can't part with that, Letty. I won't let you.
A roof over my head is far more important than something to pin to my dress. Besides, it'll only be a temporary measure. As soon as Oliver finds a job, he'll buy the brooch back for me again. Look, Father, if you won't help me, there are plenty of other pawn shops around, you know.
You're an extraordinary girl, Letty. Proud and independent, just like your mother. All the worst qualities imaginable for not getting on in this world. Give me the brooch.
My God, what's that?
I don't know. Sounds like the maroon warning signal.
An air raid? But it can't be.
William, come quick, William. The streets are full of people.
Amy, what is it? What's happened?
It's the armistice, William. The armistice. The war's come to an end. It's over, William. The war's over.
Letty, what are you doing over there? Why don't you come to bed?
You go to sleep, dear. I'll be over in a minute.
What are you doing? Don't you know what time it is?
Penny farthing, penny halfpenny, 3 farthings stuff. I'm trying to work out if we've got enough money to have some sausages for dinner tomorrow.
Always working things out. Always putting pennies away for something or other.
That's the only way. If I put a little aside from my wage packet each week, it stops us from getting into debt.
Where'd you get the money from, Letty?
What do you mean?
Now, come on now, you know what I mean. A couple of weeks ago, we was over a month due on the rent. You must have got it from somewhere.
Mr. Cotton was very understanding about it. He's agreed to let me pay off what we owe a bit at a time.
I don't believe you, Letty. I don't believe a word you say.
Ah, thank you very much. That's a nice thing to say to your own wife.
Come on now. What did you put in, Hock?
Don't be silly, Ollie. Now, come on. Let's get back to bed.
No, wait a minute. I've got a present for you.
A what?
Yeah, I bought it for a tenner from Charlie Williams. He said he knows at least 3 people who've been lucky.
Lucky, Ollie? What are you talking about?
Yeah. See it for yourself. You'll go on, take it.
A sweepstake ticket?
Yeah, the draw takes place at the end of November. Well, look at the first prize, Letty. 100 quid. Just think what we could do with 100 quid.
You artful devil, you. Don't tell me I've married a gambler.
Oh, well, for Christ's sake, it's only a tenner. All right, so I know it's your money, but I'll pay you back. I swear to God, I'll pay you back every penny of it.
Oliver, what a terrible thing to say.
Oh, don't worry. You don't have to tell me. I know we haven't got a dog's chance of winning no prize.
But we have, Ollie, of course we have. And if you want to spend 6pence on a sweepstake ticket, you've got every right to. How many times do I have to tell you what I earn is not my money, it's ours? Now stop talking so silly and come back to bed.
Oh, I don't want to go to bed. I can't sleep.
So you're just going to stare out of the window and sulk, is that it? Thank you for giving me such a lovely present, dear.
Don't make fun of me, Letty.
But I'm not making fun of you. How could I? I love you too much for that.
Oh, it looks cold out tonight. Can you see the frost in the moonlight on the railway line? Oh, Ollie, do you know what I'd like to do if we win that £100? I'd like you and me to go for a trip on one of those trains. Just imagine all the wonderful places they could take us to. Where would you like to go, Ollie?
I don't know. Never thought about it. I'd like to go to the seaside.
The seaside? Then that's what we'll do. We could go to Brighton. Mother and Father once took Tom, Nicky and me to Brighton. When we were very young, of course. You'd love Brighton, Ollie. The beach stretches for miles and miles, and there are 2 piers and lots of places to get a cup of tea.
Oh, dreams. Nothing but dreams.
Dreams cost nothing.
I'm going back to bed. Can I turn off this light while wasting the juice?
Might as well, I suppose. Oh, go on, then. Move over.
God, your feet are cold.
Then warm them for me. No, Ollie, don't tickle me.
Go to sleep, Liddy.
I am. Good night, dear.
Good night.
Oh. They say they're going to open up the old railway station at any minute.
Yeah.
Oh, wouldn't it be wonderful if they did? After all, they've got to have somewhere to bring the hospital trains to. Since the war ended, there must be thousands of our boys waiting to get back from the front.
Go to sleep, Liddy.
Oh, yes, sorry, dear, sorry. If they did decide to use that train station for the troops, then they'd have to open it up again for good, wouldn't they? I mean, it would prove then that the branch line is worth keeping up, wouldn't it? Oh, Ollie, I don't know what I'd do if it did all happen. Just imagine it. You get a job there as a porter or ticket collector or something, and you could come home for your meals every day, regular as clockwork.
Oh, stop it, Liddy. For heaven's sake, stop. I don't want to hear another word about the bloody trains, do you hear?
Oliver, what is this?
I'm sick to death of you mooning on about that bloody train station. That place is finished, Letty. It's not worth a light.
You mustn't lose hope, Ollie. They will open that station again. I know they will.
Stop it, Letty. Stop it, Letty. Stop it.
Oliver.
I can't take much more of this, Letty. I can't. Just...
Oh, Ollie. What have I done to you? What have I done?
If only I had your strength. How are we going to get out of this mess, Letty? How?
It's all right, Ollie. We'll think of something. We will think of something.
Listen.
What is it?
Well, listen. A train.
Yes, but it's going past, Ollie, just like all the rest of them. It's going past.
No. It's stopping, I tell you. It's slowing down.
You're right, Ollie. It is stopping. It's pulling into the platform.
I can see people's faces at the carriage windows. For the first time, I can actually see you. You were right, Lenny. There are troops on board. And nurses. It's a hospital train.
It's stopped, Ollie. It's stopped. Oh, thank you, God. Thank you. It's happening for us. At last, it really is happening.
People of this country have had enough! 4 years ago, do you remember all those promises Lloyd George and his gang tried to fob us off with? Do a good day's work, they said, and within a few years, the standard of living in this country would be greater than anywhere else in Europe! Well, brothers, here we are in 1930, and after 4 years, What have we got? Don't you?
I must say, Vi, your Frank speaks very well. He ought to be a politician.
Oh, no, thank you. It's bad enough as it is, dragging me and the kids up here to Speaker's Corner every Sunday morning. Do you know, last week someone threw a rotten egg at him?
What are you and me, the working people of this country, going to do about it?
Let's all go down the Strand.
I couldn't afford the price of bananas on a means test. Well, brothers, I'll tell you what we're going to do about it. We gave them our answer in 1926, and we'll give it to them again. If this government don't improve the pay and conditions of every working class man and woman in this country, I say we down tools.
That's it then, back to stations. Come on, Letty, this is where you and me make a quick getaway. Follow me.
The only thing that is relevant in this country, the men and the women.
Shut up, you snotty-nosed little beast, or I'll feed you to the bleeding ducks.
No, Vi, you mustn't talk to her like that. Poor little thing's probably scared out of her life after all that shouting. Here, Sylvie. Come on, you come to your Auntie Lex. There you are, then. There's a pretty girl. I think she's hungry, you know.
Oh, she's always bleeding hungry. She'd eat me if she had a chance.
Honestly, Vi, I don't know why you bother to have a family if they get on your nerves so much.
Don't you worry, it wasn't my idea. You try marrying a Catholic. Having kids becomes an industry.
Well, I wouldn't be parted with my two, I can tell you. Ever since they were born, it's given Oliver a new lease of life. He simply dotes on them.
Really? Well, I'm glad he's turned out to be a better husband than he was a brother.
Oliver may not be perfect, but I'm telling you, he's a good man. Oh, I just wish he wasn't always in such pain.
Pain? I mean, he's still got trouble with that old leg wound.
He's awake night after night with it. Oh, he can move around all right, well, more or less, but it's the pain that keeps nagging away at him all the time. Oh, and you know, Vi, in the last week or so, the wound's become all sort of swollen, and it's turned a kind of bluish colour.
Hasn't he seen a doctor or something?
He's got an appointment to see a specialist at the hospital on Tuesday morning.
Letty, you're a real brick the way you support that man.
What are you talking about? Oliver's my husband, isn't he? I've never known such happiness since I met him. Since the kids were born, Ollie's been a changed man, happy-go-lucky, fun to be with. But you know, Vi, more than anything else, he loves his job at the train station. He's so proud of what he's doing, and that's important for a man like him. But if they take all that away from him, Vi, he'd feel somehow betrayed. I don't know what he'd do, Vi. I just don't know what he'd do.
Tickets, please. All tickets, please. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir.
Hello, Mr. Pearson. Sorry to trouble you.
Mrs. Hobbs, what are you doing here? I thought you'd be at the hospital with your husband.
Oliver wouldn't let me go with him. He hasn't been home yet, so I thought he must have come straight back to work.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Hobbs. I haven't seen Ollie all day. All tickets, please.
But it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. His appointment at the hospital was for 9 this morning.
Well, I don't know if it's worth mentioning or not, but, well, on my way to work a couple of hours ago, I thought I saw your husband. He was going into Finsbury Park.
The park? Yeah. But he should be at work by now.
You know what Ollie's like about the trains. Well, I know for a fact he spends a lot of his spare time watching them from the railway bridge there. You know, like I said, I'm not absolutely certain it was him, but it might be worth a try.
Oliver, is that you? Oh, Ollie, dear, what are you doing out here on the bridge?
Go home, Letty. I want to be on my own for a bit.
But you'll be late for work. You should have been back on the late-turn duty by now.
I'm not going back to work today.
Not going?
Look, Letty, I don't want to keep answering no questions, so just leave me alone. Go back home.
What happened, Ollie? What did the specialist say?
Nothing.
Don't be silly, must have said something. Did you ask him about the swelling? What about those tests they did last week? Surely there must be some reason why...
It's gangrene.
Gangrene? So what does that mean?
It means that my bloody leg is rotting away. It means my leg has got to come off. They want to amputate it just below the kneecap.
Oh, God. Ollie. Ollie, my dear.
Well, I'm telling you right now, I won't let them do it, you hear? I won't.
Are you sure you got it right, Ollie? You know how you get things muddled at times.
For God's sake, woman. When someone tells you that they want to cut off a part of your body, you know what they're telling you.
Ollie, let's try and be calm about this for a minute, dear. Let's just try and work this out sensibly. How soon do they want to do it?
The next day or so. They say there's a danger of the poison getting into my blood. But I'm not going through with it. I'm not for no one.
Ollie, you must go through with it.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what I thought you'd say. It's easy for you, isn't it? You've got 2 good feet to stand on. God, what am I going to do, Letty? What am I going to do?
Ollie, dear. Please, don't. Please. For my sake.
It's the end of my life. I've got nothing to live for now, nothing.
Don't ever let me hear you talk like that. You've got a lot to live for. And don't you forget it. It's me and the kids. And shall I tell you something? I was talking to Mr. Cotton the other day. He says he might be able to rent us a little house in a couple of months or so. Oh, nothing expensive, mind, but at least the kids wouldn't have to sleep on the floor anymore. Think of it, Ollie. A house of our very own.
Pearson, the station master, told me that if I have to go into hospital many more times, he wasn't sure he could guarantee my job at the station anymore.
There'll be plenty of other jobs. In fact, I'll bet you could get your old job back on the underground if you wanted to. Why, anyone would be glad of the chance of employing someone like you.
Someone like me? A cripple with one leg? How am I going to get through this, Letty? How?
We're going to get through this together, Ollie. You and I. We've got to be strong. Because we have so much to look forward to, that's why. I want you to live. So let's get on with it, right away.
You're a stupid girl, Letty. Sister tells me you've been sitting out here ever since 9 o'clock this morning. Well, your being here like this can't help Oliver, you know.
Allow me to be the judge of that, if you don't mind, Mother. What are you doing here, anyway?
Oh, I just felt like a ride out on the bus, that's all. Would you mind if I sit with you for a bit?
Of course not.
Have you heard any news yet?
No. Only that Oliver was in the operating theatre for nearly 2 hours. The doctors are with him now. I'm just praying that everything's going to be all right.
A lot of courage, Letty. I have to give that to you.
Oliver's the one with courage, not me.
Well, I'm glad he gets more attention than I do. Not even your brother Nick comes to see me these days. Not since he married that woman of his.
Please, Mother, no lectures. I don't feel up to it.
I hate hospital corridors. They smell of ether and stale tea and...
Then, for God's sake, why don't you go home? You know you can't bear Oliver. You never could.
Oh, really, there's no need to raise your voice at me, Letty.
I'm sorry, Mother. It's just... I suppose I'm anxious, that's all. I was awake all last night, wondering what I'll do when I see Oliver for the first time after the operation. I just don't know what I'm going to say to him when I see... I mean, I can't just pretend that his leg's still there.
Letty, may I tell you something that happened to me a long time ago? When your father first left me to go off with that girl of his, it was over 3 years before I could even bring myself to walk past that pawn shop where they lived. In fact, I'd cross the street and turn my eyes the other way rather than accept that such a place existed. But one day, I never know how or why, I found myself walking right up to the front door of the shop. There was a young woman inside, and a man with her. The man was William. I plucked up courage and went in. William couldn't believe his eyes.
For a moment we just stared at each other, and then I smiled, and I found myself saying, "William, I just wanted to tell you that I wish you well." And he took my hand and kissed it, and then introduced me to Amy Lyle, and we all had tea together. It was a delightful afternoon. I never made any effort to see your father again, right up to the time when he died last year. But I'm glad I saw him that once. I think he was too.
Mrs. Hawkes, you can come in now, but only a few minutes, please. Your husband's still a bit groggy from the operation.
Thank you, sister. Oh, Letty, when you see Oliver, will you give him this, please? It's nothing much, really. It's a small bottle of whiskey to cheer him up, that's all. I remember he once told me he drinks the stuff. Tell him... just tell him I wish him well.
I must say, you're living it up in style here, all right, Ollie. The other beds are empty. You've got the whole room all to yourself. Hey, Ollie, I've got some news for you. You know that musical comedy actress you like? You know the one I mean? That pretty girl, what's her name? Jessie Matthews. Well, she's going to open that new picture house at Finsbury Park. When you're up and about again, we'll have to try a couple of pens of the dark there, won't we, Ollie, eh? You're going to be all right, Ollie. The doctors are very pleased with you.
Half a man, Letty. That's all that's left of me now, half a man.
Half a man's better than no man at all. Come on now. You know what they say? Every cloud...
Has a silver lining. Yes, so I've heard. How are the kids?
They're fine. Just fine. Violet's looking after little Eddie for me today, and Ronnie... Oh, you wait till you see Ronnie. He's painting you a new picture for when he gets home. Oh, I almost forgot. They sent you some licorice, all sorts. They're your favourites.
When I was on that table up there, I dreamt about the kids. They were running all over the place, but I couldn't catch them. I don't want them to see me looking this way, Letty, not ever.
I never heard such nonsense. Didn't I tell you this is a change, that's all? As far as I'm concerned, you're still that handsome soldier boy I married 12 years ago.
I want you to leave me, Letty. I want you to take the kids away and forget all about me.
Ollie, what a terrible thing to say.
No, I mean it, Letty. I can't bear the thought of you all seeing me hobble around on one leg for the rest of my life.
You won't have to hobble around, Ollie. The sister was telling me they make the most wonderful artificial legs these days. In a few months from now, you'll be right back to normal again. You know, you can't keep crossing a road to avoid a shop you don't want to go into.
Hey?
Just something my mother said, that's all. Now, don't move, Ollie. I'm going to pull back the bedclothes.
No.
It's all right, dear. I just want to see what they've done to you.
No.
Ollie? Ollie? Will you do me a favour, please, dear? From now on, will you let me be your other leg? I promise you it'll be as firm as rock. Come on, that's enough of that. You've got to be strong, Ollie. We both have. Don't worry. You'll soon be back in our own home again. We'll be soon having some of our sing-songs together. Hey, Ollie, what's your favourite song?
I don't know.
Well, I bet I do. Remember that song you used to sing to me soon after we first met? How does it go now? You are my honey, honeysuckle, I am the bee. I'd like to sip the honey sweet from those red lips you see.
I love you dearly, dearly, and I want you to love me. You are my honeysuckle, I am the bee.
There we are, Mr. and Mrs. Hobbs. I'm happy to inform you that number 13 Roden Street is now at your disposal. Oh, you'd better take the front door key before I forget it.
Oh, well, thanks very much, Mr. Cotton.
Here we are.
Can't tell you how grateful we are to be moving into a house of our own for the first time. Yeah. Isn't that right, Letty? Letty?
Pardon? Oh, yes. Yes, Mr. Cotton. We're very grateful indeed.
Right. I'll be off then.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Hobbs, I usually make my rent calls on a Thursday each week. I hope that's convenient to you and the wife.
Oh, yes, that'll be quite all right, yes.
I'll say cheerio then. Don't bother to see me out. Believe it or not, I do know the way.
Mark my words, Mr. Hobbs. Number 13's going to be a lucky house for you. Yeah, well, don't worry about the door handle. Just needs a couple of screws, that's all.
Highway bloody robber. Yeah, I wonder if he's going to be right, though. Now, what do you think, Letty? Will 13 really be our lucky number? Letty?
Oh!
Letty! Letty, what is it?
Look at it, Ollie. Out there. Our own scullery.
Oh, my God. Is that all?
But it's so wonderful, Ollie. I mean, look at that lovely big stove copper. We can boil up all the hot water we want. On a Friday night, we can put the bathtub out here.
Not unless we put up a curtain, we don't. I'm not going to be caught napping in mine altogether.
Oh, Ollie, I never thought we could be so lucky. A house all to ourselves, with rooms on 3 different floors. It's like a dream.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm telling you now, we're going to have a lodger. I can't afford 15 bob a week out of my wages, you know, even though I've got a decent job on the underground.
Money's no problem. There's a school just a few doors away down the street. I'll get a part-time cleaning job there.
No, you don't. Those days are past, Letty. From now on, there's only going to be one breadwinner in this family, me.
You know something, Ollie? This house is going to be lucky for us.
Do you really think so, Letty?
Oh, yes. I can feel it in my bones. As though the walls are watching us. I can almost hear them saying, "Don't worry, Letty. Don't worry, Oliver. You'll see." Come on. Let's go and have a look at the attic. I think you can manage the stairs on your new leg.
What do you mean, can I? I'll race you to the top.
And look, Ollie. Isn't that St. Paul's Cathedral over there? Do you see in the distance, just to the right of that white building?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Just think of it, Ollie. Mr. and Mrs. Oliver J. Hobbs, in residence at number 13 Roden Street. And with a view of the City of London from their own attic window. Oh, look, Ollie. Down there. Can you see our own back garden?
Our junk heap, you mean?
Don't you worry. I'll soon get that into shape. I might buy a few packets of poppy seeds from Woolworths. I like poppies.
Blue eyes.
Pardon?
Bright blue.
You told me that once before. It was a long time ago.
Well, they look even more blue today. Sure sign you're feeling happy. Are you happy, Letty?
Come here, Ollie. Now, closer.
Why?
I want to kiss you, that's why. Do you mind? Ollie, I'd like to have just one more child.
What?
No, I don't mean right away, you fool. It was just that I was thinking how nice it would be to feel that this house was going to become part of us.
Oh, we can't have any more kids, Letty.
I've never heard such nonsense. Number 13's going to be our lucky number, isn't it?
Oh, I hope so.
Then let's make sure that it is.
Let's give this old house a chance to prove itself. To provide the kind of home you and I have always wanted for us and our kids. You know, Ollie, when we first moved into that room of ours, I used to dream of having a place like this one day. Oh, not because I wasn't grateful for what I got, but because I wanted us to start something of our very own. To make something we could be proud of. It's funny, isn't it? A lot of people think they know so much about love. But I often wonder, it's not just a question of two people living together or sharing the same interests in life. It's the feeling that you're never really apart, no matter where you are or what you're doing. I'll always be a part of you, Ollie, and you'll always be a part of me. Do you know why? Because we're a team, Ollie, you and I. We live out our lives for each other, and that's important. I love you, Ollie. I'll never stop loving you. You won't ever forget that, will you? Look, Ollie. There's so much out there waiting for us to share together. I promise you, nothing will ever stand still for us again. We're going to be like one of those trains leaving the station, moving on, on, on. We're on our way, Ollie. Our journey's just beginning. You and me together. It really is beginning.
The Trains Don't Stop Here Anymore, a love story based on real people and actual events, was written by Victor Pemberton. In it, Nerys Hughes played the part of Letty and Nigel Anthony that of Ollie. Wendy Richard was Violet and Sheila Grant Beatrice. William was played by Malcolm Hayes, Tom Derek Seaton, Frank Bill Monks, Nicky Adam Godley, Bill Kenneth Shanley, Amy Lyle Eve Karpf, Mr. Cotton Eric Allen, and Pearson Robert Trotter. The pianist was Mary Nash. The play was directed by John Tiedemann.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the romantic operetta Naughty Marietta, based on the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer motion picture with Victor Herbert's beloved music, and starring Jeanette MacDonald and your host, Gordon MacRae. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your host, Gordon MacRae, bringing up the curtain on one of Victor Herbert's most melodic and popular operettas, Naughty Marietta. In the character of Captain Dick Warrington, I meet and fall in love with Naughty Marietta in New Orleans, when Louisiana was still under the rule of Louis XV of France. But the story of Marietta begins much before that, and no one is more familiar with it than that lady herself. So may I introduce her to you in the person of our lovely and charming guest star this evening, known and loved by all as the Naughty Marietta of the screen, Miss Jeanette MacDonald.
I heard that melody one night in a dream and lived with the memory of it ever after. I remembered only the beginning of that unexplained song, and somehow I felt that if I could complete it, I could find the answer, not only to the mystery of life, but to the mystery of my own unhappiness as well. It was spring in the court at Versailles, and my royal uncle had informed me that the King of France had commanded that I marry a fat, elderly member of the royal house of Spain named Don Carlos. The thought was intolerable to me, so I arranged to take the place of one of the maids in the castle, a Marietta Franini, on a bride ship bound for New Orleans. And that very night I stole away from the castle and set sail on the adventure of my life.
Oh, Marietta, isn't the sea beautiful? I wish we weren't landing tomorrow.
Why, Julie, I thought you were looking forward to this brand new world and the fine, handsome young cavalier who would claim you as his wife.
Well, suppose it isn't a fine, handsome cavalier. Suppose it's a fat, ugly one.
Well, you don't have to accept him. You'll have the pick of all the men in New Orleans.
What kind of a husband do you want, Marietta?
I don't intend to marry.
Oh, but you have to. You accepted the king's dowry. A casket of gold and a grant of land to each girl who will go to the colonies and marry.
Well, the king can keep his grant and his casket.
Then why did you come on the bride ship?
Oh, for many reasons, but mainly because of a song.
A song?
Yes, a melody that became a sort of challenge to me.
Oh, it's beautiful, Marietta. Oh, please finish it.
Oh, I can't, Julie. Perhaps I never will be able to finish it.
Well, when you sing, it makes me forget how frightened I am, Marietta.
Well, then I'm afraid it'll have to be another song, Julie. Oh, there's a little prayer I learned as a child. Will that do?
Oh, yes, yes.
All right, then. One song for one smile. Is that a bargain?
Oh, yes, Marietta.
King of the earth and sky and sea, guide us upon our way. Gladly we place our trust in thee, day by day. Forever in heaven, forever with thee. Father of all who guide our children across the sea. Dear Father in heaven, oh Father of all, guide us here by thee. Ruler of all, we fervently call thy name. Father in heaven, forever with thee. Show us the way, O heavenly
Thank you, Marietta. I feel ever so much better now.
To your stations, men. There's a pirate ship approaching from starboard.
Oh, pirates!
Straight across the stern. Return fire.
All right, my little pigeon, stop that sniffling. You've been captured by pirates. You might as well make the best of it. We'll camp here on the shore for the night. In the morning, we'll figure out what's to be done about you.
In the name of the King of France, I demand that you set us free.
Well, do you now, my pretty?
Now, don't you dare come a step closer to me.
I like redheads. The more peppery they are, the better I like them.
Why, you...
Well, I'll have a kiss for that slap, my lady. What's that?
That's the song of the governor's men, Captain. They must be looking for somewhere to the bride ship.
Captain Dick Warrington's men, huh? Well, no point in fighting two battles today unless we have to. John, out with that campfire.
Yes, sir.
All right, now you women get down on your faces and keep quiet. Ah, good. Good, they're passing by.
Help! Help! Soldiers, help! Hurry! Help!
Come on, men. We found them.
Captain Warrington, I certainly want to thank you, your men.
Careful. You're tipping the canoe.
If you hadn't come along just when you did, I don't know what might have happened to us.
Well, that's what the governor of Louisiana pays us for. Personally, I never approved of you women being shipped over here in the first place. The minute women arrive any place, there's trouble. Why, look at my men. Even in the moonlight, you can see the silly expressions on their faces. They're not used to having women in their canoes.
Judging from your manners, I wouldn't say you were either.
Huh? Well, my manners were all right when I was saving your life.
Didn't you say you get paid for that sort of thing?
Well, I'll wager my next month's salary that you weren't any poor little milkmaid on a farm.
Oh, would you?
You don't have the manner born, my lady. Whoever your mistress was, she taught you to put on too many airs. Blue eyes.
My eyes are green, and my name is Marietta.
Nevertheless, I'll call you Blue Eyes. So you had to come all the way to New Orleans to catch a husband, eh? Well, don't look at me.
You fancy yourself quite a lady killer, don't you?
Oh, I am. I don't know whether it's my looks or my voice. By the way, what did you think of my voice, Blue Eyes?
When I heard it, my mind wasn't exactly on musical matters, Captain Warrington.
That's right. Too bad. It's a nice voice. Care to hear it again?
No, thank you. Might spoil the effect of that lovely moon up there.
Oh, on the contrary, it'll help it. Why, I'll sing you a song about our southern moon if you like.
Fine. I'm a little bit tired anyway, so if you don't mind, I'll just take a little nap while you're singing.
Careful. You might...
It was the furthest thing from my mind.
Captain, there are the lights of New Orleans up ahead.
New Orleans?
New Orleans, that's right, Blue Eyes. With your new husband waiting for you on the dock. Come on, men. Let's give him our song and have the whole town turn out to greet us. Let's see that these ladies get a rousing welcome from New Orleans. Tramp, tramp, tramp along the highway. Tramp, 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 the road is free. Blazing trails along the byway. Feuille de bois are we. Tramp, 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 now clear the roadway. Room, 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 the world is free. With planters and Canucks, Virginians and Kentucks, Captain Dixon Infantry, Captain Dixon Infantry.
Tramp, tramp along the highway, tramp, 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 the road is free. Blazing trails along the byway, Feuille de bois are we.
Tramp, 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 now clear the roadway. Room, 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 the world is free. With planters and Canucks, Virginians and Kentucks, Captain Dixon Infantry, Captain Dixon Infantry.
Casket girls! Welcome, casket girls!
Well, you came here to get married. You signed the agreement.
But, mademoiselle, you must marry someone. It is the law.
It says in your credentials.
No, I don't want to marry anyone.
Here. What's the meaning of this, young woman? I'm told you are refusing to marry.
Very true, monsieur. And who are you?
I am the governor of Louisiana.
Oh, well, then will you please tell these gentlemen that I don't have to marry them?
Oh, but you do, mademoiselle. It says in your credentials...
Then I shall tear up my credentials.
Stop that immediately. Young woman, what is your name?
Marietta Franini.
Well, Marietta Franini, something has to be done about you.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I don't want to have to put you in jail.
Governor!
Oh, Captain Warrington. Dick, my dear boy.
I couldn't help hearing your conversation with this young woman. I feel a sort of responsibility for her myself. After all, it's my fault in a way that she's here, and I'm willing that you put her in my custody for the time being. I'll see that she has lodgings.
Well, an excellent suggestion, Dick. And if she doesn't get some sense in her head, we'll just have to ship her home to France.
Come along, Blue Eyes.
Where are you taking me?
You are now about to enter one of the main thoroughfares of New Orleans. Charming, isn't it?
What brought about this sudden interest in my future, Captain Warrington?
Well, I feel sorry for you.
You feel sorry for me.
Yes. You're so beautiful and so dumb.
Oh, am I? Well, let me tell you something. You may not be as smart as you think you are, and I may not be as dumb as I look. Well, I mean, as you think I look. Now, kindly conduct me to wherever I'm supposed to find residence, and then...
Then I'll say au revoir.
Not au revoir, Captain Warrington. Just say a lasting goodbye.
Well, look ahead there. My friend Rudolfo, who runs the Marionette Theater. Hey, Rudolfo! Rudolfo!
Capitano Dick! Hello, my friend. Hello.
Hello, Rudolfo. Say, where's that plump daughter of yours?
The one who's a sing?
Yeah.
She got married. But monsieur, my Suzette, she sings it too. Come, Suzette, sing it for the gentlemen.
Well, it seems like everybody's getting married this day. Must be the season.
Perhaps.
Ah, nice voice. Hasn't she, little ice lady? It's too bad you can't sing.
Really?
Yes, it gives a woman added charm. You might take some lessons, but of course, I'd never expect you to sing as well as Suzette.
Oh, that, monsieur, that's a matter of opinion.
The mandolin is playing sweet, the gentle song of dancing feet. Oh, could I return, oh, joy complete. Nobody, mandolin is gay. Zing, 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 boom, boom, ha, ha, ha. Zing, boom, la, 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 ha, ha, ha.
Sing, 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 boom, boom, sing, 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 mandolin is gay. Sing, 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 boom, boom, la, 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 ha, ha, ha. Sing, boom, la, 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 ha, ha, ha. Sing,
Bravo! Signore Patate Cacchito, Mademoiselle, your voice is beautiful.
Oh, thank you, Rodolfo.
Oh, if such a singer would only come to me, it would mean a new days for my Marionette Theater.
This lady is a prisoner, Rudolfo, and she isn't interested in helping you or anyone.
Oh, but that isn't true. Rodolfo, the governor has placed me in this gentleman's custody. But if he'll permit me, I'd be very happy to sing at your theater.
Oh, gracias, gracias.
You will see that she has lodgings and take good care of her?
I will. Hey, there's your man, Captain Dick.
Are you coming, Captain? I'll be right there. Well, farewell, my lady.
Oh, no. No, please wait.
What? You realize what you're saying?
Oh, I'm sorry. For a moment, well, it was when you turned away from me. That moment, I thought I heard...
Come on, Dick.
Take good care of her, Rodolfo. Goodbye, Mamselle.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Did you say au revoir?
Yes, I did.
Then au revoir it is.
Tramp, 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 the roll and roll.
It's interesting to think of the way people lived in America in the time of naughty Marietta. Here was this vast continent with every natural resource it has today, and yet it could barely support 2 or 3 million persons. Now, a nation of nearly 150 million persons living on the same area produces not only enough for its own needs, but enough to aid half the world besides. What makes the difference? Well, for one thing, there was born in this land a new sort of freedom. It was not merely political freedom, but was the freedom of every man to use his native ability to make the most of every opportunity to better himself. Without that sort of freedom, political freedom could not long be maintained. And in that atmosphere of freedom there blossomed mighty inventions, creating the machinery which multiplies many-fold man's power of production. And there developed a new sort of transportation, continent-wide transportation, binding the nation into a unit, low-cost, dependable transportation, which makes high-volume production possible, and also makes possible the widespread distribution and high-level consumption, without which large-scale production would be useless. This essential transportation is performed on the railroads, in trains of cars on tracks. These railroads handle goods on a scale undreamed of elsewhere, and they do it at rates which, in comparison with prices and wages, are lower than anywhere else in the world. And they are lower now in comparison than they were before the war, even here in America. And so it is that a continent which could barely support a mere handful of people has become the home of nearly 150 million who produce more and live better than any other people on the face of the earth. Now back to Naughty Marietta with your host, Gordon MacRae, and Jeanette MacDonald as his guest star.
For one fleeting moment, I had felt as though I knew what my dream melody meant to say. That moment when Dick Warrington smiled at me and said goodbye. And yet I considered Dick an arrogant, conceited, egotistical, impossible boor. I thought it was because he was the only man I knew in New Orleans that I was glad to see him when he arrived at the puppet show the next night.
Good show, Blue Eyes. Say, you can sing.
Thank you.
Come on, let's take a walk in the moonlight. I want to talk to you.
Haven't you anything better to do?
Well, if I had, I'd be doing it. Here, put this cape around you.
But it's warm out.
Put the hood up over your hair.
Why?
Well, let's just say it's too hot to look at red hair.
Now, if you're going to be insulting, I'm not going with you.
Oh, yes, you are. You're coming with me, and you're going to ride in my canoe out along the edges of the bayou, completely out of earshot of anyone on land. And then you're going to tell me why the governor has today offered a reward of 250,000 louis for the apprehension of one Marietta Frenini.
250,000 louis for me.
The governor sent for me this morning and asked me if I knew where you were. I told him you had gotten away from me.
Well, did he tell you why they sent for me?
No, but you're going to tell me as soon as we get in that boat.
Well, will it be safe to talk there?
Yes. My men are all through the bayou right now. It's the safest place in New Orleans for the moment. And this is the most dangerous. Now, come on.
Yes, sir.
Well, you know, I've never given an order to a woman before.
No, I've never taken an order from a man.
Well, let's talk that over when we have time, Marietta.
Yes, when we have time, Dick.
You do trust me now, don't you?
Well, if I can't trust you, then I have no one.
Come on.
Oh, sweet mystery of life, could I but find thee. The words repeated themselves within me, urgently, over and over, as I followed Dick through the streets of New Orleans. And when he helped me into the boat and we drifted out on the moonlit water, it fairly thundered in my ears. But what the rest of the song was, or what it meant, I still didn't know.
Now tell me, Blue Eyes, why should they offer a reward of 250,000 louis for a giddy little redhead from Marseille?
Oh, please, let's not talk about it now. All this will end soon enough.
Blue Eyes, you're in trouble. I want to help you. The governor has all the troops in New Orleans out hunting for you. What did you do?
I ran away. Away from a man I didn't want to marry.
Who are you?
Oh, just someone.
Someone, huh?
Someone from somewhere.
Well, you know, I have a very strange feeling about someone.
No pain, I hope.
No. I have a very strange feeling I never felt before.
You're coming down with something, all right.
A grind of depression.
I wonder if it's catching.
I hope so. My heart's acting strangely. It feels rather sore. At least it gives me that impression.
My pulses leap madly without any cause. Believe me, I'm telling you truly. I'm gay without pause, then sad without cause. My spirits are truly unruly. I'm falling in love with someone, girl. I'm falling in love with someone, head awhirl. Yes, I'm falling in love with someone plain to see. I'm sure I could love someone madly if someone would only love me.
And if someone did love you,
Oh, Marietta.
I said if, would you care what her past had been? Would you marry her without questions?
If you say you love me, that's the only question I would ask. And the only answer I am interested in.
Oh, I know now what it means.
Sweet mystery of life, at last I found thee. Oh, at last I know the secret of it all. Oh, the longing, seeking, striving, waiting, yearning, the honor.
Captain Warrington!
Yes, Major?
Bring that boat into shore. My men will fire on you if you don't.
Oh, please, Dick, do as he asks.
But Marietta.
Oh, please.
All right, Marietta, whatever you say.
Captain Warrington, I have a warrant for this lady. She's to be returned to the palace of the governor at once.
Why? What has she done?
It isn't what she's done, it's who she is. She is the Princess Marie d'Altena, a fugitive from France against His Majesty's wishes.
Princess? You a princess, Marietta?
Yes, Dick. I hoped you'd never know.
Permit me to help you from the boat, Your Highness.
Thank you.
The governor awaits you at his palace.
If you don't wish to go, Blue Eyes, I've a sword here that will see that you stay.
Men, advance and fall to.
Oh, no, please.
I have men of my own in this bayou. I have only to call out and they will be at your service.
No, I've put you in enough danger already. I'll go with you, Major. Shall I see you again, Captain Warrington?
There is only one answer to that, which I believe you know.
Company, march!
Come in.
Good evening, Your Highness. How charming you look. All dressed for the ball in your honor, I see.
Well, I'm afraid the last thing I want is to be presented to New Orleans society, Governor.
His Majesty is most provoked with you, Your Highness. As a matter of fact, another order just arrived, which I should like to read to you. And she shall be found and returned immediately under the custody of her uncle on his arrival. Anyone aiding or abetting her further escape shall be considered in treason to me and shall be given the extreme penalty. Signed, Louis XV.
How would you like to marry an old, fat Spanish don that creaks every time he walks?
I should be honored.
Well, then you marry him.
Oh, no, my dear. Oh, I could hardly do that. We'd better go down to the ball. You take my arm, Princess?
Thank you.
Oh, Princess, I thought you might be interested to know that I have ordered Captain Warrington and his men to start for Barataria today. He's a good soldier, and I should not like to be forced to carry out His Majesty's orders. But if he should attempt to help you escape...
I understand, Governor.
What's that singing?
Oh, Governor, I promise you I won't cause you any trouble. Oh, only please don't let anyone else suffer. I'll return to Versailles.
Very well. That, of course, makes my position much easier. Your ship sails at dawn.
I shall be aboard. I had known the secret, the answer to the mystery of my life and of my song for almost a full day. But as I walked down and took my place in the ballroom, I realized that to know the song and its meaning and to deny that meaning was almost unbearable. And yet it had to be denied forever. And then, late in the evening, I went out into the garden for a moment, and suddenly, there he was before me.
Your Highness.
Dick, you must go at once. You're in great danger here.
Danger? Do you think I'm afraid of danger?
Oh, but I can't really talk to you tonight with all these people here. The moment they find I'm gone, they'll be searching for me.
Out on the bayou, you started to sing a song for me. I'd like to hear it now.
Oh, please, this ball is in honor of my sailing. I should be back there.
Sailing?
You know.
What have they said about sailing?
Oh, sailing?
Yes. When are they going to try to take you away?
Oh, the day after tomorrow. I mean the day after that. Friday, I think.
Friday? Then I'll be back to hear your song right here tomorrow night. We'll be camped only about 20 miles from here.
Captain Warrington!
Governor.
Well, good evening, Your Excellency.
Didn't you receive my orders?
Oh, yes, of course he did. Oh, don't magnify something very silly, Governor. This officer saved my life, and I asked him to come here to say goodbye. Thank you again, Captain, and goodbye.
Princess?
Good night.
Good night.
Your Highness, everyone is pleading for you to sing for them. Would you do it? Would you honor us?
Oh, yes. Yes, I will sing for you. I knew I'd never see Dick again, and I had to let him hear my song. I went into the ballroom and saw Dick at the head of the stairway, just about to leave, so I sang my song straight to him.
Mystery of life, at last I found thee. At last I know the secret of it all. All the longing, seeking, striving, waiting, yearning, the hopes and joy, the burning tears that fall. For 'tis love and love alone the world is seeking. For 'tis love and love alone I've waited for.
Who is that? It's Captain Warrington.
There he is, up on the balcony. He's coming down the stairway. Look.
Listen.
All the longing, seeking, striving, waiting, yearning, the burning hopes, the joy and idle tears that fall. For 'tis love and love alone the world is seeking. And 'tis love and love alone I've waited for. heard the answer to its calling, for it is love that rules forevermore.
Blue Eyes.
Oh, Dick, please go quickly.
Au revoir, my princess.
Goodbye. Oh, my darling. Goodbye.
A few minutes ago, we were talking about what freedom and invention and transportation have done in this country in making the way we live in America the marvel of the world. Let's pay a little more attention to the third of these mighty forces, transportation, and especially the backbone of our transportation system, our railroads. Production as we know it would not be possible without railroads to assemble the materials used, the fertilizers and farm implements, for example, for the kind of agriculture which is practiced in America, or the raw materials, the fuel, and the machinery used in industry. And not only would production on the American scale be impossible without railroads, it would also be useless without the widespread distribution and the high consumption of goods which railroad transportation makes possible. America finds use for other forms of transportation, but no one of them, nor all of them together, could take the place of railroads in furnishing the low-cost, continental-wide, all-season service, which is fundamental to the way we make things and the way we use them here in America. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. Now back to Act 3 of Naughty Marietta with your host Gordon MacRae and his guest star Jeanette MacDonald.
And now I had sung my dream melody, and I'd pledged my love with it, and at the same time said farewell to that love forever. I ran upstairs after I finished singing and stood at the window, listening to his men march through the empty moonlit streets. And I stood there thinking, he is with them, and they are marching away from me. Yes?
I just wanted to say good night, Princess. I hope you'll be quite comfortable.
Well, it doesn't matter now, Governor. Nothing matters. I'm going back to marry Don Carlos as the king commanded.
Sometimes it's very sad to be of royal blood, Princess. But life establishes the rules of our conduct by how we are born, and we must obey those rules.
Well, I hoped this was a new country where all those out-of-date precepts could be forgotten.
It's too bad, Princess, that we cannot make of the world what we dream it should be. Good night.
Oh, Dick. Dick!
Did you call me, Blue Eyes?
Oh, Dick! Oh, why did you come back?
I came for you. You wouldn't have sung that song to me if you'd ever expected to see me again, would you?
No.
When are you really sailing?
At dawn.
Why didn't you tell me?
Well, if you'd known, you never would have gone, and I'd have seen them lead you away to be...
What have I to live for without you?
Oh, what are we to do?
Get a cloak. My men are waiting at the edge of town. Now, hurry.
Oh, but we can't. The palace is surrounded.
I got in. I'll get out.
But, Dick, wherever we'd go, they'd only find us again.
Oh, not where we're going. We're heading west, Blue Eyes, into a new country, a new life together. Will you come with me?
No, of course I will.
Then quick, hurry now.
Princess! Princess!
Quick, out on the balcony. Hurry.
Guard! Call the guard! Something's wrong! Warn the guard!
First, I'll jump over the balcony.
Are you all right?
Yes. Now jump. I'll catch you. Oh, there you are.
Halt where you are. Up with your hand.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it.
Hold those two.
We have them, Governor.
Bring them to my rooms. Don't let them escape.
They won't escape from us, Your Excellency.
Good.
Well, shall we march, gentlemen?
Oh, Dick, I knew it would all be for nothing.
We know quite a long way to the governor's office, Captain.
Yes, sir, through the woods. Kind of pretty.
Uh-huh.
Now you follow us. Right out through the castle gates.
Dick.
We're not safe yet.
But these soldiers, they're your men.
Of course.
Oh, my darling. How on earth did you manage that?
Easily. They changed places with some of the palace guards, who were very glad to get a night off.
The horses are just ahead. The men are waiting.
Well, here we are, Your Highness.
No more, Your Highness. From this moment, there are no titles left in the world.
Oh, yes, there are. Your new one.
What's that?
Why, Mrs. Warrington, naturally. Here, let me help you up. We have a long ride ahead of us, but there's a ship waiting, and a whole new country.
And a new life.
Ah, sweet mystery of life, at last I found thee. Oh, at last I know the secret of it all. All the longing, seeking, striving, waiting, yearning, the idle hope and joys, the burning tears that fall.
The roadway, room, 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 the world is free.
But in love and love alone the world is seeking. And in love alone I've waited for. And my heart has heard the answer to its call. For it is love that rules
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Jeanette MacDonald will be back in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is your host, Gordon MacRae, giving a big vote of thanks to our excellent supporting cast, Earl Ross, Alan Reed, Sheila Stevens, Paul Fries, Polly Bear, and Bill Demling for their fine performances in Naughty Marietta, with book and lyrics by Rita Johnson-Young, music by Victor Herbert, and adapted for radio by Gene Holloway. And now, here's Jeanette MacDonald again.
Thank you. I just want to say how greatly I enjoyed appearing for the Association of American Railroads in this production of Naughty Marietta, one of my favorite roles.
We were honored to have you, Jeanette, and very happy, too, that you are to join us again very soon.
Oh, yes, the week after next, as a matter of fact, in another of my favorites, Noel Coward's Bittersweet.
And I'm certain that your fans will all be listening.
Oh, by the way, what are you doing next week?
Well, next week, the Metropolitan Opera soprano, Miss Patrice Menzel, and Mr. Kenny Baker will join me in presenting one of America's most beloved operettas, Blossom Time.
Oh, I'll certainly be listening to that myself. And I'll see you all again week after next in Bittersweet.
Au revoir, Marietta.
Au revoir, Captain Dick.
All aboard! Well, it looks as though ready to pull out, and so until next week, goodbye.
Naughty Marietta has been presented by special arrangement with the Tams Whitmark Music Library. Jeanette MacDonald's new motion picture is The Sun Comes Up, produced by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, whose current hit is Words and Music. Gordon MacRae appeared on this program by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 132 railroads of the United States. Each one of them has its own operations and services. Each one competes keenly with others for business. But all of them work together through the Association of American Railroads for the improvement of all railroading and for better service to you. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Lux Radio Theatre.
In Cornwall, they say that to look upon the ghost train means death. If you know Cornwall, then you will know the legend of the phantom train. I remember vividly a winter night 3 years ago. I was going from London to Truro with Elsie, my wife. I remember the train pulling into that lonely, desolate little station on the moors. It was raining hard as we got out, walked along the platform and came to the waiting room.
Okay, come on up here. Okay.
Just the kind of place you would bring me to.
Bring you? Oh, I like that.
It's cold, wet, and disagreeable.
Disagreeable, right enough.
And a lot you care.
Well, perhaps I'm used to it.
Thank you.
Well, hang it all, it's not my fault, is it? It's that young fool's fault, losing his beastly hat and then pulling the blasted communication cord. But with him, we should have caught the connection all right. There were 4 other people at Falvale Station that night. They'd all missed the connection for Truro. There was a couple on honeymoon. I remember the girl vividly. She was very pretty.
Never mind, darling.
But I do mind, Peggy. This is our wedding night, isn't it?
Yes.
We don't want to hang about here. They wonder what's happened at the hotel if we don't turn up.
I hope they won't think you funked it and changed your mind.
I'm hungry and you're tired, and we both want to get to our hotel.
Then there was Miss Bourne. She was about 50 and a spinster.
Oh, lovebirds. I beg your pardon. This is the waiting room, I suppose? I beg your pardon, both of you.
Oh, not at all.
What a horrible smell of smoke.
The other passenger was Teddy Deakin. He looked as if he'd escaped from a P.G. Wodehouse novel. Yes, he talked that way, too.
Oh, good, the fight. Now then, seconds out of the ring, round 1. Ting-a-ling.
Be silent, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Then there was Saul, the local station master and general factotum. He was a harsh, bearded Cornishman. I asked him if there was any place where we could stay the night.
There be no houses round here. There be a farm about 5 miles on the road.
But surely you live somewhere.
I bicycles to Truro.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it looks as if we should have to stay here till morning.
Where's that silly fool that stopped our train?
There be another gentleman outside.
Let's hope he stops there.
He ought to be summoned or something. Why couldn't he leave the communication cord alone?
Yes.
Come in here, sir. Come in. It's drier.
I say, what a topping place. Well, here we all are then. I say, what were you doing? Having an argument?
No, we were all perfectly unanimous on the subject under discussion.
Oh, remarkable.
Yes.
Oh, that's smashing.
Young man, you have no sense of responsibility.
You're not peeved with me, are you?
I am. Your lack of concern is monstrous, considering you are the direct cause of this most unpleasant situation.
My good woman.
I am not a good woman. I mean, please do not address me with such unwarranted familiarity.
Oh, sorry, but I think you must be fair. How can I help my hat blowing off?
Losing your hat was no excuse for pulling the communication cord.
Well, it was a jolly nice hat. I only bought it last week. Besides, I always wanted to pull a communication cord.
Yes, well, you chose a fine time to do it. Here we are, and here we've got to stay.
Beg pardon, sir, but you can't stay here.
What the devil do you mean?
There not being no traffic on the line, everything shuts up for the night. Signal boxes, station and all, and I'm off home.
You're what?
Before I go, I has to lock all this shit up.
But you can't lock up.
Them's my orders, and I got to obey 'em.
Oh, don't be so damned silly. Where else can we go?
You know, ain't no affair of mine. All I knows is that orders is orders. You might go to the farm.
Do you expect these ladies to walk 5 miles along a country road on a night like this?
You can't stop here.
Who's going to stop us?
I be.
What are you going to do? Throw us out?
Well, I suppose I shall have to.
All right, well, you better start on me.
Now, look here, sir. Don't you lay hands on me.
No, I'm not going to. I thought you were going to lay your hands on me.
Well, we're going to stay, so you better make the best of it. We'll see that you don't get into any trouble. Here. Take this.
Oh, well, sir, I don't know.
Now, everything's all right, isn't it?
Well, sir, I don't know. I suppose I haven't got no choice.
That's better. Now, let's see what we can do to make these ladies comfortable. This is a pretty lousy fire.
There'll be a fire here in the ticket office. I don't know if that'd be any better.
Let's go and see, Peggy.
Wait a minute. I'm coming too. Come along, madam. Come along.
Well, what do you think of this, Elsie?
Not much. You should be in your element, though.
I don't follow you.
Doesn't it give you a splendid chance to domineer everyone? Already you've threatened to fight the station master and lost your temper. You must be enjoying yourself.
Look, Elsie, must we go on quarrelling like this? Can't we just forget it?
I can't forget what you said to me this morning, if that's what you mean. It's no use going over it all again. We don't get on and we never shall. Directly we get away from here, I shall go back to London. You must arrange for a separation.
It seems such a pity.
Did you suggest a separation or did I?
No, I did, but...
Very well, then.
Well, I was in a temper at the time. We were both in a temper.
I beg your pardon, but I never lose my temper. Oh, what's the use of arguing?
Elsie, for the last time, let's forget it.
No, Dick, I've made up my mind. I'm going into the other room.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Not at all.
Well, this is a bit of a mess, isn't it?
We shall have to put up with it until the morning.
It's not so bad for you. You've been married some time.
Yes.
Yes, that makes things easier.
Yes, I suppose it does.
We were only married today. Only for heaven's sake, don't tell the others.
No, of course not.
It's a wonderful thing to be married, isn't it? To have someone to stand by you in every difficulty.
Well, you will find that out for yourself.
Here I am, dear. Did you manage to get a wash?
Yes, I found a piece of soap and a towel after all.
Peggy, this is Mr...
Winthrop, Richard Winthrop. Oh, how do you do?
How do you do? Oh, please don't let me drive you away.
No, not at all. There's something I must say to my wife.
Seems a nice chap.
Yes.
Darling, I'm sorry about all this.
It can't be helped, darling.
I know, but to start our honeymoon like this... If we were always going to be together, it wouldn't be so bad. If only you could come with me.
I'm willing to. You know that.
No, I couldn't even raise the passage money.
Oh, don't worry, darling. Everything will sort itself out.
Darling.
All change. Oh, sorry.
Don't mention it. We're beginning to get quite used to you.
Oh, good. Somebody likes me.
I was never at a worse managed station in my life. I shall most certainly write to the company.
I do wish you would, ma'am. I've written scores of times about the conditions here.
What's the trouble?
Well, the rain's coming in through the roof in there. We've had to clear out.
I'm hungry.
Oh, yes. Is there anything edible here?
Eh?
Is there anything edible here?
Not a drop, sir. Except water, and one hardly counts that.
Good gracious, I don't know what my poor parrot will think of it. He's sleeping beautifully. Pretty Polly, pretty Polly.
I think we'd better draw up the forms to the fire and make ourselves comfortable as we can.
Good idea.
Hello, what's this on the floor? By Jove, it's confetti. Oh, jolly good. Now, which one of you is it? You, madam?
Certainly not.
Well, seeing as how you all settled to stay here, I'll be off home.
Look here, I wish you'd stay. We might want something.
But me stay at Falvale Station all night?
Well, that was the idea.
See here, haven't you never heard tell about this here station?
No.
Never even knew it was here.
Well, what about it?
It's haunted, miss.
Haunted?
Yes.
Oh, gracious.
By Jove, that's the stuff. Oh, station haunted. Oh, jolly good. Ha, ha.
You may laugh, sir.
Oh, may I? Thank you very much. Ha, ha, yes.
Maybe you'll laugh the other side of your face before morning. Not for a £5 note would I stay in this station tonight of all nights.
Yes, but you're not afraid to stay with us, are you?
I don't know. You've never heard tell on it?
No. What is this story? You might tell us what to expect before you go.
Come on, yes. What's the mystery?
Very well, then. I'll do it. Although I warned you it ain't no pretty story, and I'd rather be going home. It's like this year. 20 years ago, this very night, a man by the name of Ted Holmes used to be in charge of this here station. Did you notice a bridge just down below?
Yes, I did.
That be a bridge over the River Ross. It be a swing bridge. It used to be worked by a lever out here on this very platform. In them days, quite big boats that come up the river after the China clay. Them don't come now. Well, 20 years ago this very night, there were a party of people went to a bean feast up to Truro, and they chartered a special to take them back over St. Bland's down the line. That was the only night train has ever ran on these lines. It must have been 11 o'clock when they phones down from Truro to shut the bridge as the special would soon be starting off. Ted answers how he'll go and shut the bridge that moment. And them were the last words he would ever heard to speak.
What happened?
As I was saying, Ted answers how he'll go out and shut the bridge that moment, just at 11 o'clock. He goes to the door, and there it was that illness comes to him, and he falls down there on the platform, just outside that very door, dead. And that made the worst of it, not near the worst it made. As I was saying, just at 11 o'clock, Ted Holmes falls down dead. And after it were all over, outside that very door they finds him, the lamp still burning in his hand. On comes the train down the valley to Fairlick, everyone being anxious to get home. On she comes at 60 mile an hour, I reckon. Poor Ben Isaacs was driving, and it did seem as though when he were just above the station here, something did warn him. But 'twere the powers above alone, no. But he claps on his brakes, and the train goes a-tearing through the station here, all the brakes on, the whistle screaming, and then... crash.
Were there many killed?
6 killed outright, and 2 died afterwards. By some miracle, poor Ben Isaacs was thrown clear. He climbs up out of the water and comes back here to this station, his mind clean gone. And they say he walked the platform here for hours, waving a red lamp and singing Rock of Ages. Next morning he died. It was a merciful release. 6 bodies they brought up out of the mud and laid out here in this very room.
What a horrible story.
Well, I warned it wasn't no pretty tale he was making me tell.
Yes, but where does the haunting come in?
Oh, maybe I said enough. The ladies be getting scared.
Not a bit. It was horrible, no doubt, but I don't see how it can frighten us. Please go on.
Ever since that night, this station has been haunted.
Who by? Ted Holmes?
More than that. Some nights the signal bell rings and a train comes a-screaming and a-tearing through the station here with all the brakes on and the whistles are blowing.
Nonsense.
'Tis God's truth, I'm telling you, sir.
I expected some freight train that started this yarn.
I tell you, there ain't no trains runs on these metals, not from 10 at night till 7 in the morning. You don't believe me, sir?
You Cornish are superstitious, you know.
Folks in these parts run like mad if they hear a train in the night. They do say to look upon the ghost train to mean death.
Oh, that's rubbish.
Bite a bit, sir, bite a bit. 2 months ago, a tramp breaks into this your waiting room one night, and next morning they finds him here dead.
Oh, I think it's all marvellous. I like the whole thing. I've never heard anything so funny in all my life.
Funny?
Yeah, well, you don't expect us to believe it, do you?
I do, sir.
Well, then you're a bigger liar than I am. And I thought I was a big one. You know, that reminds me of a story I heard once about a haunted police station, or fire station, or, well, some sort of station in London, or was it Manchester? Oh, no, I believe it was Liverpool, yes. Well, there was a man there, and one day he saw an old lady, all dressed up in black satin, sitting on a seat, and then she disappeared. He went round the corner, and there she was again. And he said something to her, and he said, I can't remember what he said, but I know it's terribly funny. I think it's the funniest thing I've ever heard.
So you to make game of me, sir?
Oh, don't get angry, old boy. But look here, really, man to man, it's rather a tall story.
I have never heard anything like it. This is the last time I shall ever travel on this line. I have never heard anything so mismanaged. Isn't there any proper system of signalling?
It's only a single track, ma'am. In fact, when the accident happened, the line was only just open. Things is different now, and the swing bridge is never open.
Well, here, what's that lever on the platform for, then?
That works the points of the sidings, runs up the hill to the old tin mine. Only a matter of 100 yards.
Well, station master, your story's been very entertaining. I'm sorry I can't believe it all, but...
Look!
What's the matter?
I thought I saw someone looking in through the window.
I'll go and see.
I'll come with you.
Your imagination, I expect.
No, I saw it quite distinctly.
This is really a most unpleasant station.
No one about.
Not a sign.
Well, one of the old boy's ghosts, perhaps.
Shut up, you fool.
Sorry.
Must have been your imagination, Peggy.
Well, that's the worst of ghost stories, Mrs. Murdoch. They're apt to make the best of us, Jumpy. Look, can't you get us some coal, station master? This fire's the limit.
Sorry, sir, but there's very little coal left. I'll see what there is.
It's really dreadfully damp and cold. I'm sure my poor parrot will take a chill.
Well, cheer up, people. It might be worse.
This is all very well for you, young man. You have landed us in this most unpleasant situation. And instead of expressing regret, all you can do is to make fun of us. I will not stay in the same room with you. Oh! Oh!
What's the matter, Miss Bourne?
Oh, I'm sure I saw something move in there.
Oh, dear.
There's nothing there. There's only a sack of potatoes on the floor.
And I hate potatoes. Oh, dear. Dear me.
Oh, it's all right. Really it is.
Well, I'm going.
Look here, I say...
No good, sir. Not a bit of good. I won't stay here no longer. Not for £100, I won't. I knows too much about this station.
Can't you see you're frightening the ladies?
It ain't my fault, sir. I warned you when you first came that Fowlvale Station was no pleasant place to pass the night. If you takes my advice, you'll set out for the farm even now. I'll be back here at 7 to see you onto the train. And you take my advice, keep in here. And if you do hear a train in the night, for God's sake, don't go running out to look at it.
Look here, stop talking like an old woman. If you believe in your ghost train, well and good. We don't. Understand?
All right. Good night, you all.
Good night.
Good night. A pleasant ride. And I hope you jolly will get soaked.
Thank you, sir. Good night to you, sir.
Well, he's a cheery old soul.
Well, now we must make arrangements for the night. The ladies had better sleep in here. It's drier than the ticket office.
I'm sure I shall never sleep anywhere.
Come on, give me a hand with this table. Somebody may be able to sleep on this.
Blast! We never told that chap to bring us any food when he comes back.
He may think of it.
I doubt it.
Yes, so do I.
He's a very unobliging man. I shall report him to the company. Oh, what's that?
Just a minute. Come on, Winthrop.
It's the station master.
Is he ill?
There's blood on his face.
Oh, dear, he can't be.
What is it?
Look!
What?
The lamp in his hand.
Well?
Don't you remember? Outside the door. The lamp still burning in his hand. Charles, what's the time?
It's 11 o'clock.
What have you done with him?
Well, I brought him next to the potatoes and the ticket off.
Shut up, you fool. Now, ladies, this is a nasty business, I know, and it's given us a bit of a shock. But we must try not to take things too seriously.
Can't we go away somewhere?
Now, there's nothing to be afraid of now. We've put that poor fellow in the other room and locked the door. Now, let's try and forget all about it.
Forget? Oh, dear.
Now, we must be sensible. After all, people do die suddenly sometimes, and we have the consolation of knowing that he was spared any pain.
Then you don't think his death had anything to do with the story he told?
My dear lady, you can dismiss it from your mind. Life's full of coincidences.
It was a jolly strange one, wasn't it? It's just what he said happened, and every detail.
Shut up, you idiot.
Yeah, well, that's all we're fine, though, but I'm entitled to my opinion, the same as anybody else.
You aren't entitled to frighten people.
Well, there's no such idea in my head. I was only thinking of a story I heard once of some people who spent the night in a haunted mill, and just as the clock was striking midnight, the came...
All right, that's enough.
Yeah, well, don't get shirty about it. After all, I don't believe in ghosts myself. But still, on the other hand, those people who spent the night in the haunted mill, they were simply horrible, and they
Shut up!
Oh, very well, I shan't tell you my story at all now.
I feel perfectly sure there's some terrible supernatural force at work.
Oh, nonsense.
That's what you said before. And yet look what happened.
Pure coincidence.
It's no good worrying about it, Miss Bourne.
Then there was the face at the window.
Oh, that might have been my imagination.
And it might not. I'm perfectly sure I saw something move in the other room. Oh, dear. What shall we do?
We must pull ourselves together. That's what we must do.
Yes, of course.
Suppose that train should come. What should we do?
What train?
Why, the ghost train that he spoke of.
Why, if the ghost train does come, I suggest we stop it and try and get a lift.
Listen.
What's up?
I could have sworn I heard a step outside.
It isn't like you to be jumpy, Peggy.
I'm absolutely certain, Charles.
Well, we'll soon settle that. No one about.
Oh, do shut the door. I'm sure something will get in at us. Oh, dear, why ever did I leave my poor sister?
Oh, come now, Miss Bourne. There's nothing to be frightened about.
There's no
Really.
danger, Miss Bourne. You're all right.
Oh, I feel so ill. I'm sure I'm going to faint.
Steady, Miss Bourne. Yeah, I've had a brainwave.
Oh, what is it?
I've got a flask of brandy.
Brandy, the very thing. Now, come along, Miss Bourne. Here, have some of this.
Oh, dear, no. I'm a strict teetotaler.
Oh, but this is different, Miss Bourne. You should have a little, just as a medicine.
No, certainly not. What would the vicar say?
He'd say that you behave very sensibly.
Do you really think so?
Absolutely certain.
Then just a spark.
That's right.
Dear me, it's hardly as nasty as I had imagined.
Come along, have a little more.
Do you think I ought?
Oh, yes, certainly.
Well, just a sip.
I say. Well? Couldn't we all do a crossword puzzle?
Oh, shut up.
Look here, you've got rather down on me, haven't you?
Not at all. Ah, well, are you feeling better now, Miss Bourne?
I think I do feel a little better.
Good, I thought that'd revive you. Here's your flask back.
I say, good Lord.
What's up now?
Well, look at my flask. It's empty.
Well?
Well, it's full just now. Full to the brim.
Oh, well, it won't do her any harm.
Well, it won't do me any good.
Wonderful medicine. Do you know, it's a strange thing, but in spite of all these terrible happenings, I'm beginning to feel quite happy.
Good Lord.
I say, is she?
Miss Bourne, wouldn't you like to lie down?
Lie down? Why?
We thought perhaps you'd be more comfortable.
Extraordinary good medicine. Shall most certainly recommend it to the vicar. Made me feel quite sleepy. Just the thing for the vicar. He suffers dreadfully from sleep.
Now, come along, Miss Bourne. Come along. You can't sit on the floor.
And why not?
But because it's too hard for you.
How do you know?
Now, come along, Miss Bourne.
No, I won't.
And why not?
Because I want to be Queen of the May.
Come along, Miss Bourne. Up you get. Now, Miss Bourne. I want you to lie down on that table.
But why on the table? I've beautiful beds in every room in my house. Beautiful beds with knobs on. And I've a roll of carpet that goes right all the way up the stairs until you come to the bathroom landing. And there you meet linoleum.
Come along, Mrs. Bourne.
Miss Bourne, if you please. I'm a spinster.
I'm sorry.
And so am I. But let me tell you, my bonny blue-eyed boy, that I was not neglected in my youth.
Come on, take my arm, Miss Bourne.
Better now, Elsie?
I wasn't aware that I was ill.
Well, I mean, just now.
Well,
When we found that fellow dead, I was anxious about you. You seemed quite hysterical.
I lost my head for a moment, that was all.
It's rather funny about Miss Bourne getting scrippy so quickly.
Well, she emptied the flask.
She's gone to sleep. She probably won't wake up until it's light.
Well, it's damned hard luck on me. I didn't reckon on her knocking back the whole issue.
Wait a bit. I just thought of something.
Well?
There must be a telephone here somewhere connecting with the other stations.
No good. They're all shut up. I've been trying for the last 10 minutes.
Of course there would be. I forgot that. Who the devil?
Tell me, has it come?
I beg your pardon.
Has it come?
I'm afraid I don't quite follow you.
But you know, you must know.
I'm afraid we don't know what you...
I want you to help me. Will you help me?
Of course, but what exactly is the matter?
Hide me from them. Hide me, please.
But hide you from whom?
From them.
Yes, but who are they?
You must help me. Don't let them take me back. I can't go back. I can't. There they are. Oh, what shall I do? They'll find me. They'll take me back again. They'll help me.
It's all right. We won't let anyone hurt you.
They'd let me hide. In there.
No, not in there.
Oh, then where can I go? They're coming, I tell you.
Oh, it's all right.
It's not all right.
Here, get behind the door.
Hello? Who the devil are you people?
That's just what I was going to ask you.
We've come here on a very urgent matter.
And we're here purely by the force of circumstance.
Oh?
I suppose you're surprised to find us here at this time of the night.
Very.
We're most certainly not here by choice. We lost a connection and had to wait here until the next train.
But there isn't any next train.
Exactly.
You know what this place is?
Who is Father?
This is Fell Vale Station.
Yes.
Well, and now perhaps you'll give us some explanation of your own somewhat unexpected entrance.
Oh, yes. My name's Price. This is Dr. Sterling. We're looking for my sister.
Your sister?
Yes.
Have you seen a young lady about here? We have every reason to believe that she would come to this place.
I see, then she's run away from you.
In a way, yes. Have you seen her?
Why should she run away? Why should she come here?
That is not a matter that I wish to discuss with strangers.
Very well. In that case, I'm afraid we can't help you.
She's here somewhere, Price, I know that. Look in the other room.
Oh, very well.
Stop! You can't go in there.
Oh, and why not, sir?
Because there's something we must explain.
Ah, so she is in there?
No.
I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. You're doing a very foolish thing to interfere in this matter.
She's not there.
I give you my word.
It's not good enough. Yes, I mean to get to the bottom of this. Look behind that door, Sterling.
Hello.
Ah, so there you are, Julia.
It's no good. I can't come back. You know I can't.
Come along, Julia. Let's get out of here while the rain holds.
No, I can't.
Now, be sensible, Julia.
What's the use of talking? I must stay here. I can't help myself.
That's enough of this.
It's no good. Don't touch me. Go away!
Damn it all!
Easy, Price. Leave her to me.
Well, if she won't come, we must take her.
Excuse me, but this lady has put herself under our protection.
Now, who the devil asked you to interfere? Kindly keep out of this.
You're not going to take her away against her will.
Mind your own business.
You'd better explain to them, Price. It's no good trying to ride roughshod in this matter. Now, come, Julia. Let's sit down by the fire.
Very well.
Now then, listen to me, please. You people have heard the story about this place, I suppose?
We've heard the ghost story. All about this station being haunted, if that's the one you mean.
Yes. Now, please don't let my sister worry you. She's, she suffers from, delusions at times.
What do you mean she's...
No, hardly that. It's all this ghost train business. She was near the station one night several years ago, and, she thought she saw the train.
I did see it. You know I saw it. I did see it.
There, Julia.
You see, she's Cornish and believes in ghosts. She always has done ever since she was a kiddie. I sometimes feel there's something psychic about her. Anyway, she thought she saw this ghost train, and it was a great shock to her. So great a shock that it upset her permanently. She's perfectly well most of the time, but some nights she has this idea that the ghost train will run, and it has a morbid fascination for her. She feels that she must see it again. Now, this is one of her bad nights. Now, I hope you understand.
It will come tonight. I know it will.
Oh, nonsense, Julia.
It's not nonsense. I know it. I feel it. I'm never wrong. That night the tramp died. I felt it then.
There you are, you see. Now, don't let it alarm you. How did you get to know this story?
Oh, old Saul Hodgkin. Where is he, by the way?
Something rather strange has happened here tonight. Something, rather unpleasant. We should like you to know about it.
Well?
Well, the old boy here didn't want us to stay the night. He didn't think it was safe.
There, you see. He felt it, too.
Yes, he told us the whole story, and then he said he was going home.
And he wouldn't stay here?
No.
I don't blame him. I wouldn't stay here if I could help it.
Good, then come along, then.
But I can't help it. You know I can't. It draws me. I've got to see it again. I don't want to see it, but I've got to see it. It makes me see it.
Oh, never mind about that now. You were saying, sir?
He said he was going home. He took his cycle lamp, lit it, and went off. Then we heard a noise, and when we opened the door, he fell inside. Dead.
Good God.
I knew it. What did I tell you? Now perhaps you believe me.
You think there's some supernatural force at work?
Yes. Why, that's where they found poor Ted Holmes, lying inside the door.
Now, steady, Julia. I'm a doctor, ladies and gentlemen. Now, where is this poor chap? Let me see him.
Well, we carried him into the ticket office.
All right, I'll go and examine him.
See, it was a nasty visit and gave us a shock.
Yes, of course. Well, now, come along, Julia. It's time to be off.
No, I must stay here. The train won't let me go.
But there's a lot of difference between the coincidence of two men falling dead and a phantom train.
But the death of Ted Holmes was the beginning of it all, 20 years ago tonight.
Yeah, say, what's the joke?
Joke?
It's on us, all right. Although under the circumstances, it's rather out of place. Where do we laugh?
I don't follow you.
Didn't you tell us that Saul Hodgkin dropped dead?
Yes, we carried him into the ticket office and... Why?
He isn't there now. I don't appreciate this joke, gentlemen, especially considering Julia's state of health.
But we all saw him.
I've got it. I've got it.
What's the matter?
Don't you see it?
See what?
It was Ted Holmes.
What the deuce are you driving at? Oh, I'm going, Julia. I'm hanged if I'm going to mess about here all night. Good night, all.
Where's he gone?
He's gone home. Now, you have a little rest, and then we'll all go.
No, I'm going to stay here.
Very well, Julia, just as you like.
It isn't as I like it. It's because I've got to. The place terrifies me. This room's full of eyes. They all stare at me. Stare and stare and stare. Don't look at me like that. You think I'm mad, but I'm not mad. There's This room is full of evil.
Yes, Julia, yes. Now, why not come away from
Why
it?
do you keep saying that? Why are you so cruel? You know I'd come if I could. Why won't any of you help me?
We want to help you.
No, you're just as bad. You're as afraid of the place as I am, but you won't admit it. You blame me.
Everything is all right, Juliet. I'll stay with you.
If this thing happens, you won't say I'm mad anymore, will you?
Of course not. Everything considered, I really think it would be better for you people to follow Mr. Price's example and clear out. It's only about 5 miles to the farm and 5.5 to Mr. Price's house. I think it would be better to risk a wetting than, well, to bring on any further unpleasant experiences.
Murdoch?
What do you think, Peggs?
Just as you like. I'm not afraid when I'm with you.
How about you, Elsie?
I think it would be better to go. I'm not nervous, of course, but this room is very uncomfortable.
Very well, we'll go.
Yeah, but I think, just one fleeting moment.
Well?
How about Miss Bourne?
By Jove, yes.
Who's that?
This lady is one of our party.
Isn't she well?
Well, hardly.
She couldn't walk 5 miles at the best of times.
What's the matter with her?
Well, it's like this, Doctor. She became rather faint, and we persuaded her into taking a little brandy. She put away the lot at one fell swoop, and well, now she's passed out. It puts us in rather a quandary.
Then leave the lady with us.
Yes, look, I've got a very good idea. I have. Listen, now, it's raining again, and I'm not going to walk 5 miles to the rotten rain for any ghost. I'll stay here as well and help you look after Miss Bourne. I think she rather likes me. At least she ought to after swilling all my brandy.
No, you go with the others.
Oh, no, not a bit of it. No,
Well, I think we'd better all stay. What do you say, Elsie?
I'm not afraid.
Right, that's settled then. We stay.
In my opinion, you're very unwise.
Oh, not at all. I think this affair is jolly sporting.
Very well, if you've made up your minds.
Yeah, by the way, that reminds me of all those people who spent the night in the haunted mill. They hadn't been in the place for more than half an hour, and they suddenly heard a
Yes? What did they hear?
They heard a most extraordinary...
Look here, once and for all, we don't want to hear that story.
Well, it's quite a clean story.
It would be much better to take the ladies away.
They say that when it comes, you hear the signal bell ringing dismally, frightfully. I wonder if the bell will ring tonight. Perhaps. I was thinking, this is the room where they brought all those dead people.
Now, steady, Julia.
Look! Don't you see it? There, by the ticket office.
What?
Look, there's Ted Holmes again, coming out of the office. The lamp in his hand, don't you see him? He's crossing to the door. Look, he's opening the door. He's going out onto the platform.
Good Lord!
It's all right. It's only the wind.
All this is very queer.
Now, come along, Julia. Let's go into the other room.
If you open that door, you'll find him there again.
Come on.
Dick, shall we go too?
Well, I suppose we may as well.
Oh, I'm frightened.
Darling, I'd have given anything in the world to have spared you a night like this.
It's not your fault, darling. I wonder if that poor girl was right.
I say.
Well?
Okay, I want to speak to you two. I want to warn you about something.
What's that?
Well, the queer thing is that I don't know. But I feel it's my duty to warn you.
But what about?
Well, I've got a sort of presentiment, a kind of nasty feeling, you know. I feel we haven't got over the worst of this yet.
Nothing like being optimistic.
Oh, yes, I know, I'm trying to be, but I feel pretty sure the worst is to come. Now, I want you to promise me something, will you?
That depends.
Yes, I want you to promise me that if anything unpleasant happens, you'll be guided by me.
By you?
Yes. Oh, don't look surprised. I'm not such a fool as I look.
I didn't think you could be.
Yeah, oh, yes. Well, as a matter of fact, I think I'm rather a cute sort of fellow, I am. I want you to back me up.
What are you going to do?
Oh, it's a funny part. I haven't the slightest idea.
This is no time for trying to be funny.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm deadly serious. Now, give me your hand.
Why?
Well, I want you to keep this. Now, don't show it to anybody. Put it in your pocket. Now, do you understand?
No, I don't.
No, of course not. No, neither do I. Oh, very funny, isn't it? Yes, here, what's that? Here.
Oh, what was that?
That poor girl moaning in the other room.
It's all right, Julia. It's all over now.
Oh, it hasn't even started. I don't want to frighten you people, but I know what's going to happen. And it's going to happen soon, just as it all happened before. The whistle, the scream of brakes, the shriek of the whistle, louder, 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 so loud that the noise nearly kills one. It's awful, and I have to see it again. And if I see it again, I may die.
Then come away.
Oh, no, it won't let me. It keeps me here. Why don't you all go away and leave me?
Because we're not frightened.
Then that makes it all more dangerous. Why won't you take my advice? You think I'm mad, but I'm not mad. When the train comes...
The train can't come.
Oh, and it came that night. thundering down the valley, and then the brakes jammed on, jarring, tearing.
If the train comes, I'll believe the yarn.
The tearing of the brakes, grinding and rasping, the shriek of the whistle, the dead man lying on the platform, and the roar getting louder and louder, and then into the river below, crash. Don't you hear it? Why don't you go? There's still time.
We can't go now.
Then for God's sake, stop your ears. Don't look at it.
Oh, the train won't come. It's not possible.
Now will you believe me? Signal bell. It always rings.
What's the time?
1 minute to 12.
What was that?
Hey?
I thought I heard a whistle. It's coming. It's coming.
No, it's your imagination, I expect.
No, I'm sure I heard a whistle.
Well, let's go and see.
No, stop.
By God, she's right.
What?
The train, don't you hear it?
Yes, I knew it.
It's coming.
Steady, darling.
Thundering down the valley. It's coming. On.
I'm going to see it. By Jove, the door's stuck.
Yes, it's bolted or fastened somehow. This one's locked too. God, we're shut in.
Oh, listen to it. I've got to see it. I must see it.
Hold her, someone.
Let me go.
Look out, she's going to smash the window.
I must see it.
How is she, Doctor?
It's difficult to say.
Flummoxed, eh?
Yes, I don't mind owning it.
You're sure she's not dead?
Oh, no, she's not dead. Her heartbeat is faint and yet pretty steady.
Okay, haven't you got one of those, what you call them, you know what I mean, those listening-in things?
Stethoscope, you mean?
Yes, that's it.
I've none of my instruments with me, but that's the devil of it all.
Then you don't know what's the matter with her, Doctor?
I don't. She's had these strange turns before, but they've never ended like this.
I can't understand it. The train did come right enough. We can't get away from that.
And then there's Miss Price. What sent her off like that?
Well, don't you remember? She said she saw it. She said, I saw the driver and he was... And then she fell.
Of course, that bears out the story of the ghost train. Everyone who sees it dies.
Yeah, but my dear, who thinks she's not dead?
Not yet.
Then you think?
You can't tell. She's very ill.
Oh, it's all terrible. You won't leave me, Dick, will you? I should die if you went away.
I won't leave you, Elsie. Don't be afraid.
Oh, I've been a fool, Dick. Such a fool.
Never mind that now.
But I do mind, darling. I mind terribly.
It's jolly queer about this lady. If she hadn't been taken ill, she'd have told us something about the train.
Yes, she was telling us, and it seems as if this train doesn't like being looked at.
It's no good puzzling about this business, ladies and gentlemen. We're up against something too big for us.
You really think that...
I see no other explanation. When I came here tonight, I thought the legend about this place just a silly local yarn. One must take the facts into consideration, though, and they can't be explained away. If it was old Saul you found outside the door, how did his body get out of the ticket office? There's no window but the skylight.
If only she'd told us something before she fell.
I say, look, she's coming round.
By Jove, you're right. Better?
Hello.
Oh, that's splendid.
She's better.
Yes, I think so.
What am I doing here?
It's all right. You fainted or something. You're better now.
Oh, my head. I don't seem to be able to remember anything. Oh, yes, I do. It was the train. I thought it would come tonight. Oh, I have these bad turns sometimes. I'm sorry, but I can see now how silly I've been. I ought to have known there was nothing in this ghost business.
What do you mean, nothing in this ghost business?
I ought not to have given away and frightened you. The train won't come.
But the train did come.
Please don't try to frighten me. What do you mean?
Now, this is the important point, Julia. Who was the driver?
The driver?
Yes.
I don't know.
What was it you saw?
Oh, can't you see I'm not well? I think it's cruel of you to make a fool of me like this. It's cruel. You know, I'm highly strung and nervous. That you do this to me.
No one's trying to make a fool of you. There's no joke.
And the train did come.
Yes.
And none of you saw it?
Only you. The doors were fastened. We couldn't get out.
That's why we can't get out now.
Yeah, I tell you, this is jolly thrilling.
Oh, it's awful. What can we do? What can we do?
We must all get away from here if we can.
If only we'd gone with Price.
I wish to goodness we had.
Oh, listen.
There's someone outside.
By Jove, so there is.
Wait a minute.
What's up?
Have you forgotten the rest of the story?
I don't quite get you.
What do you think that is out there?
Someone opened the beastly door, I hope.
Suppose it's Ben Isaacs.
Yes, by Jove, who the devil's he?
Haven't you heard the rest of the story? How Ben Isaacs, the driver, went mad?
Listen.
Who's there? Come in.
Don't let it in. Don't let it.
We must get to the bottom of this.
I'll settle it. I'll break the door down.
No, don't let it in. Don't.
Oh, all right.
gone, whatever it is.
Thank God for that. If it had been a man, he would have answered. How many times did he knock?
6.
Oh.
Well?
I've just remembered something. There were 6 knockings at the door. And the old station master said there were 6 people killed.
Yes. 6 dead bodies they brought up from the mud and laid out in this very room.
Julia.
I don't think that's got anything to do with it. We've no proof of it.
We've no proof of anything, for that matter.
That's true enough.
Listen.
It is Ben Isaacs out there.
Yes. This is awful. What can we do?
I can't stand it. I can't.
Steady, Elsie.
I can't stand any more of it. I can't, I tell you.
It's stopped now.
Yes, he's gone away.
Suppose he got in. What could we do?
Come along, Elsie. Try and pull yourself together. Whatever it is, it can't hurt us.
He's trying to get in.
Something must be done or these women will go mad.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
Now, shut up. You'll only make things worse.
Well, there's nothing to get excited about.
Oh, no? What do you suggest?
Do you feel well enough to walk, Julia?
Yes, I think so. I'll do anything if only to get away.
Then you'll go now?
Yes.
Then let's get out of here as soon as possible.
Where can we go?
Anywhere.
But what about Miss Paul?
Well, we must rouse her up. At the worst, we can carry her.
Yeah, but I say, my dear old things, you've forgotten something.
Hey?
What's that?
Oh, we're fastened in, aren't we? We jolly well can't get out. And if we break down the door, we shall let that chap in outside.
Yes, don't open the door, whatever you do.
Now, look here. If it's a man outside, it's quite safe. We're 4 to 1.
Oh, Dick.
If it's not a man...
Oh, Dick.
Well, if it's not a man, no locked door will keep it out. Do you follow me?
Yes, I suppose you're right.
Right. Let's have another try. They're fast, still, both of them. We'll break this one down.
Wait! There it is again.
We can't go out there. We can't.
We shall have to face it. It's madness if we stay here.
Something's the matter with the lights.
Good God, they're going out.
No! Some devil's work here. Let's go.
Dick, where are you?
I can't see you, Joe.
I'm here, darling.
Something touched me. Something cold.
You're all right?
I think so.
Ah, Peggy, thank goodness. Someone switched them on again.
Look, the doors are open.
Come along, let's clear out.
Wait a minute.
No, we won't wait a moment. We must go quickly. We must.
Now, look here, I want you all to listen to me and take my advice.
You're a fine fellow to give advice on anything, aren't you?
Yeah, in this case, I am, old chap.
Well, what is it?
Now, let's all stay here.
Stay here? Good Lord, don't listen to the fool. Stay here, indeed?
Yes, why not?
Because we're in great danger. We're up against some devilish thing, and if we stay, God knows what may happen to us. It was different where the doors were fastened. We had no choice in the matter then. Now it's up to us to take the opportunity and bolt.
Right, you all go. I'll stay here with Miss Paul. She'll be quite all right. She won't wake up till the morning. That brandy of mine was pre-war.
But aren't you afraid?
My dear lady, I'm nearly scared to pulp.
Enough of this. You're coming.
On the contrary, my dear sir, I'm not.
Oh, why not?
Because I happen to be a silly, obstinate ass. And when a silly, obstinate ass makes up his silly, obstinate mind, he usually gets his silly, obstinate way. Now, you follow me?
Once and for all, you're not going to stay here alone.
Ah, you surprise me. What are you going to do about it?
Take you by force, if necessary.
Now, look here.
Steady on, Doctor. I suppose the fellow has a right to please himself, however great a fool he is.
Thank you, God.
Out with it, plain and to the point. Why have you made up your mind to stay here?
Pure cussedness, for one thing.
And what else?
Idle curiosity.
About what?
I want to see what happens next.
Do you mean to say you risk your life for a reason like that?
Oh, quite.
Oh, the chap's gone mad. It's our duty to take him away with us.
Wait a bit, Doctor. There's more in this than meets the eye. I believe he knows something.
Yes, I'm jolly well going to wait here and see that train come back.
What train?
The train that went through an hour ago.
It won't come back.
Oh, how do you know?
This train has a supernatural origin.
Has it?
Do you doubt it, then?
Oh, well, to be perfectly candid, I do. Anyway, I'm going to wait and see.
What fools there are. If we waste any more time, it may be too late. God, it is too late. It's Ben Isaacs.
Look, blood. Ghost or no ghost, I winged him, and that's that.
What have you done?
You'll soon see. Listen, the train again.
It's coming back.
Oh, yes. It's coming back all right. But don't worry, I've got this in hand. I've laid one ghost already, and now I'm going to switch that ghost train onto the siding.
Stop!
Get back. Up with your hand. Where are you, Murdoch?
Here.
Remember what I told you? Where's that revolver I gave you?
I've got it.
Then watch this light until I come back. I've done it. We've got her onto the siding.
Look here!
It's no good. The game's up.
You mean that we've been had?
Yes.
Then there's no ghost train.
That train is as real as the Plymouth Express.
I tell you...
Get back.
But what's their game?
I'm not sure yet, but we'll soon know. Ah, here we are.
Why, here's our old friend Saul.
Yes. And he got you with that sham dead trick of his, didn't he? You got 'em all, Jackson?
Yes, sir, I think so.
I thought it was you I winged. Hurt too much?
You put a bullet through my arm, damn you. Keep your mouth shut. Never fear.
But hadn't the doctor better see to his arm?
Doctor? What doctor?
Dr. Sterling.
He's no more a doctor than you are. Didn't you see the way he took Miss Price's pulse with his thumb?
Who the devil are you?
That's Detective Inspector Morrison of Scotland Yard.
Well, I'm damned. Get the train all right, Jackson?
Yes, sir.
What was he carrying?
Just as you thought, sir. Machine guns.
Ah.
Machine guns?
Yes, gun runners. The train outside is full of machine guns. Thanks for your help, Murdoch.
You can prove nothing.
Can't I, though? I wasn't sure until tonight, but I made up my mind to get to the bottom of this, especially after you killed Heath.
Oh, who's Heath?
The tramp they found dead. He was my best assistant. You can tell us all about that.
I didn't do it. No one can prove it. It's their fault, every bit of it. Wish to God I never touched their dirty money.
Shut up.
It's all very well for you. You haven't got no wife and children. £25 they paid me to run that train from their works to the old granite jetty and bring back their guns and such like.
You got the guns all right, Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Then take them away.
Right, sir. Come on, you.
I don't see it quite even now.
Oh, it's all perfectly clear, Mrs. Winthrop. These people started this clay works here in an out-of-way spot to make it a distributing centre for the arms they've smuggled into this country. In the end, I took up the case. I said to Heath to investigate, and he was killed, poor chap, murdered in this very room.
Then is the whole story of the accident made up?
Oh, no, the accident did happen, and there is a strong local superstition about the ghost train. Most likely that gave them their idea. The great thing was they didn't want anyone in this room tonight because the guns might have been spotted on the train.
I see. You mean to say that every bit of it was a put-up job?
Yes, that's what happened tonight. When Saul found he couldn't get rid of me, he went off to Price's house and told them we were here. Price's house is only, half a mile away, not 5. It was all a put-up job, feint and everything.
Then why didn't Saul send us off to Price's?
Well, good gracious, they didn't want us there any more than here. This was their busy night.
I'm sure you're wrong about one thing. This poor girl is as innocent as I am.
Yes, I'm not so sure about her yet.
Oh, she's been the dupe of these dreadful men.
Yes. You do believe that, don't you?
Jackson, have you got that paper with the names of the gang on?
No, sir, it's not on any of them.
Have you got it?
How did you get out when the doors were locked?
You forgot that our mutual friend Saul had a secret way out of this room. I found it. Here, what are you chewing?
The paper you're after.
She swallowed it.
Now go after it. You'll have to dive pretty deep. All gone.
All right, take her away, Jackson.
Nighty-night, kids.
Come along, miss.
I should hear we've still got one little trouble left. Miss Bourne.
She's waking up. Hello, Miss Bourne. Better?
My head aches terribly.
Well, there's a car waiting for all of us. You'll soon be safe in Truro.
Oh, I'm so glad nothing exciting has happened.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success. Front page news. The Crossley Poll, famous impartial research group, has just finished asking independent tobacco experts,
what cigarette do you smoke?
More named Lucky Strike than any other brand. Yes, for their own personal smoking enjoyment.
Independent tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike, first choice.
This impartial Crossley poll shows Lucky's first choice with independent tobacco buyers, auctioneers, and warehousemen. These leaf experts really know tobacco, so you know.
LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. Remember, for their own personal smoking enjoyment,
independent tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike, first choice.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny and his troupe have been on tour, campaigning for the March of Dimes in Denver and Pueblo, Colorado. So now let's pick them up on the California Limited en route to Los Angeles. Mary and Jack are playing a game of gin rummy.
You sure are lucky, Mary. I play better gin rummy than you do, and yet you always win.
Well, it's your own fault, Jack. You don't concentrate on the cards.
I do, too. Now, let's see. I know you have 3 9s, 3 queens, and the 6, 7, and 8 of hearts. So I know you can't use this card. Here's the deuce of spades.
Gin.
Gin? Let me see your hand.
There you are. 3 8s, 4 kings, and 3 deuces.
Wait a minute. Where are those 2 9s you picked up?
That was yesterday.
Oh. Well, go ahead and deal the cards again. Gee, I never played in such bad luck in all of my life.
Hey, Jackson, you got a corkscrew?
Here you are, Phil.
Thanks.
Gee, I hope I have better luck with this hand than...
Pick up your cards.
Okay.
Jack, pick up your last card.
Whoops. Oh, boy, what a hand this is. Mary, I'm warning you. Any card you throw, I can use. Go ahead, throw one.
It's your turn first.
Oh, yes. Here.
Gin. Jack, it wasn't my fault. Stop pulling my hair.
No, I'm sorry, Mary. Well, that's enough gin rummy for me. What do I owe you?
$5.20.
All right, I'll pay you tomorrow.
Oh, Jack, you always say that. Why don't you pay up as soon as you lose?
But, Mary, it's so inconvenient.
I don't care. Take off your shoe and pay me now.
All right, I'll pay you. Turn around.
Turn around just because you're going to take your shoe off?
The 5s are pinned to my underwear. Here's your money.
Thanks.
You're welcome. You know, Mary, you're the luckiest person.
Hey, Jackson, you got a bottle opener?
Here you are, Phil.
Thanks.
You know, Mary, you're the luckiest person I've ever seen.
Oh, what's the difference? You win once in a while, too.
Yeah, I guess so. But, you know, we certainly did have a wonderful time in Denver. And, gee, wasn't it exciting when we arrived in Pueblo? They picked us up in those police cars and drove us to the hotel.
Yeah.
What are you laughing at?
When the police were helping Phil in the car, he started yelling, "You ain't got nothing on me."
Yeah. You know, Mary, it was too bad that Dennis couldn't have made this trip with us. He'd have gotten a kick out of all that snow.
Uh-huh. But I don't think he could have stood the train trip. It's awful cold in here.
Yeah, but you can't blame the train. I mean, the weather outside is freezing here. Oh, hello, Don.
Hello. Oh, say, kids, the conductor just told me we're crossing the border into California.
Right now?
Yes.
Gee, it's warm.
Will we be home soon, Don?
No, California's such a big state, we don't get in till tomorrow morning.
Gosh, another night on the train, huh?
Hey, Jackson, you got any extra glasses in here?
Yeah, Phil. There are 3 of them over there.
Thanks.
Say, Don, I haven't seen you since we left Denver. Are you on this car?
No, I'm 2 cars back.
2 cars back? Wait a minute, Don, that's the diner.
I know.
Oh.
Say, Jack,
What?
I'm a little hungry. How about sandwiches?
All right, Mary, I'll go and get some. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay.
Now, let's see. The diner's down this way. Who knows how much I love you? You do. Who has the charms that very few do? I do.
Who has the... You do. Dum, da, dum, dum, dum.
I beg your pardon, mister.
Yes?
Could you tell me which way the engine is?
The engine? Oh, yes, you're going in the wrong direction. It's the other way. Why do you want to know?
I'm the engineer.
I don't know why. The engineer? Hey! Gee, I hope he finds it before we reach Los Angeles. It's the first time I ever went to Catalina by rail. And with this fog, you know, it could happen. Oh, well, the diner should be in the next...
From what you tell me, Rochester, I can't understand how Benny ever got along without you.
Me neither.
Uh-oh. There's Rochester in the washroom talking to one of the porters. I gotta listen to this.
Say, Rochester, besides writing his radio show, what else you do for Mr. Benny?
Well, I'm his publicity agent, manager, and last but not least, I'm his personal advisor. He won't even make a picture unless I okay the script.
Well, what about the horn blows at midnight?
I was out of town when that one came in.
Too bad Mr. Benny wasn't.
No, fine.
Yeah, Mr. Benny won't do a thing without my approval.
Well, tell me, Rochester, do you help him handle his money?
My friend, when you discuss Mr. Benny's money, remove your hat and bow towards the Bank of America.
Well, I can't understand why Mr. Benny saves his money like that. Don't he know he can't take it with him?
Well, several people have told him, but he's never heard it direct from headquarters.
Say, Rochester, another thing I've been wanting to ask you. How old is Mr. Benny?
38.
38. Well, Rochester, I thought about that joke on the radio.
Well, in the vernacular of we show people, that is known as a running gag.
Well, how long has it been running?
2 years longer than the Mississippi.
How do you like that?
Now, come on, Rochester. We old friends and we all alone. You can tell me his right age.
Well, all right. Lean over here and I'll whisper it. Mr. Benny's real age...
Rochester!
You knows how much I love you.
Never mind that. Now, Rochester, I don't like you discussing my private affairs.
Yes, sir.
And will you please go to the diner and get some sandwiches for me and Miss Livingston? Bring them back to my car.
Yes, sir.
I think he'd know better than to talk about me in front of strangers like that. Now, let's see. Oh, here's Mary's compartment.
Gee, Jack, it took you a long time. Where are the sandwiches?
Rochester will bring them in a minute. Want to play some more cards, Mary?
No, I'd rather listen to the radio.
Say, this is Wednesday night, and Dennis's show is on right now. Tune him in, Mary.
Okay.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for his final vocal selection tonight, Dennis Day will sing his latest Victgor recording, A Few More Kisses.
Oh, gee, we just caught the end of his program.
Things happen, though I may be to blame. I love you more than ever, and hope you feel the same. A few more sweet words and a few less teardrops. I'm sure they never would start. If you just give me a few more kisses and a few less heartaches,
Tune in again next Wednesday for A Day in the Life of Dennis Day.
Gee, the kid has a great voice. You know, it'll be good to see him again, won't it, Mary?
Say, Jack, I wonder if we'll have time.
Hey, Jackson.
What?
You got a couple of aspirins?
Oh, so you finally got yourself a little hangover. Well, don't expect any sympathy from me, Phil.
Jackson, gee, you know how it is. Train trips are dull, all cramped up in a tiny compartment all by myself and away from home, and, well, I got kind of moody, so I don't know. I just sat down and started thinking.
Oh, well, I can understand that, Phil. What were you thinking about?
Bourbon.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
By the way, Phil, I heard your program last Sunday. It was a wonderful show. Robert Taylor did a great job filling in for you.
Robert Taylor. Some guy to pick out as my replacement.
Why? What's wrong with Taylor?
What's wrong with him? His real name is Spangler Arlington Brew. Spangler Arlington Brew.
Well?
That sounds like the last names of Manny, Mo, and Jack.
My right name is Benny Kabelski. What are you mad about?
Why don't you and him move in together? Let him take him. I don't want him.
Oh, Phil, stop being jealous. Bob was wonderful on your show. And the audience gave him a terrific hand when he sang. That's what I like about the South.
I'll never see what people understand about that lousy song.
Oh, fine. Look who's talking.
Hey, Jack. I'm starved. Where's Rochester with those sandwiches?
I don't know. I'll go out and look for him. Ya-da-dee-da-dum, bum-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dee-da-dum. Well. Oh, what a cute little baby. Do you mind if I play with him for a second, madam?
Why, no, not at all.
Hello, baby. Come up here in my arms. Come on. Up's the daisy. Oh, look at him. He's so cute. And his eyes are the same color as mine. Lake Louise blue. How old is he, lady?
38.
What?
Weeks.
Oh, weeks. He's such a cute little thing. Here, take him back, lady. You have a lovely child.
Thank you.
What a little doll that baby is. Just think, someday he may run for president. The Republicans will make up their mind pretty soon, or maybe this year. Where can Rochester be with those sandwiches, I wonder? Dum bum 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 bum. The best things in life are free. What a song. I'm sure this is the car with
Well,
Rochester, what else do you do for Mr. Benny?
Everything. There ain't nobody works harder than I do.
Instead of getting the sandwich, he's still talking to the porter there.
Well, if he works you so hard, why don't you leave?
Oh, I couldn't quit, Mr. Benny. That would be cruel.
What do you mean, cruel?
I'm the only man alive who knows how to put him together in the morning.
To put him together?
Yeah, first I get his hair and all the other accessories.
Rochester!
Coming, Mother!
Rochester, why don't you get those sandwiches?
I ordered them, boss. They're sending them down with the waiter.
Oh, well, then Miss Livingston must have them by this time. I'll go back to my compartment and go to bed. See you in the morning. Yum, bum, bum, bum. Pardon me, madam. Pardon me, sir. Pardon me, please.
Just a minute, you!
Huh?
Say, aren't you Jack Benny?
Yes.
Well, I'm a fan of yours. I listen to you all the time on the radio.
Oh, really? What's your name?
Joe Besser.
Messer?
No, Besser!
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you on your way to Los Angeles?
Yes, I'm going to be there for 2 weeks. And I sure would like to get tickets for your program. Say, how do I go about it?
Well, I don't handle the tickets myself, but if you call my business manager, Mert Blum, at Hollywood 6265, he'll put you in touch with my secretary, Bert Scott, at Hollywood 6234, you see. And if Mr. Scott hasn't any tickets, he'll have you call the advertising agency.
Not so fast! Ooh!
Well, look, I'll write it down and give it to you before we get off the train.
Well, do that.
I will. What a character, that guy, isn't he? Well, we get in early in the morning. I better get some sleep, I think.
Last call for breakfast. Last call for breakfast.
Oh, Jack.
Hey, Jackson. Oh, good morning, Mary. Hello, Phil. Hey, kids, according to the timetable, it won't be long now. We've already gone through San Bernardino, Fontana, Anaheim, and we've gone...
There goes Azusa.
Oh, yeah. You know, Mary, that's where they had to put off that taxi driver. Remember the one that was so sentimental he couldn't say goodbye to us when he left? You remember?
Wasn't he a strange character?
Yeah. What a silly guy. Hey, look. Look, the train is slowing down.
That's right, Jackson. We're coming into Cucamonga.
Well, Jack.
What is it, Don?
Your quartet wants to say goodbye to you.
The sportsmen?
Yes, they're getting off here.
In Cucamonga?
That's where they live.
No kidding, fellas. Do you live here in Cucamonga? Well, what do you know about that?
Oh, bonga, we get off at Cucamonga, and we're glad to be back. For there in Cucamonga, girlies never wear 'em longer. You will love it, Jack. Just smell those orange trees, lime trees, apricots, smudge pots. We want it clear that no matter how you coax us, we'll stay right here. Oh, bonga, we get off at Cucamonga, where we'll meet every boom. He will be there auctioneering, and the crowd will all be cheering as he chants that tune. About those luckies, first choice, your choice, our choice, we all agree that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, LSMFT. Oh, lucky, from Azusa to Kentucky, they're the best in the land. All the native sons and daughters save their nickels and their quarters just to buy that brand, because they're round and firm and free and easy.
Easy on what?
We're glad you asked us, cause we had no rhyme for easy. But what we got in Azusa and Anaheim, tasteful Lucky Strikes all the time. So Cucamonga, take it away.
That was wonderful, fellas. Very, very good. And so long, fellas. I'll see you at the studio. Huh? Goodbye. Goodbye, fellas. Goodbye.
Los Angeles Union Station. Your luggage will be taken to the cab stand.
Well, Mary, here we are. We're home.
Can I brush you off, Miss Livingston?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Brush you off, Mr. Benny?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Brush you off, Mr. Wilson?
Please.
Now, Don, if you'll turn around, he can brush your back.
People seem to be getting off the other end.
Well, let's go.
Now, watch your step, please. Everybody all.
Jack, what's holding up the line?
I don't know. There's somebody up in front with a lot of bags. Hey, you get moving.
Well, give me time to get my luggage!
Well, pick it up and get going. Come on, come on.
Not so fast!
Well, we want to get off here. Come on, move, will you?
Oh, stop pushing! Oh, you crazy you!
All right. Come on, kids. Come on. Mary, Phil, we can get off right here.
On track 5, train just arrived from Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Come on, kids. We better get out of the cab stand. I hope we won't have to wait too long for our luggage there.
Train just arrived on track 5 from Anaheim, Azusa, and
There goes the red cap with our baggage, Mary. Let's follow him, huh?
Good. He'll take him to the cab stand, then we go right home.
He must have gone to Anaheim between Kook and Amanga.
Oh, Jack, look. There's Dennis.
Well, what do you know? Hey, Dennis! Dennis, here we are.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Mary. Boy, am I excited. We better hurry or we'll miss the train.
Missed the train?
Yeah, aren't we going to Denver?
Going to Denver, Dennis, we just came back. We did last Sunday's show there.
That's right, Dennis. We talked to your doctor, and he wouldn't let us take you out of town.
Yeah. How you been feeling, kid?
Gee, last week I had to visit my doctor 5 times.
You visit your doctor 5 times for a cold?
Cold? He's got pneumonia.
Well, Dennis, if your doctor's sick, why did he want you to visit him?
He's delirious. He thinks I'm a basket of fruit. You should have seen the trouble I had last Sunday.
What?
And I wanted to get away from him so I could go to the studio and sing on your program.
On my program? Dennis, you couldn't have. I wasn't even in town.
Gee, I wish you'd have told me.
So, Dennis, when you got to the studio and you didn't see Don, nor Phil, nor Mary, no musicians, what did you think?
I thought you were cutting down expenses.
Now, come on, Dennis, let's go home. I see you still have your luggage.
All except my coat.
Oh, is your coat checked?
No, it's my doctor's.
Jack, it's been a long train ride. I want to get home.
Okay, Mary, here comes the taxi. Dennis, we'll see you later.
Okay.
Oh, taxi! Taxi! Driver, would you take us out?
Oh, it's you, mister. You're back. You're back.
Mary, this is the taxi driver that brought us to the station.
I didn't want to come to the station, but you made me. You made me. And I couldn't say goodbye.
Look, fella, look.
But you're back now. You're back. That's all that matters.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Look, fella.
I hope you had a nice trip, but don't ever go away again. I was lost without you. And you too, lady. It's so good to
Stop
see you.
kissing her hand. Look, driver.
Come on. Put your bags in the car. Put your bags in the car. We're going home. We're going home.
Driver, you're creating a scene here.
I don't care. I'm so glad you're
Taxi
back.
driver. Look at it.
Happy days are here again.
Driver.
Skies above are clear again.
Not so fast. Driver. Driver, for heaven's sake. Driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am sure you agree there's nothing more pathetic than a helpless child suffering from starvation, exposure, and sickness. Thousands of kids in the devastated countries are exactly in this predicament and can't do a thing to help themselves any more than yours or mine could. So it's up to us to give them a chance to survive. We must help them grow up to be healthy, clear-thinking citizens, or our own children will have to face more serious problems than even we do now. So let's help those unfortunate children by sending our contributions to Crusade for Children, New York City. Incidentally, they have a great slogan, Save a Child, Save the Future. Thank you. Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here's Basil Rysdale.
For their own personal smoking enjoyment, independent tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike, first choice.
Front page news. In the nation's great tobacco markets, the impartial Crosley poll asked independent tobacco experts,
"What cigarette do you smoke?"
More said Lucky Strike than any other brand. Yes, for their own personal smoking enjoyment,
independent tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice.
These experts are independent tobacco buyers, auctioneers, and warehousemen, the men who see who buys what tobacco. Friends, when independent tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice in an impartial Crosley poll, then you know.
LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke Lucky Strike. Remember, for their own personal smoking enjoyment,
independent tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike, first choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to listen in next Sunday night when our guests will be my next-door neighbors and very good friends, Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. At the end of May this year of our Lord 1977, another legend passed into history. The last of the great Orient Expresses, Europe's most famous railroad train, made its last run. This is a tale of two people who planned to be on that last run from Istanbul, Turkey to Paris, France, and who found out, with Robert Burns' mouse, that even the best laid plans are at the mercy of fate. Or, even worse, men of no conscience.
Put up your hands, please. And don't move.
Now, wait a minute. Whoever you are...
Up. Inside.
All right, but... Don't argue with him, Diana. That's a Stalonica 57 he's toting.
What's that, Bob?
A machine gun. Real bullets, too.
Our mystery drama, Last Train Out, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Ann Williams. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. You must all be familiar with Diana Sherwood. Remember her as the wistful and winning child movie star of the 50s? Then her amazing turn away from success and riches to go to college and take her degree, and later go through a long apprenticeship as a reporter. Finally, the third stage, her return to the public in a new field, in television, as a news reporter and brilliant interviewer. Now, at the peak of her career, she's driving through eastern Turkey on special assignment with Bob Hart, her cameraman-producer, an assignment whose wrap-up is planned to take place on the Orient Express.
Can't you go a little faster, Bob?
Well, what's the hurry, Diana? We're still on vacation.
Oh, vacation. 3 short, glorious days.
Oh, I love you.
All the shows we've done together. All the corners of the world we've poked into. And you wait till here to tell me.
When in Rome. I got here.
I learned to talk turkey.
Ooh, I'm not even going to notice that.
Don't. Just concentrate on me.
Oh, I intend to. For the rest of my life.
Hey, I'm going to hold you to that. I want to kiss you.
Not while you're driving.
Well, why not?
No, Bob, don't. Now you... Oh, look out, lame brain. Do you want to kill us?
No, ma'am, but what a way to die.
You just keep your eye on the road.
What road?
The one you're driving on.
Now, you call this a road? It's a goat track.
Well, you were the one who insisted on taking it.
Well, I wanted to be by the water. Very romantic at sundown.
And very late. We ought to get back to the main road as soon as possible. I mean, we really should be in Istanbul by now.
Why?
Because we have a whole section of the documentary to shoot on the Orient Express tomorrow. Remember?
Well, of course, darling. Hey, the road's getting better. I can give her the gun. Now, you satisfied with what we filmed so far?
Oh, yes. And the train footage should just button it up right.
That's sad to think that romantic old train won't be running anymore.
Yes. A lot of things sad about Turkey.
Not for me. Because of us.
Well, that's private and personal.
What is it? Oh! It's getting a blowout. Hang on to me, Diana. Hang on.
Bob? Bob? Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Ooh. It hit my head.
Oh, I know. It's bleeding. I can't seem to stop it.
It's kind of dark. Is that me or...
No. The sun's gone down.
Oh. How long have I been out?
About 15 minutes. Oh, I've been frantic. There hasn't been a sign of another car or anything.
Hey, wait a minute. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right.
You sure?
Oh, darling, I hung on to you, and when you rolled over, you took the worst of it. You saved my life. But I'm so worried.
Oh, honey, ease up. I'm not hurt that bad. Except for the whack on the head and a couple of bruises on my thigh. I'll do.
But you're bleeding.
Well, okay, I need a couple of stitches maybe, but the cut's not deep. Now, look at that. How did I get out of the car?
You were still half conscious. You were able to help me just enough to get you out.
Oh, how is the car?
Oh, pretty much of a wreck.
Thank heaven I left my cameras and equipment to be shipped from Ankara by air.
What are you trying to do?
Get up.
No. Bob, no.
Darling, I'm all right, and I want to take a look at the car.
Look, I don't want you to move. You might have a concussion.
Don't worry, Diana.
Oh, now, look, if I knew you were okay, you could sit here, and I could walk back to that village we just
Yeah,
had.
well, let's see if we can ride first. Oh, wow. Whew, it is a wipeout. Front axle's gone, the radiator's ruptured. Oh, and wait a minute.
What is it?
Wait, look up there at the top of the hill, through the trees. Someone just turned on a light.
Oh.
There's a house up there.
Yes, I see. Look, darling, you wait here, and I'll go up and see if they have a phone.
No, I'll do better than that. I'll come with you. This darn place was farther away than I thought. Well, we'll just cut across this terrace here. And we'll try the French windows. Hey, the room inside's lighted.
Oh, yes, but they have Austrian blinds.
Yeah, wait a minute. There's a chink here. Let me have a look. Yeah. Hey, it's crazy. That can't be.
What is it?
Now, keep your voice down. Take a look.
Two men. Let's knock.
Hold it. Take a look at the one sitting at the table.
Yes.
Who is he?
Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, he looks like Sepiakov.
Looks like he's a dead ringer.
Oh, good Lord, Bob. We've really stumbled onto something.
Yeah. A hornet's nest. We're getting out of here.
With a story like this? Do you know who this man is?
Sure. Number 3 or 4 in the Politburo who came here on a little Russian-type lobby trip to Istanbul and mysteriously disappeared day before yesterday.
Or defected.
Well, whichever it was, he has Russia up in arms and the Western world on atomic pins and needles and the Turks in a blue funk. Now, let's not get mixed up in this, Diana. Come on, it's too big.
And don't move.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Whoever you...
We had an accident, and we were...
I said, be quiet. Inside.
All right, but I...
Don't argue with him. That's a Stalonica 57 he's toting.
A what?
A machine gun. Real bullets, too.
Move. What is the meaning of this, Sergei?
Excuse me, Doctor, but I found them outside looking through the window.
Doctor? Oh, you're just what we're looking for. My friend is hurt.
Yes, so I see. That is a nasty cut. You will need some stitches.
No. All we need is a phone to get a mechanic and some transportation.
First of all, I must tend to your wound. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I am Dr. Bülent Agdus. And you, of course, are Mademoiselle Diana Sherwood, is it not?
You know me?
What educated man in Turkey does not know you, Mademoiselle? Especially since you have honored Turkey by coming here to do one of your fine documentaries about us. Excuse me. Sergei, put away the gun.
But I found them spying on you.
Sergei!
As you ordered, Doctor.
You will pardon me, Mademoiselle Sherwood, and...
this is my cameraman, Mr. Robert Hart.
Yes. If you will excuse me, this gentleman here with me was just leaving. Sergei, please see my patient to the door.
Look, if you just let us make a phone call, you can go ahead with your patient.
No, we were all finished. Sergei?
Yes, Doctor.
Good night, Mr. Cheeman. Now, just follow my instructions, and I'm sure you will find your condition will improve rapidly. No, don't say anything. I am more than glad to have been of help. Now then, won't you sit down, Mademoiselle Sherwood, for I have a look at the gentleman's injury?
Thank you. But while you're treating Bob, couldn't I phone for help?
Unfortunately, no.
Oh, why not?
I have no phone.
A doctor?
This is my home, not my office. I value my privacy.
Well, you don't seem to get much of it. What about the patient who just left?
What about him, Mr. Hart?
I think what Bob meant is that if this isn't your office...
Shall we say that he is just an old friend who dropped by?
Oh, yeah, okay. Sure, we don't care about him, Dr. Akduz. Now, all we want to do is get to Istanbul by tonight.
I am afraid that would be very difficult. Please, let me offer an alternative. Why don't you allow me to invite you to be my guest for the night?
Well, I'm afraid that isn't possible.
Oh, why not?
Well, Mr. Hart and I must leave Istanbul tomorrow on the Orient Express.
But the Express does not leave until evening. I really must insist that you be my guest.
Well, I don't think you understand exactly, Doctor. Miss Sherwood and I are on an assignment from International Broadcasting to deliver a documentary on your country.
Oh, I know. I am aware that you have been here already for over 2 weeks.
But the last part of our Turkish coverage is to film the Orient Express in transit.
Yeah, and, as I guess you know, it makes its last trip tomorrow night.
I am aware of that.
So, you see, we must get back tonight.
Oh, I quite understand. But as a doctor, I must tend to that wound of yours before anything.
Yes, Bob, please let him do that.
Okay, fine. As long as while he's patching me up, we make some kind of arrangement to get to Istanbul.
Without a car and no phone, I don't really see how it is possible. There is also the matter of crossing the Bosphorus to the Thracian side.
Well, just get us to the ferry.
But how?
Can't you have your man drive us in?
I'm afraid I can't.
Well, won't. If you ask me, your invitation to stay sounds more like an order.
Perhaps it is. Sergei!
Yes, Doctor.
Cover me, please.
The man behind the gun.
Yes, Mr. Hart, I'm afraid after all you are right. My invitation is really an order. You recognized my patient, did you not, Mr. Hart?
All right. What if I did?
It is absolutely vital that Comrade Serfiakov's whereabouts remain a secret until we get him to safety. So you will stay as my guests, both of you, until I do.
But, Dr. Akduz, you can't keep us here indefinitely.
I have no intention of doing that. I can promise you, Mademoiselle Sherwood, that you would be free to leave here in the morning.
And to catch my train.
And to catch your train.
Me? The way you said that, what about Mr. Hart?
That is quite different. Mr. Hart will be staying a little longer.
What for?
Shall we say as evidence of your good faith?
My good faith in what?
In a little scheme which has occurred to me, and which, the more I examine it, seems the perfect answer to all our problems. Yes, indeed. I think my little scheme will solve this dilemma for all of us.
Diana and Bob exchange a glance. What is the smooth and oily Dr. Akdou's up to? One thing has been expressed in the look they have exchanged, a feeling that I'm sure I and you in the audience share, that the insinuating manner of this strange doctor, if indeed he is one, is only a mask that conceals a man who serves no principles except his own, a bad enemy, perhaps an even worse friend. I shall return shortly with Act Two. The three of them were frozen as we left them. Diana Sherwood and Bob Hart in the moment of exchanging their glance. Dr. Boulant Akdou's, his dark, beady eyes glistening wetly as he considers them both, a secret smile curling one side of his mouth. Now, as the film of our tale starts to unwind again, the protagonists move from their still frame to action.
I think my little scheme will solve this dilemma for all of us.
What dilemma?
Oh, come, Mr. Hart. It is useless to deny it. You have recognized that I am hiding under my roof the most wanted man in Turkey. Lavrenti Serpiakov is being hunted by every communist in Europe. I am committed to getting him to safety. Could I possibly allow either of you to live here freely now that you know my secret?
But we'll be beyond Turkey by tomorrow night.
Preserving a discreet silence about the biggest news story on the continent at this moment? The answer is obvious. Oh, no. We are sitting, all three of us, on a bombshell.
Why all the intrigue and the cloak and dagger stuff? Look, why doesn't Serpiakov turn himself over to the Turkish authorities and ask for sanctuary?
The risk is too great. Turkey stands at a crossroads at this moment. Our neighbor to the north, Russia, dominates the Black Sea with her navy. She would demand his return at once, and we are not in any position to refuse.
Well, then go to the American consulate. They'd protect him.
If we ever got him there alive, perhaps. Another point not to be debated, the risk is also too great. An international situation might be created. No, the answer is clear and has been decided. Serpiakov must first be gotten out of Europe to a country where he will be totally safe.
Without a passport, without papers, without visas? No, it's crazy.
The problem was enormously difficult before. But now, fortunately, it is relatively simple, thanks to your coming here providentially, as you did.
Thanks to us?
Yes. Well, actually more directly to you, Mademoiselle Sherwood. You are going to be Serpiakov's safe conduct direct to America.
Me? Oh, I'm afraid you're mistaken.
Oh, I doubt it. I'm quite sure you are going to be perfectly agreeable, even anxious to help. When I explain.
You'd better do that right now.
I'm afraid not quite yet. My professional ethics dictate another pursuit for me. You have a nasty cut and quite a few abrasions which need attention. If you would follow me across my hall to my clinic, we would put you in shape.
No. I want to know what you're up to first.
I think you will do it my way. Sergei!
Now, look, just a minute.
No, darling, please. The cut still hasn't stopped bleeding. It's got to be taken care of.
She is quite right, you know. The sooner I can suture it, the less scar it will leave in the future. Wait. Shall we go and try to get rid of the bad blood between us? There. I think that should do very nicely. No pain?
No pain. Now, I want to know what you're trying to get Diana mixed up in.
Yes. Well, I would prefer to explain that to both of you at the same time. Why don't we go back and join the lady so I can explain to you both what a blessing in disguise you have turned out to be. You would like to know my plan. Very well. Tomorrow evening, Miss Sherwood will leave as planned on the Orient Express. With her will go Serpiakov, traveling as Mr. Hart.
What do you mean, Serpiakov, traveling as Bob? How can he?
Very simply. You have just had a quite serious accident in your car. Very good. We will make it appear a good deal more serious. We will say that Mr. Hart has been injured quite severely about the face and the head. I, a doctor living closest to the scene of the accident, attended him. And quite naturally, since the damage is extensive, have had to bandage most of his head and face. Oh, can I freshen your drink, Mr. Hart?
Well, maybe you'd better.
You see, it occurred to me as soon as I saw you that both you and Serpiakov are approximately the same height and build. Another piece of luck.
This comrade of yours, does he speak American?
He won't have to. The mouth will be bandaged because some sutures had to be taken. We can even wire the jaws if broken. No. I see no flaws. I think personally it is an excellent plan. Once Serpiakov reaches Paris, arrangements already have been made by other interested parties which will clear him out of Europe safely.
Now, there is just one major flaw, Dr. Octus.
Yes? What is that?
What makes you so sure that I'll go along with your little scheme?
Oh, I have no doubts about that. I'm sure you can both guess why.
You'll be holding me as hostage.
Exactly. And besides, as a doctor, I will travel with her to Paris, ostensibly to take care of my patient.
But to make doubly sure I behave.
Shall we say, cooperate?
But what if I refuse?
How can you? These are desperate times, Miss Sherwood, and make no mistake, I am a desperate man. I lay my life on the line. And I value it highly enough so that I have no compunction about who dies to protect it. Besides, the end itself is good. Once Serpiakov is safe from reprisal, you will realize that he has information of incalculable value to the democracies, particularly yours and Mr. Hart's country.
All right. Doctor, you win. Do you think perhaps you can send one of your men to get our bags from the car?
I will have it taken care of right away. And may I say that I think you have both been very wise. Oh, one other thing. I don't know, of course, how far your regard for each other has taken you, but I am sure you will realize under the circumstances that you will be shown to separate rooms. The judgment is not one of moral principle, just mere precaution.
What? Yes? Yeah, who is it?
You have a visitor, mademoiselle.
Just a minute. Who is it?
Open the door.
What visitor? Oh!
Serpiakov waits for no one.
What are you doing here?
Comrade Lavrenti Serpiakov, at your service.
The commissar has taken a fancy to you, mademoiselle.
Get out, Kulak. You have been paid. Leave us alone.
For a show, comrade. I wish you luck.
Get your hands off me.
Stay in my arms until we are sure he is gone.
What? He's gone.
Don't be too sure of that. And keep your voice low. He may even be watching.
How?
There is at least one keyhole in every door, and every wall has ears. Sergei is Russian. I do not trust him.
You expect me to trust you? Will you please let me go?
I'm sorry. The masquerade was necessary. I had to see you. I've heard of Dr. Akdu's plan.
Naturally. Where is the doctor now?
Istanbul. He is going to report the accident and set everything in motion.
So?
So, I've taken this opportunity to bribe the guard to see you.
Why would you have to bribe the guard?
Do you think I am any less prisoner than you or your friend Hart?
You? Prisoner? Of whom?
Of Dr. Akdus, of course.
I don't understand. He's the one who's helping you escape.
Escape? Once I believed in that, but no longer, because of what you Americans would call the double cross. You have given him the opportunity, you see.
I have.
Oh, not directly. You are the victims of circumstance, of course. But listen to me. If we go through with Abdul's plan, do you think for one moment I would ever get to Paris? I would be lucky to get as far as Stara Zagora or Sofia. Wherever the express stopped in Bulgaria, I guarantee the communist authorities will be alerted and ready to arrest me.
Who would alert them?
Those, of course. Do you not see the plan? It is so neat. I will be arrested for traveling under disguise on a false passport, so I can be removed from the train quite legally and quietly. Once back in communist hands, I leave it to you to imagine what will happen to me.
They wouldn't kill you.
No, I doubt it. We are not under Stalin anymore. All I lost in Siberia, as you see, my ring finger. No. Today we are more civilized. At best, I would simply become a non-person. No job, no means of support. A beggar. At worst, a patient committed to an institution. Both living deaths.
Why should Dr. Actus want to turn you back to the communists? Isn't he helping you escape them?
Mademoiselle Sherwood, Dr. Actus is not a man of conviction, except where he himself is concerned. He is an opportunist and a tool of the highest bidder. The only thing he ever wishes to protect is his neutral standing. I am worth more to the communists, but apparently it is only bad luck I fall into their hands. He has it both ways, the money, and if you call it that, his reputation. Do you understand?
Oh, I'm not sure. If you really are a prisoner, how could you come and visit me?
Number one, because I am not supposed to know that I am a prisoner. And number two, because among a certain class of men, money is the magic key to anything. Oh, with a diamond ring, which is worth more than I care to think of, I bribed Sergei.
Wasn't he suspicious about why you wanted to talk to me?
Not since he was half drunk from drinking with me. And because of the reason I gave him. You are beautiful enough for any Russian to understand that.
I see. Well, now that you have seen me, what purpose has been served?
I want you to trust me.
But I do not trust you.
I have no time to try to convince you. I have little time left. But I have a plan for all of us. The only one I can devise, which I believe, which will give us a chance to escape with our lives. Will you at least listen to that?
It was George Villiers, the first Duke of Buckingham, who coined the phrase, "The plot thickens." His actual quote was, "I now, the plot thickens very much upon us," which indeed it does, and has, to a point where I'm afraid we must wait to see what happens until I return shortly with Act 3. The estimable Duke of Buckingham, whose thoughts we borrowed so shortly ago, had one other remark that history had recorded. The world is made up for the most part of fools and knaves. Now, while I don't share his pessimism, the world in which we have become engaged here may be a lot nearer to his than yours and mine. Let's return to it and find out just what it is that Comrade Serpiakov wishes Diana Sherwood to listen to.
Very well, Mr. Serpiakov. I'm listening.
If I can pass as Mr. Hart with the head covered with bandages, then so can he pass as me. It is only a matter of changing places.
How can you do that?
Leave that to me. What is important is that he must be ready when the moment comes. Here are bandages. You must get them to him.
How?
I must leave that up to you.
How can I trust you?
Look. You are a woman of the world. And you know that between the grindstones of power, individuals become dust and are lost in the wind. I know that if I follow the doctor's plan, I am doomed.
But if you don't?
I'm ready to take my chances. I have been ready to do that since I walked away from a lifetime spent in a cause in which I no longer believe.
All right. How will the change be made?
Just before they take me down to the ambulance...
Sir Jacob.
The devil. There is no time. You must let me know if you get this to Mr. Hart.
I am coming in. The doctor is returning.
Well, I'll do my best.
You must get word to me if he has them and will be ready.
We can't wait, comrade.
But how?
Hurry, think. Put your arms about me quickly. Think.
I'll drop my club by your door.
Good.
You will have to leave your love dreams for another time. The doctor is just returning.
I don't care about the doctor.
But I do. Come.
Your glove.
My glove before your door.
And I trust you slept well, Mademoiselle Sherwood.
I wouldn't put much trust in that, Dr. Octopus.
Or in me? Such a pity. Now, I am allowing you to see Mr. Hart on your promise that you will try nothing foolish.
Well, I can promise you that, at least.
After all, everything is arranged. I have reassured your network people that you are, well as can be expected. You have been checked out of your hotel. The accident has been reported, the car paid for, and my private ambulance is waiting to take us all to the ferry across the Bosphorus and onto the train.
Oh.
With the exception of Mr. Hart, of course. His room is just around this corner here. Now, remember to be careful what you say.
I only want to tell him I love him. And please to follow orders.
Hamid, be careful with that gun. And open the door. I apologize for that fool. He is gun happy.
Must he be the one to guard Bob?
Unfortunately, my resources are not unlimited. But your intended husband will be quite safe if he is careful. Wait, open the door, Hamid.
May I see him alone?
Where a beautiful woman is concerned, I am a sentimentalist, but not a fool. After you, mademoiselle. But I will stay back by the door with Hamid.
Diana.
Oh, darling, how are you?
Tolerable. The room's okay, but up until now, the room service was lousy. Oh, honey, you all right?
Oh, yes.
What'd you just stuff in my pocket?
I said everything's all right. Dr. Octopus has given me every assurance that you'll be all right. In 36 hours, as soon as we reach Paris, you'll be set free to join me there.
You trust this bird?
What else can we do? I only have a minute, darling. Just hold me close. Closer. Before I go, ask for your tobacco pouch. Kiss me goodbye.
Oh, do I have to be asked? What's in it?
A note. Au revoir, darling. It won't be long.
Long enough. I just wish I had a smoke.
I am afraid I must break up this tender farewell. However, at least in exchange, I can offer you some cigarettes.
Yeah, thanks. But coming from you, they'd probably be poison. No, I'd prefer my pipe. Oh, I guess I lost my tobacco pouch in the accident.
Oh, for heaven's sake, I almost forgot. I was just bringing you that.
What are you doing with it?
I don't know. I must have picked it up after the accident or something. I found it in my sling bag. I think it's still here. Oh, yes. Well, glad to get rid of it. Smelling up my whole bag. Here.
Just one moment, please. I will take that. This would not be a gun by any chance, would it?
Well, why don't you open it and see?
One can't be too careful. Of course. A briar pipe and a beauty. And unlike the lady, I like the aroma of your tobacco mix. You must let me try it when we have more time. Your pouch, Mr. Hart. And now, mademoiselle, we really must go. Hamid, The door.
Au revoir, darling. You sure you understand?
Don't worry. I'll follow instructions.
Don't leave this door until you are relieved, Hamid. Khalud Kemar will be here early in the afternoon with some men. Come, mademoiselle. We will go down and have some coffee while we are waiting for Sergei to bring the ambulance. But first, I must see Serpiakov for a moment. This is his door here. Excuse me. Serpiakov? It's Dr. Akduz. Open up. Oh, you dropped your glove, mademoiselle.
What's the matter? Something wrong?
Oh, nothing. I just dropped my glove.
Allow me.
I will get it, you drunken fool. You can hardly stand up. Didn't you drink any of that coffee I sent up?
Don't want coffee.
You'd better get hold of yourself. We're leaving within the hour. Do you understand?
I understand the lady dropped her glove.
All right. I said I would get it. Here. Oh, very well. Get as drunk as you want. It will save me using the anesthetic. But try to stay awake a few more minutes. I will be right up with the bandages.
I'll be waiting. Got everything ready. Is Mademoiselle...
You need have no worries about her. She sees things our way now. Am I right, Mademoiselle Sherwood?
Oh, yes, indeed. Comrade Serpiakov can be sure I intend to do my part. Dr. Akduz, what's wrong?
Serpiakov, the drunken fool, passed out. I had to bring Hamid down with me. Sergei? Yes, doctor. You and Hamid get the stretcher and go upstairs to fetch him. We will have to carry him down.
Mr. Hart?
It's not the invisible man, though I may look like it.
I am Serpiakov.
Oh, so I gathered from the headdress.
Come. It is time to change places. We must hurry.
Hey, how did you get past my guard?
He has gone downstairs to bring up the stretcher for me.
Leaving the door unlocked?
A fortunate oversight. Come. You must get to my room and stretch out on the bed. Remember, you are dead to the world.
And what about you?
I will take care of myself. When that fool with the gun who is supposed to guard you comes back, I will break his neck and escape. I still have other friends and other ways. It is the best way. Now hurry.
I'll hurry. But I'm not sure it's the best. Look out behind you.
What?
Hurry it up, Sergei. Get him in the ambulance.
What's wrong with him?
Serpiakov, dead to the world, drunk. Hurry, Sergei. Come on, Hamid. Lift your end of the stretcher higher. No, watch his hand.
His hand?
Yes. What is it, mademoiselle?
His left hand, the fourth finger.
Oh, yes, it is missing. That is an old accident. You are very observant. Thank you. I will take care of bandaging that on the way to the station. If someone had noticed that, Comrade Serpiakov would never have passed for Mr. Hart, would he? All right, Sergei. Hold it a moment. I'll see if that fool has sobered up enough to get him into the wheelchair.
Halt! Stand ready. Dr. Bülent Akduz?
Yes?
Lieutenant Ertan, Istanbul Police. Can you identify yourself?
Certainly. Here are my papers and the passport.
Quite correct. These are Renora. The lady?
Oh, my name is Diana Sherwood.
Oh, yes. Your television crew is expecting you on the train, mademoiselle. But where is Mr. Hart?
If you will come with me, Lieutenant, I will show you. Mr. Hart has met with an unfortunate accident in his car, from which Mademoiselle Sherwood managed to escape without serious injury. As you see, Mr. Hart was not so fortunate. He was quite severely injured.
You are quite sure that man under those bandages is Mr. Hart, Dr. Akduz?
Of course. Mademoiselle Sherwood can verify that.
I'm not asking you, mademoiselle. I'm asking you.
Very well. I am his doctor. Who would know better? Of course, this is Mr. Robert Hart.
I think that will do, Dr. Akduz. You are under arrest.
On what charge?
For the moment, falsifying a passport will do. I do not believe this man to be Mr. Hart. I believe him to be Commissar Lavrenti Serpiakov.
You must be crazy. Mademoiselle Sherwood, tell this idiot that we cannot be held up. That it is imperative for you to...
Lieutenant, he's right. I can't tell you how vital it is to Mr. Hart that we make this train.
Have no fear, mademoiselle. I think if we hurry, we can get to the police station, straighten things out, pick up the real Mr. Hart, and still make the Orient Express on time.
The real Mr. Hart?
Certainly. It was his telephone call that brought us here. And I'm sure by now he has reached the police station in safety.
Goodbye, Istanbul, Paris, here we come.
Bob Hart.
Yes, Diana Sherwood.
Will you stop being cool, collected, possessed, and pompous and explain to me just what happened?
Elementary, my dear Sherwood.
Bob, didn't you get my note in the tobacco pouch?
I did. And the bandages you stuffed in my pocket.
Well?
Well, when Serpiakov came to make the switch, I got to thinking, so I just cold cocked him.
You what?
Yeah. Listen, up until your try, I figured my chances were 0. You know, Akduz was going to have me killed the moment his gunsel came back. So, I was all ready with my little weapon.
What weapon?
Bar of soap in my sock. Makes a perfect sandbag. You know, I saw it somewhere on the big glass tube. So I conked Serpiakov with it, and I lugged him back to his room before the muscle boys realized anything was wrong.
And when the guard came back?
Well, I was pretty expert by then. I left the door open, and when Hamid poked his knucklehead in, pow! Yeah, well, then I called the police, and darling, here we are.
Oh, but why, Bob? Why? Why take all that risk when the other way...
Because, my love, Serpiakov would never have turned himself in. This boy wasn't reformed. He was running for his life. Anyway, I've always wanted to sandbag a real live communist. But most of all, because...
Because?
Because I didn't want to lose you. I knew the moment Akduz handed Serpiakov over to his fellow commissars, he'd have to waste you as well as me. And that's one way. I wasn't going to let this production end.
Oh, darling, I owe you my life.
As long as you feel that way, I'm taking it over from now on.
And that, as they say in the film business, is a wrap, which means the story is told. The last shot is taken. The film is in the can. The actors go home, the studio sets disappear, the lights go out, and the Orient Express fades out of reality and into the pages of history. I'll be back shortly. As it happens, Serpiakov did find temporary sanctuary in Turkey and eventually made it to America, and a kind of freedom he had never known. Dr. Akduz lost his freedom, of course, on multiple charges, including abduction and forcible detention against a person's will. And Mr. and Mrs. Hart, as Diana Sherwood very shortly became, got an exciting and dramatic ending for their documentary on Turkey. Our cast included Ann Williams, Earl Hammond, Robert Dryden, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Impossible to see anything. Heavy overcast below. Losing altitude fast. How about if I hold the button down on radio and leave it open to... Hey, hold it a minute. Cloud break. Yes, I'm over land. Holy Toledo, I'm right on top of you. Hold your hats and stand by. I remember the plane landing and then shearing sideways before I had time to cut the engines. I could feel her want a nose split and was fighting desperately to keep my control. I remember slithering sideways straight for the control tower and wresting her somehow out of the skid. And then she was tipping forward. There was a tremendous ripping crash.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the gay white Christmas musical Holiday Inn, starring George Murphy, Martha Tilton, Jerome Cowan, and your host, Gordon MacRae. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Well, tonight, it is our particular pleasure to bring you Paramount Pictures' delightful musical Holiday Inn, with its great score by Mr. Irving Berlin. As the lovely leading lady of the piece, you will hear Miss Martha Tilton. Mr. Jerome Cowan appears as the agent Danny, who handles the careers of Ted Hanover and Jim Hardy, played respectively by Mr. George Murphy and myself. And so for the next 45 minutes, come with us and have a happy holiday.
Happy holiday! Happy holiday!
Looking back, I see that each of the moments I treasure and remember was a melody. Because for each moment there was a song, and for each song there is now a memory. Happy Holiday takes me back to the beginning. 1 year ago, Christmas time. I was working in a florist shop, and all of a sudden the door opened, and Ted Hanover walked in. He was whistling. Oh, was I surprised. The most famous dancer on Broadway doesn't walk into a shop every day. I just stood there with my mouth open.
Excuse me, do you usually go around like that, or are you waiting for someone to throw in a fish?
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Hanover. I just never expected to see you.
Oh, you know who I am.
Oh, yes, I know who you are, all right.
Well, I'd like some orchids, the finest in the house.
A corsage?
No, I want a dozen, so she can pin them any place she wants.
Oh, all right.
Oh, you know that song, huh? We're using that in our act.
Well, I only know the beginning. Happy holiday, happy holiday.
While the merry bells keep ringing, may your every wish come true.
Happy holiday, happy holiday.
May the calendar keep ringing, happy holidays to you. If you're burdened down with trouble, if your nerves are wearing thin, pack your load down the road, come to Holiday Inn. If you're laid up with the breakdown, throw away your vitamin. Don't get worse, grab your nurse, come to Holiday Inn.
Happy holiday, happy holiday. May the calendar keep ringing. Happy holiday to you. Holiday Inn. That's a wonderful sound. It's too bad there isn't any such place.
Ah, but there is, way out in the wilds of Connecticut. You see, my partner, Jim Hardy, just bought it. That's why he wrote that song. It's going to be open just over each holiday, and he's going to have a big floor show that ties in with that season.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea.
Why, sure it is, if you have an affinity for the carrot and the field mouse. Personally, I loathe the country. Say, how about the orchids?
Oh, yes, Mr. Hanover. I'll have them wrapped in just a minute here. Mr. Hanover, as long as you're in the shop and you have such a kind face.
And now, look, young lady, look. I'm getting married tomorrow. The lady is waiting. And at the moment, she's engaged to my partner, and we have to explain things to him so he'll understand, you see. And we also have a show to do in an hour, so please make with the package if you don't mind.
Well, I am, but I can talk while I'm wrapping. You see, this is really just a part-time job.
Oh.
Actually, I sing and dance. Mr. Hanover, I want...
I know. You studied dancing since you were a little child. You spent long, weary hours in every theatrical agency on Broadway, but just now I have to get back to the club and get on with
How did you know all those things about me?
My dear, that's the story of every star and would-be star on Broadway. Forget it, kid. Marry the florist and raise little orchids. Then you won't get your heart broken.
Well, okay. Here's your package. That's $36. Special rate because you bought by the dozen.
Oh, thank you. Here. You may keep the change. Say, if you really want a job, why don't you take a run up to Connecticut and see Jim Hardy? Our act's folding tonight, and he'll be up there tomorrow.
Thanks, Mr. Hanover. Thank you very much.
Oh, don't mention it. Happy holiday.
Happy holiday. I didn't realize then how much that song would come to mean to me. The next day, I invested a little money in a train ticket and went up to Connecticut and knocked on the door of Holiday Inn. Jim opened the door.
Well, hello. Santa Claus is a day early this year, I see. Come in.
Mr. Hardy?
Yep. Here, let me help you off with those things.
Thank you. It was a cold ride up from the station. I'm Linda Mason, Mr. Hardy.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Linda.
I happened to run into Ted Hanover, and he suggested I come to see you about maybe getting a job in the show.
You dropped the wrong name, lady. Ted Hanover's about as popular around here as measles.
Oh. Well, you can't blame a girl for trying. You see, I work in a florist shop, and yesterday Mr. Hanover walked in and asked for a dozen orchids.
Yeah. And today the girl that I was going to marry yesterday is wearing them. Oh, that beautiful Lila.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right. I'll get over it. I'd rather she made him unhappy than me.
Well, when are you going to open the inn?
New Year's Eve. Did that wolf in tap shoes tell you the idea of the inn? You see, I've written some special music for each holiday.
Why, no. I had no idea you were a composer, too.
Well, I had hoped to get the inn open tonight. I'd written a special song for the occasion, but I just couldn't make it by Christmas.
Oh, I'd love to hear the song.
You would? Well, fortunately, I happen to have a piano handy. I live for moments like this. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be Hello, Linda.
Hello, Jim.
Would it be all right at this early date if I said Merry Christmas?
Well, it is rushing the season, but it sounds beautiful.
You know, I like your voice. Maybe... Oh, pardon me a moment, Linda. Hello.
Oh, hello, Jim. This is Ted.
Goodbye, Ted.
No, Jim, wait a minute. Don't hang up on me. You don't know what I've been through.
Nothing trivial, I hope.
Jim, look, I want to read you a wire that just came. You remember Lila, don't you?
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember Lila.
Well, the wire's from her. I was supposed to meet her at the license bureau at City Hall, but she sent a Western Union boy in her place.
Well, congratulations. I hope you two will be very, very happy.
Now, Jim, look, don't joke. This is the wire. She says, sorry, darling, but flying to Texas tonight to marry the most wonderful millionaire in the world. Hope you find a new partner soon. Love, Lila.
Well, that's life.
No, that's Lila. Jim, look, I'm coming to Holiday Inn. See, I'm going to help you open the place up. Now, we'll get it open fine by New Year's Eve. We'll put on a big show.
Now, take it easy. No, thanks, Ted. I've already got my show lined up.
Oh, but Jim...
So long, Ted. I'm sorry, Linda. That was just a fellow who got the wrong number. Linda, would you like to open here with me on New Year's Eve?
Oh, thank you. You know I'd love to. Maybe there is a Santa Claus after all.
Well, could it be me?
Well, Ted Hanover did send me here.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you one thing. It's the first good turn he's ever done me.
Oh, it's going to be such fun to be a part of Holiday Inn.
You're right. 'Cause if you're burdened down with trouble, and if your nerves are wearing thin,
pack your load down the road.
Come to Holiday Inn.
Happy holiday.
Happy holiday.
Happy holiday.
Happy holiday.
May the calendar keep ringing. Happy holiday.
Well, here we are starting on that last week just before Christmas, a week that's likely to get pretty frantic for a lot of us. There's that shopping that hasn't been done yet, and the gift wrapping, and the last-minute Christmas mailing, if you didn't follow the good, sound rule of mailing early. And then there's a lot of decorating and a lot of preparing for Christmas dinner and, a dozen or two other things that have to be done. Yes, it takes a lot of planning, as well as a lot of doing to get ready for Christmas. It started weeks, even months ago. The producers began to turn out their materials, the manufacturers to make their goods, the merchants to stock their shelves. And all through that process, you'd find railroads doing their indispensable part, bringing the raw materials together at the place of manufacture, hauling the fuel and bringing in the food and the other supplies needed to keep the work going, distributing the product, delivering the goods all over this land. Now, during all these weeks and months, you might not have been on a train. You probably didn't go into a railroad freight house. But just the same, the railroads were working for you, all to the end that so far as transportation is concerned, you might lack nothing, which could help to make this a Merry Christmas. And now back to Holiday Inn, starring George Murphy, Martha Tilton, Jerome Cowan, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
Happy holiday. Happy holiday.
Yes, for each moment there was a song, and for each song there is now a memory. On New Year's Eve, Holiday Inn was jammed with people. After the first floor show, Jim and I went out in the kitchen and helped dish salads onto plates. I remember looking at Jim and thinking, this really is the beginning of a new year in my life.
Penny for those thoughts.
Oh, well, I was just thinking, it's almost the new year.
Yeah, those old hands are practically straight up, aren't they? 1 minute to midnight, 1 minute to go. 1 minute to say goodbye before we say hello. Let's start the new year right, 12 o'clock tonight. When they dim the light, let's begin kissing the old year out, kissing the new year in. Let's watch the old year die with a fond goodbye and our hopes as high as a kite. How can our love go wrong if we start Hey, that sounds like it. Come on. Let's get out on that dance floor.
All right.
Happy New Year, everybody!
Hello, Jim, old pal, old friend, old pain in my neck.
Hey, Ted, what are you doing out here at Holiday Inn?
Happy New Year! Hiya, baby, hiya.
Good evening, Mr. Hanover.
Now, look, Ted, you're a little the worse for alcohol. How about going upstairs and lying down?
Oh, no, I don't want to go upstairs. Come on, little girl. Come on, how about a little dance with old Ted Hanover, huh?
No, come on, Linda.
It's all right, Jim. I don't mind.
Oh, listen to that music. Just listen and get with it. Oh, that's a baby. That's a baby. Just glide it. Just glide it.
Ted Hanover dancing. Let's stop and watch. Hey, there's Ted Hanover and his new partner.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Hanover. Jim.
He's okay, Linda. I'll take care of him.
Whether he's sober or not, I never danced with anyone like that.
Hey, that's a great finish to that number, Hanover.
Yeah, it's a great finish to a lot of things.
Happy holiday. Oh, no, not that. Who's making that awful noise?
I am, Ted. It's me, your agent, Danny. Open your eyes and look at me.
Oh, no, I'm afraid to. It might make me ill. Danny, what do you want? 10% of this headache?
I don't need it. I got one of my own. I was with you last night.
Well. Is Junior coming, too?
Oh, hello, Jim. Jim, where did you get that extra head?
Oh, I always wear it in case one goes out on me.
Oh, Danny, boy, where am I?
At Holiday Inn.
Well, where are you?
Who, me? I'm at Holiday Inn, too.
Jim?
Me, too. I'm right here with the rest of you.
Huh. Crowded, isn't it? Hey, how did I get here?
Well, I'll tell you a long story. Last night was New Year's Eve.
Oh, yes. Now it comes back to me. Now I remember.
You know, that's too bad about Lila, but on the whole, I think you're better off doing a single.
Oh, no, boy. Boy, I got to have a partner.
Well, aren't you tired of getting partners and falling in love with them and losing them?
I don't know why you didn't tell me you had a new girl on the leash.
A new girl?
Yeah, the one you were dancing with last night. She was terrific.
Now, wait a minute. Was I dancing last night?
Why, you got the best hand of your life.
No kidding.
I couldn't get close enough to see the girl's face, but her figure.
Yeah? You didn't get close, though.
No. The closest I was when she was leaving the dance floor. I only saw her then from the back.
Uh-huh.
She was about this. I mean, she has a... Well, if I ever saw her from the back again, I'd recognize her. You saw her, Jim. You describe her.
Who, me? Well, I wasn't watching very closely. She was medium-built sort of girl with a medium face. She had an evening gown on with a medium kind of belt in the back.
Just a medium girl.
Yeah, she built like a former girlfriend of mine named Consuela Schlepkiss. Yeah, that Consuela was all right. Used to play the pinball machine a lot down at the corner drugstore. Why, I remember one time she was high man 3 weeks in a row.
Oh, that's dandy. Thanks. That helps a lot.
Oh, I'm happy to help you out any time, Danny. I'll do as much.
I want to tell you something, boys. She'll be back. A chance meeting in the night. Destiny drawing two pairs of feet together. No woman could pass up a chance like... She'll be back next holiday, and I'll be here waiting.
Oh, you will, huh?
Yes, I will, huh?
Okay. It's your time. Waste it. I'll see you later.
Hello, Jim. Well, I've got my overnight case packed. All ready to go back to the city and the florist shop.
Linda, I've been thinking about that Lincoln's birthday number. I've decided we better do it in blackface.
Blackface?
Mm-hmm. You and I, the chorus, and everyone in blackface.
I went back to New York. A whole lot of things all mixed up in my mind. The excitement of dancing with Ted Hanover and the excitement of singing with Jim. And most of all, the excitement of just being around Jim. I could hardly wait for Lincoln's birthday, but at last it came, and once more I was with Jim on the stage of Holiday Inn, in blackface.
tiny baby boy was born. Abraham, Abraham. When he growed up, this tiny babe, the folks all called him Honest Abe. Abraham, oh Abraham. In 1860, he became the 16th president. Now he's in the Hall of Fame, the most respected gem. That is why we celebrate this blessed February date. Abraham, Abraham.
The country's going to the doors to shout it loud and long. Then from a cabin made of logs, the right man came along.
The USA's united thanks to one whose name was Nancy Hanks.
What's his name?
Abraham.
Abraham.
She gave this land the finest son who ever went to Washington.
Abraham.
Abraham.
Oh, Abraham.
Abraham.
When someone told him General Grant was drinking every night, he answered, go see if you can't get all my generals tied. That's why we celebrate this blessed February day.
Abraham,
who was a real fine man.
That was Lincoln's birthday, Jim and me in blackface. And let me tell you, even with charcoal all over his kisser, he was something to start a girl dreaming. I couldn't wait to get back to the inn on St. Valentine's Day, and I was there early in a brand new dress, wearing my heart on my sleeve.
Hey, you really look like something dreamed up for the occasion.
Oh, thank you. Oh, the inn looks beautiful.
You like those cupids?
I posed for him myself.
I thought they looked familiar.
Come over to the piano. I've got a valentine for you.
What is it?
Well, you just stand there by the piano and listen. This is for you, from me, honey. I mean every word.
Be careful, it's my heart. It's not my watch you're holding, it's my heart.
Oh, Jim.
It's not the note I sent you that you quickly burned. It's not the book I lent you, but you never returned. So remember, it's my heart, the heart with which so willingly I part. It's yours to take, to keep or break. But please, before you start, be careful. It's my heart.
Be careful. It's my heart.
Oh, fine, fine.
Mr. Hanover.
That's not my watch you're holding. It's my heart.
How in the world did you get out here again?
Now, just keep playing, Beethoven. Just keep playing. Come on, baby. Let's finish that dance we started New Year's Eve. You know, I've been hunting for you ever since New Year's Eve.
You have? Well, I've been right here.
You have? Jim?
Jim?
Okay. Two of you finally got together. And I'm sure neither one of you need me anymore.
Jim.
Oh, Jim, don't be such a churl. Whatever that is. Don't pay any attention to him. He's just jealous because I always take his girls away from him. Now, can I help it if he isn't attractive to women?
I can't believe Jim would act like that.
Say, wait a minute. Where have I seen you before? I mean, before New Year's.
I sold you some orchids.
Of course, you're the girl in the flower shop. Well, it's a small world, isn't it, huh? Well, come on. We'd better start practicing. You and I are going to dance together tonight. Tonight and every night from now on.
From that moment, things changed between Jim and me. Oh, we went on doing shows together at Holiday Inn, but from that day I was dancing with Ted, not singing with Jim. The holidays were far from happy then. Easter was a bust. May Day was dark and rainy. June, the month of brides, was completely grim. And then came the 4th of July. Ted kept asking me to start out on the road with him with our numbers, but I didn't want to leave Holiday Inn. Finally, I decided to ask Jim what was wrong.
Wrong? What could be wrong? Everything's just dandy. Look, you better get in your costume. It's almost time for your number.
Something's wrong, and I want to know what it is.
Well, look, once I was in love with a girl. We were planning to get married, and all of a sudden a big change set in. She decided Ted was what she wanted, and that was that. And once is enough for that to happen to me. I'm not sticking my fingers in the fire anymore.
Do you think I'm like that?
Well, I haven't noticed any indications of you being any different.
Well, I'm very happy to know what you think of me.
Now, listen, kid. This is a big night in your life. Danny has one of the biggest directors in Hollywood in the audience. And you and Ted are practically on your way west right now.
Well, maybe they won't like us.
Oh, they'll like you. You're great, together or separately. And when they see that ballroom number and that 4th of July solo of Ted's, all you have to do is make your reservations on the Super Chief. And, by the way, that's all right with me, too.
Well, okay, that's all right with me, too. The show that night was sensational. It closed with Ted doing his solo, and the way it went over should have impressed even the toughest Hollywood director.
That was really great, Ted.
Thank you, Jim.
Oh, Ted, you were sensational. You too, Linda.
Thanks, Danny.
Folks, I want you to meet Hollywood's greatest picture director, Mr. Howard Dunbar.
How do you
Mason,
do?
Hanover, it's nice to meet you.
And Mr. Dunbar, this is the greatest dance team in the business. Hanover and Mason.
Yeah, that really was a show.
This is the owner of Hollywood Inn, Jim Hardy. Say, Jim, is there some place that's quiet where Mr. Dunbar and I can discuss business?
Well, you can go right over there in my office.
Well, as a matter of fact, Danny, it's Mr. Hardy I'd really like to talk to.
Hey, Jim has a great voice, hasn't he, Mr. Dunbar?
Well, his voice is fine, all right, but it's the idea of Holiday Inn that interests me. I think there's a picture in it. And we could do a story around 2 guys and a girl and use all the special songs you've written, Mr. Hardy.
Hey, that's a sensational idea.
Well, now, Mr. Dunbar, of course, considering the originality of the idea, we've got to get a pretty good price.
Now, wait a minute, Danny. Don't let your 10% run away with you. Thanks for the offer, Mr. Dunbar, but I'm not interested in selling.
Not interested? Jim, are you out of your mind? It's the heat, Mr. Dunbar. Heat. He hasn't been himself all day.
The ideas are natural for pictures, Jim.
Well, of course, we'd star Mr. Hanover and his partner in the picture.
I'm not interested in selling.
Well, that's up to you.
Well, now, wait a minute, Jim. Wait a minute. Don't be in such
Jim,
a hurry.
will you be decent for once in your life and let somebody else around here have a chance?
You had to louse this up for me, too, didn't you, Ted? Whether it's a girl or an idea or a song or even a new hat, as soon as I get it, you want it. And you usually get it, too, don't you?
Oh, now, Jim, you're my best friend.
Yeah, I always have been. But you always seem to wind up my worst enemy. Well, okay, you've wrecked everything now anyhow. Take the idea, take the music, take Linda, take the whole darn thing. And both of you do me a favor, will you? And stay away from me from now on.
Okay, Mr. Sorehead, if that's the way you wish it.
Well, Mr. Hardy will want you in Hollywood, too, to write the music.
No, thanks. I'll write the music here and send it to you.
Jim, if you'd only listen to me.
What do you want now, Linda? Shall I throw in my shirt, too?
Happy holiday.
There's the next show.
Happy holiday.
Yeah, happy holiday. And many of them.
May the calendar keep ringing. Happy holiday.
Earlier this evening, we were talking about the planning and preparation which goes into making the Christmas season what it is. For a lot of us, one of the high spots of that season will be a trip, for Christmas is the traditional reunion season of the year. It's the time when all members of the family gather happily together in one home, enjoying to the full the warm, friendly spirit of Yuletide. That's why weeks and months ago, railroads began to plan and prepare for the increased travel which Christmas brings. It was necessary first to figure ahead as closely as possible how many of you would travel, and where, and when. The next step was to line up the extra cars and the extra trains that will be needed. And that means also lining up the extra people that will be needed to run them, and making the necessary arrangements in busy terminals to get the trains in and out promptly, and to take care of the crowds. Many of these things can be planned ahead on the basis of experience and expectation. But then there comes along sometimes the unexpected. Weather, for example, a storm, snow, fog, icy roads would mean that a good many of you who plan to travel some other way might change your minds when the time comes to go and decide to go in the warmth and comfort and safety of the train. And if that should happen, the railroads will do their best to take care of you, too. So the railroads are making ready to carry you and your family on your Christmas journeys, and they hope that many of you will ride with them. But no matter how you go, they wish you a safe journey and a joyous reunion at journey's end. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. Now to Act 3 of Holiday Inn, starring George Murphy, Martha Tilton, Jerome Cowan, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
The heart with which so willingly I part, it's yours to take, to keep or break. But please, before you start, be careful. It's my heart.
And so Ted and I went to Hollywood, and Jim stayed at Holiday Inn. I was lonely in rooms crowded with people. I was impatient with voices that dripped with compliments. I was heartsick and completely without heart. Nothing mattered very much.
Linda, you know, we're getting to be quite an item in the gossip column.
Are we, Ted?
You bet we are. How about giving them something really concrete to write about, like, say, a wedding date?
I'm not in love with you, Ted.
But I'm in love with you.
You always fall in love with your dancing partners.
I've never been in love like this before. Why don't you marry me and let me try to make you happy? We go so well together. We dance well, we talk well, we look well.
It all goes to show you how deceiving appearances can be, doesn't it?
Be careful, it's my heart. It's not my watch you're holding, it's my...
Ted, stop singing that song.
Oh, there's no use living in the past, Linda. The past is over. You might as well put your mind and heart in the future.
I know you're right. I know it's the sensible thing to do. I haven't even heard a word from him.
Come on, make a new life for yourself, Linda. Marry me.
You really want to marry me knowing how I feel?
Yes, I'm sure that you'll get over how you feel now, Linda. Every torch burns itself out eventually.
All right, Ted. All right.
Christmas?
Christmas?
Marry me Christmas Day.
All right. All right, Christmas Day. And so Ted and I planned a wedding for Christmas Day. And back at Holiday Inn, Jim sat alone, listening to a record he had made of a Thanksgiving song. He sat by himself, talking back to the record.
Okay, sing it good, Pappy, and cheer me up.
I've got got plenty to be thankful for.
Are you kidding?
I haven't got a great big yacht to sail from shore to shore. Still, I've got plenty to be thankful for.
Hey, you're really loaded, Dad.
I've got plenty to be thankful for.
So? Like what?
No private car, caviar, carpet on my floor.
Nothing.
Still, I've got plenty to be thankful for.
Why don't you go out there and tell her you love her, you jughead?
I've got eyes to see with,
You need glasses.
ears to hear with,
Big enough to fly with.
arms to hug with, lips to kiss with, someone to adore.
You're a little flat.
How could anybody ask for more?
You're not getting anywhere sitting here.
My needs are small, I buy them all at the 5 and 10 cent store.
Worst you could do is say no.
I've got plenty to be thankful for.
Get on a train, you chowderhead. I've got plenty to be thankful for.
On the night before Christmas, we shot the last scene of Holiday Inn. I walked on the set, and there was the inn, just as it had been on the day I walked in and asked Jim for the job. There was the Christmas tree and the piano. There was everything, just as it was. All the props were there. Only the people were different. I wandered around, touching things, until the director said,
All right, darling. Now you come in with the sleigh, and we'll follow you on the boom from outside into the inn. And when you get there, go to the piano and do your song. You just make me cry when you sing it, and I'll get you out of here early so you can start getting ready for that wedding.
Yes, Mr. Dunbar.
All right, ready for a run-through.
I'm going to
Linda's
marry
my girl.
Jim, Ted. I'm going to marry Jim. I'm sorry, but it's the only right way for this story to end.
Well, it's very nice of you to let me know. It's the only way the three of us can ever be happy together.
Oh, well, I bow to the inevitable, gracefully saying the appropriate, the seasonal thing. Happy holiday.
Happy holiday.
Happy holiday.
Happy holiday.
May the calendar keep ringing.
Happy holiday.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae giving a special thank you to George Murphy, Martha Tilton, and Jerome Cowan for guesting with us tonight. And to our splendid supporting cast, Jack Edwards and Jess Kirkpatrick. Holiday Inn was adapted for radio by Gene Holloway. Well, next week the show train will arrive on the same tracks and at the same time. On board will be Nadine Connor, Sterling Holloway, Clark Dennis, and Francis X. Bushman to join me in bringing you the Sigmund Romberg operetta, The Desert Song. And by the way, tonight we'd like to say welcome to a brand new show which follows us on ABC and will be heard each Monday night hereafter. It's Henry J. Taylor, the famous author and commentator, in his program, Your Land and Mine. And I'm sure you're going to like it. All aboard! Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next week, goodbye.
Holiday Inn was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is the Technicolor production The Paleface, starring Bob Hope and Jane Russell. George Murphy appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the all-star Technicolor musical Words and Music, based on the lives and music of Rodgers and Hart. Gordon MacRae appeared by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 132 railroads of the United States. Each one of them has its own operations and services. Each one competes keenly with others for business. But all of them work together through the Association of American Railroads for the improvement of all railroading and for better service to you.
Friends, this is Gordon MacRae again. All of us who helped to bring you the Railroad Hour join with our guest stars and the American Railroads in sincere wishes that you will have a Merry Christmas and a truly happy holiday season.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Until now, this story has been top secret. Top Secret, the new NBC presentation starring gorgeous Ilona Massey as the Baroness Karen Gazer in transcribed dramas of international intrigue and espionage before and during World War II. Assignment 1, Night Train to Berlin. A story until now, top secret.
We have crossed the Swiss frontier. We are in Germany now.
Herr Garben, I will not talk.
When we get off the train, you will be given to the Gestapo. They will break you.
They won't.
They will. Your fingernails, your knuckles, your beautiful white teeth, that golden hair. I promise you your hair will be gray as ashes before the treatment is over.
I will not talk. I will never talk. How do I come to be locked in a compartment with a Gestapo man on the night express from Geneva to Berlin? It is very simple. A long time ago, a man, a very wonderful, brave man, offered me a job and I took it. Baroness, he said, remember this.
In espionage, you receive no credit in success, no protection in danger, no recognition, even in death. If you have to steal, steal. But if you are caught, you will go to jail as a thief. If you have to kill, kill. But if you are caught, you will hang. And always remember, Baroness, your first mistake will be your last.
I accepted the conditions. I became an intelligence agent, a spy. I forgot I was a baroness. I forgot my home in Vienna. I forgot everything except the fight against these animals. I got a job as a manicurist in the Hotel Adlon in Berlin. It is surprising how much one can pick up in a beauty parlor, and I do not mean tips. Your other hand now, Frau von Klug.
Oh, careful, Fräulein. Do not scratch my ring with your file. My husband sent it to me from Africa.
Oh. And that night, I would send a message. Colonel General Hans von Klug is in Africa.
For days I hear nothing. Then all he says in his letter is how cold it is.
Your husband is fighting a war, Frau Richter. He's busy.
Send me my fur-lined field coat, he says. So I wrote, send me a Russian saber.
And that night, my message would say, 3rd Panzer Division is on the Eastern Front in Russia. North sector, where it is cold.
Day after day I manicure the hands of these fat German women. I was waiting for a message from a man called simply the farmer. His trademark was a plain white visiting card with a single grain of wheat glued in the center. I had been told that I would be contacted in a way that no German would ever speak. In a way that no German would ever speak. Last Friday, after the manicure shop closed, I went to sit in the Tiergarten to enjoy the sunshine and the fresh air. As I sat in the lovely park watching the children and the birds, I took out a cigarette.
Good afternoon, Fraulein. Perhaps you'd like a match.
I'm quite capable of lighting my own cigarette.
You look capable of practically anything.
I beg your pardon?
Even of calling a flatfoot and turning me in.
Calling a what?
A flatfoot, you know, like Dick Tracy.
Do you know Dick Tracy?
Mm-hmm. And Little Abner and Daisy May.
It's nice to meet someone who knows them.
I have a calling card right from Dogpatch, sort of, farmerish.
May I see?
Perhaps you could describe it first?
Plain white.
Yes.
With a grain of wheat.
Glued in the center.
Across the street from the entrance to the park, there is a small tea room. Do you know it?
Yes.
Table in the corner behind the pillars. Can you be there in 15 minutes?
That's all I know, Fraulein. What I've told you. The farmer said you'd know what to do.
Were those his exact words?
I memorized them.
Repeat the message again.
He said, G left Lisbon by air yesterday, arrived at Hotel Metropole in Geneva tonight.
I see.
Has compartment 10 on car 806, Geneva-Berlin Express, leaving Geneva, midnight Saturday. Stop him. And that's all.
I see.
Is there anything you want me to do?
Yes. There's a flight on Swiss Air leaving Tempelhof in 2 hours. Get me a reservation. And can you get me some Swiss money?
Yes, Fraulein.
As much as you can. Then telephone Geneva and make a reservation for me at the Hotel Metropole in the name of Karen Gabor.
Yes, Fraulein.
I think that is all.
Perhaps I'm not supposed to ask questions, but who was meant by G?
His name is Garben. I've never seen him. I only know that at this moment he's the most dangerous man in the world. He's smuggling something into Germany that,
Smuggling what, Fraulein?
Well, it is not necessary for you to know. Do not ask me any more questions. Get me as much money as you can and meet me at the airport in 2 hours. Later that night, I was flying over Switzerland. So peaceful, so rich. So convenient as a place where enemies can meet and dine and drink together. After I landed in Geneva, I took a taxi to a dark little shop in the Rue de Petit Cloche, the street of the Little Bell. All this had been planned for weeks. I knew exactly what we needed. I knew what would be ready. I knew that the shoemaker would be waiting.
Coming. Coming. Come in.
Are you alone?
Yes, come in. Were you followed?
No.
Are you positive?
Yes. Are my shoes ready?
Come with me, child, in the back. I have been expecting you for weeks.
I have been waiting for weeks.
So, our little German is in Geneva, eh?
He's catching the midnight express to Berlin tomorrow night.
But we are ready for him, are we not?
I do hope so.
Here are your shoes. Try them on. The instrument is in the heels.
Oh.
It is good. I am skilled in precision work. My years in the watch factory. Are they comfortable?
Yes, they're fine.
Now, bring the heels together.
Like this?
You feel something, no?
Yes. I feel a kind of tingling sensation.
Observe, child. I take off my watch. I place it on the floor. Stand with your heels on either side of the watch.
Like this?
Yes. Now listen. You hear?
It's amazing.
Now I take the watch away. Like this. The sound stops.
Oh, it's perfect.
In your right heel is a very high-frequency shortwave transmitter.
So small.
I have made them smaller than that to fit a wristwatch. In your other heel is a receiver hooked up to a circuit sensitive to radioactive substances. My watch has a radium dial. When you stand with the radium watch dial between your heels, the transmitter activates the receiver. You feel a small electrical impulse and hear the beep. You are a walking Geiger counter.
And you are a genius. And also my very dear friend.
Is there anything else?
Yes. I will go now to the Metropole Hotel. I have a reservation under the name of Karen Gabor.
Karen Gabor?
Yes. I want an operative. Your best. Young enough to be strong and old enough to be wise.
I have the very man. 30, an Englishman, and speaks perfect German, resourceful, fearless.
Have him get me a ticket on the Geneva-Berlin Express tomorrow night. Our friend will be in compartment 10, car 806. If possible, I want compartment 9 or compartment 11.
And if that is impossible?
Well, then at least in the same car.
Car 806.
That is right.
Anything else?
Have him bring the tickets to the Hotel Metropole and tell him to use the service entrance.
I have something else for you, child. Wait a moment. I made these myself.
Sugar lumps?
Yes, individually wrapped, just like in America. Sugar with enough cyanide to kill in 30 seconds. I will give you 6 cubes. They may be handy, who knows?
Who knows, indeed. Thank you, dear friend. And have your man bring my tickets to the hotel at once. Who is it? Come in.
Thank you.
Who sent you?
A shoemaker.
Can you identify yourself?
Here is my card, madame. Plain white, as you see, with a grain of wheat in the center.
Have you my ticket to Berlin?
Car 806, compartment 11. Geneva-Berlin Express tomorrow night at midnight.
Good. Sit down. There is much for you to do.
Thank you.
6 weeks ago, on our side of the ocean, 3 German agents stole a sample of a new atomic fuel made from uranium-235.
Yes, I know. The shoemaker told me.
They also obtained the only copy of a formula on how the fuel may be used and controlled. In some way, I do not know how, 2 ounces of this metal reached Lisbon.
But it must be incredibly difficult to transport. One can't just carry radioactive material in one's hand, can one?
It is being transported in a block of lead, 9 inches square. Yesterday, it reached Geneva. I was told by the farmer that it is in a suitcase, a plain leather suitcase.
Go on.
The suitcase is in the possession of a Gestapo agent named Garben. He's staying here at the hotel, and tomorrow night he leaves for Berlin.
Are you sure he has the metal?
Naturally, we can't be positive. We only know that if the metal and that formula reaches Germany.
Our armies never will.
Exactly.
What do you want me to do?
Be on the train tomorrow night.
Basel on the Swiss border is the only stop the Geneva-Berlin Express makes, isn't it?
All right.
It's dangerous for me to be that near Germany.
Are you afraid?
I was involved in the assassination attempt on the life of Field Marshal Goering. Oh. My picture is posted in every railway station in Germany.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I have a Geiger counter built into the heels of my shoes. I will get on the train early, go directly to Garben's compartment, and when he arrives, I will pretend it is mine.
Uh-huh.
I will try to plant my heels next to his luggage. You will be on the station platform outside. If I get a reaction, I will signal you.
Well, how?
Let me think. What shall it be? Something you can see easily through the train window.
Will you be wearing a hat?
Yes.
If he hasn't the metal, take off your hat.
And if he has, I leave it on.
Right.
The hat is wide-brimmed gray felt. You'll see it easily.
So, no metal, take off your hat.
Mm-hmm.
And ride through to Berlin, having missed the boat completely.
Yes.
And then I won't get on the train.
Right.
Perhaps we should have another operative, someone to pose as a passenger and ride through to Berlin with you.
That's up to the shoemaker.
Anything else?
Just be standing outside the window of compartment 10, car 806, tomorrow night at 10 minutes to 12. I got a good look at Herr Garben the next day in the lobby of the hotel. He was carrying a small square suitcase. He sat quite near me with the suitcase beside him on the floor. When he left, the heavy wool carpet had a mark on it, a square mark in the nap. It was a small suitcase to be so heavy, unless it contained a piece of lead, 9 inches square. At the station that night, I got on the train early and went to Garvin's compartment in car 806. Through the window, I could see my Englishman standing in the shadow of a pillar, his eyes watching my hat. It drew closer and closer to midnight, and still Garvin did not arrive. I could hear the station master calling the departure.
Numéro 11, à maintenant pour Berlin. Passagers sont priés de monter. Numéro 11, à maintenant pour Berlin. Passagers sont priés de monter.
Oh, excuse me, Fräulein, but I think you have made a mistake. Apartment is mine.
Oh, but that is impossible. I know I'm number 10.
Perhaps I could see your ticket.
Oh, certainly. I have it in my purse. If I can ever find it. You know how much useless equipment a woman carries. It must be here somewhere.
There is no hurry, Fräulein.
Please sit down. I'll find it in a moment.
While you look, Fräulein, this compartment is stifling. May I open the window?
Please do.
I got warm running for the train. Excuse me. There. That's better.
I shall never find it if you stand and watch me. Please put your luggage on the floor beside mine and sit down.
Thank you, Fräulein. There.
I wonder if...
What's that?
What's what?
That noise.
I heard nothing.
I could have sworn I heard something like... Oh. I should not run for trains. The ringing comes in my ears. Oh, your hat. Watch out.
A sudden gust of wind swept in the open window. My hat had a wide brim. The wind caught it and blew it off my head. It rolled to Garvin's feet. This was supposed to have been our signal. If he hadn't the metal, I was to take off my hat. Outside on the station platform, I saw my English friend smile at me and then turn and walk quickly away. He thought I had signaled him that the metal was not there. In 2 seconds, our plan had been shattered. I was alone with Garvin and the uranium. The next stop was Basel and the German border.
Baroness, you are delightful. Completely enchanting.
Have you forgiven me for my stupid mistake about your compartment?
You have made the evening perfect. Of course I forgive you.
Oh, it is late. I must get some sleep.
Nonsense. It is not often I have such pleasure. A woman like you, beautiful, charming, witty, traveled. Please, stay.
Do you suppose we could get some coffee?
Of course. I'll ring.
Look. A friend of mine gave me a special treat today. Sugar. 6 whole lumps.
We shall have a feast. Oh, I haven't had sugar in coffee for weeks.
Will they have any cream?
We can hope for the best. Come in. You rang, sir? Yeah. We wish coffee for 2. And, have you chicken?
No, sir. Canned beef?
Then beef, but thin sandwiches. With coffee for 2.
Yes, sir.
What are you smiling at?
The coffee, sir. It is very bad. Ersatz. We make it from anything. Grain, wheat. We buy our coffee from farmers.
From farmers?
Yes, Fräulein. Would you prefer tea?
No, I'll try the coffee.
I do. Hurry, please.
Yes, sir, at once.
Before we have our coffee, will you excuse me? I will freshen up. My hands are filthy from the dust.
I shall miss you, Baroness. But I shall also look forward to your return.
Oh, I'm only going next door to my compartment.
Even that is too far.
I won't be a moment. Waiter.
Yes?
In my compartment, quickly, number 11. Inside, quickly.
Yes, Fräulein.
Who are you?
The farmer sent me.
How?
Through the shoemaker.
Have you a card?
white with a grain of wheat.
Do you know about this?
Yes. You want his suitcase?
Yes. Thank God you are here. I had a signal that went wrong. My head blew off.
Has he the metal?
Yes.
What are you going to do?
I have some of the shoemaker's sugar. I'll put it in his coffee.
Supposing he doesn't take sugar?
I asked him. He said he did.
I had better get out of here.
Bring us the coffee and come back in half an hour. We'll have to do something with his body. When do we get to customs?
Oh, less than that, about 20 minutes.
Then come back in 15. We'll have to get his body off the train before the customs man come aboard.
Oh, somebody is ringing for me. I have got to go.
All right.
Be careful.
Yes.
All right. Waiter.
Yes, sir.
Come in here, please.
Someone is ringing, sir.
Come in.
Oh.
Yes, I would shoot you. Come in.
Yes, sir.
That's it. Now, shut the door behind you. I am not a fool, young man. I know about the farmer. I know about the wheat. I have not been in the Gestapo 8 years for nothing. Question? Who is she?
I don't know.
Is she with you?
No, I swear it. I have never seen her before in my life.
I think you are lying. Pull down the berth.
What?
The berth. The upper berth. Pull it down.
I don't understand.
Pull it down.
Yes, sir. It sticks.
Hurry. Good. My friend, I have a silencer on my gun. The train is noisy. I have not much time. The Baroness will be back in a moment. If you tell me the truth, you can go. If you don't, I will shoot you, shove your body into the berth, and close it. Now you have 2 seconds to decide.
I swear, I have never seen her, never.
You're lying.
No.
What on earth is that waiter doing with our coffee?
He's probably busy. He won't be long. Oh, they are coming into Basel. But doubtless he's waiting until after the customs men get on.
Are we at Basel already?
It is the company, Baroness, that gives wings to time.
Well, we have to get out?
No, the customs men get on the train.
Not even a breath of air?
They only stop for a moment.
Some fresh air would do me...
You seem very anxious to get off the train, Baroness. Are you nervous about something?
Nervous? Why should I be?
Smuggling something, perhaps?
Do I look like a smuggler?
Appearances are deceptive. What were you doing in Switzerland?
Skiing.
For long?
Couple of weeks. I had a wonderful vacation.
It must be nice to have a vacation. For years, I have not had the time. The customs men, excuse me, Baroness.
Dankeschön. Passport, please.
Certainly.
Ah, Herr Gaben. This is an honor. I trust you have a pleasant journey.
Stamp it, will you?
Certainly.
Dankeschön.
Now, madame, your passport, if you please. No, it will not be necessary to look at the luggage if you are with Herr Gaben. Just your passport.
Here it is.
Thank you. Yeah, it's quite in order. And next time, Baroness, stay longer. And fly into our beautiful Switzerland on one night and leave the next reflects on our hospitality. Bonsoir. Guten Abend, Herr Gaben.
Guten Abend. Sit down, Baroness.
I think I should go to bed.
Sit down. You are on German soil now. I can have you locked in this compartment until we reach Berlin. Good. I am glad you're going to be reasonable. So cruelty we will not resort to. The arm I will not twist. Guns I shall not threaten with, but you will answer me quickly and truthfully.
I haven't the slightest idea of what you're talking.
You fly in last night, take the train out tonight. You say you were skiing for 2 weeks. Why do you lie?
I'm merely traveling to Berlin. I want the rest of the night to sleep.
When did you ski? Then your passport says...
Give me that passport. You have no right to...
Then your passport says... Yes. Exit Tempelhof Airport last night, re-entry Basel tonight. When did you ski, Baroness? I'm sure only a very special assignment would call for such haste. Is that assignment myself?
I refuse to talk.
When we get off the train, you will be given to the Gestapo. They will break you.
They won't.
They will. Your fingernails, your knuckles, your beautiful white teeth, that golden hair. I promise you your hair will be gray as ashes before that treatment is over.
I will not talk. I will never talk.
Baroness, the next stop is Berlin. And you are alone. Your friend Zareda is dead. His body is shut in my upper berth.
No.
That startles you, doesn't it? Is there a tremor in those beautiful eyes, Baroness? Is it terror? Is it? There is no need of terror, Baroness. Everything can be avoided if you answer a few questions. Their names. Who are you? How did you know what I was carrying? Who is the farmer? Their names. Who are you? How did you know what I was carrying? Who is the farmer? Their names. Who are you? Who is the farmer?
Over and over and over. All the way to Berlin. All night long. I had lost. There was no escape. The Gestapo would break me. They can break anybody. I remembered what I had been told.
If you have to kill, kill.
But what weapon? I had no weapon. I could not kill him with my bare hands. And then, in the early morning, when we were slowing down to stop at Central Station in Berlin, the train jerked sharply. The car lurched. The weight of the body in the upper berth caused it to swing suddenly downwards. For perhaps 5 seconds, Gordon was dazed, but it was long enough. I found my weapon. So harmless, so simple. Something only a woman would carry. I held it in front of his eyes.
Baroness, I please, in the name of...
Don't say his holy name, Herr Garden. Say rather in the name of my husband, whom your troops hung head downwards outside our halls in Vienna until the blood burst in his brain.
No! No!
I was suddenly very calm. I stepped over his body, took the heavy suitcase, and got off the train. The farmer himself met me. The metal and the formula are now on our side of the ocean. And I am back at my job as a manicurist in the Adlon Hotel.
When I need a manicure, Fräulein, I always come to you. You are so expert. No one else can shape my nails like this.
Well, it is the files, Frau von Blum. I get them specially made, very long and thin, and the best steel. They have many uses.
Many uses, Fräulein?
Yes. If a man molested you, a nail file in the eyes would be...
Fräulein.
Would you like to try this new polish? It's called Blood Red.
You have just heard Ilona Massey starring in the new NBC presentation, Top Secret. And here she is to tell you about next week's show.
Next week's story concerns a theft by a dead man who never died, a seamstress who didn't talk, and a Leichenbegleiter, a corpse carrier. It is a story that has been up till now top secret.
Top Secret is directed and produced by Harry W. Junkin. The program, in part transcribed, was purely fictional and was written by Alan Sloan. Featured with Miss Massey tonight was Carl Emery as Herr Garbin. Others in the cast were Leon Janney, Bill Lipton, Francis Bethencourt, Paul Levitt, and Connie Lemke. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shields. This is Fred Collins speaking. Every Thursday night, radio listeners can hear for themselves a startling yet authentic dramatization of the step-by-step solution of an actual crime. Dragnet tells the story of your police force at work and in action. Dragnet is taken from police files of a great American city, and NBC is proud to present it to you for your pleasure. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the Sigmund Romberg operetta, The Desert Song, starring Nadine Connor, Sterling Holloway, Clark Dennis, Francis X. Bushman, and your host, Gordon MacRae. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae helping to bring you another in our series of great musical hits. Tonight, it's the romantic operetta, The Desert Song. As Margot Bonvalet, you'll hear lovely Miss Nadine Connor, the charming Metropolitan Opera soprano. And in the comedy part of Benny, that favorite of stage and screen, Mr. Sterling Holloway. Mr. Clark Dennis sings the role of my henchman, Seed. And Mr. Francis X. Bushman plays my father, Governor Birabeau. And so the curtain rises on The Desert Song as I don the mask and flowing red cape of that mysterious romantic figure, the Red Shadow.
Shadow was at once the terror and the excitement of all Morocco. No one knew who he was or where he came from. But suddenly he and his band of riffs would sweep down out of the hills and undo some of the work of the French Foreign Legion. They called him the Red Shadow, and no one who saw him ride by with his band would ever forget it.
Over the ground, there comes a sound. It is the drum, drum, drum of hoofbeats in the sand. Quiver with fear if you are near. It is the thunder of the Shadow and his band. And all who thunder learn to understand the cry of woe. So we sing as we are riding home. It's the time you'd best be hiding low. It means the rifts are abroad. Go before you've bitten the sword. Oh, that's the sound that comes to warn you so. In the night or early morn, you know. If you're the Red Shadow's foe, the wrist will strike with a blow that brings you woe.
Oh, so we sing as we are riding home. It's the time you best be hiding low. It means the rifts are abroad.
the night or early morn, you know. If you're the red shadow's foe, the wrist will strike with a blow that brings you home. All right, men. We'll rest here for an hour.
Master, Sid and I are your close friends, are we not?
Why, you know you are, Hassie.
We try very hard to understand you, Master, but often Hassie and I find it quite difficult.
Well, of course. You're Mohammedans, and I am French.
Oh, you are great at the masquerade, my master. Not one of our band realizes you are French.
Master, there is one question we would ask. Why did you, a Frenchman who loves his country, leave the French army to join us?
Because, Sid, when I came here to Morocco 8 years ago, the French governor was abusing the Arabs. I could not reason with him. And so I went into the hills, to Ali Ben Ali.
Oh, how well I remember that night. A man in a red mask and a cloak stepped up and said to Ali Ben Ali, "Give me 20 men who are not afraid to risk their lives, and when the law is wrong, we will overturn the law."
Yes, I decided to be the Robin Hood of Morocco. And when I came back from the desert, I pretended to be almost half-witted. I spent all my time picking wildflowers. And so they searched high and low for the Red Shadow and never guessed that I was a stupid boy living right in their midst.
And then the cruel General Fontaine died. And now your own father has come to Morocco as French governor.
Yes, with one purpose in mind, to wipe out the Red Shadow. And so what am I to do? Desert my men? Or let my father know that his only son is a traitor to the French? No, I guess I can only continue to play the fool. What's that?
The men have a captive.
Oh, may I handle this, my master?
It's my turn, Hassie. You handled the last spy.
You may both handle this one, and I'll be silent.
Bring him over here. Get over there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How do you do, Mr. Shadow?
Let's shoot him immediately, Sid.
No, let's wait a while.
That's right, Sid. Let's wait a while. Mr. Shadow, behind that mask must beat a heart of stone.
He's such a miserable specimen. He's hardly worth shooting.
Oh, I'm not worth shooting at all.
What are you doing in Morocco?
Nothing. Make me an offer.
Search him, Hassie.
Stop. I'm tickled.
Oh, he's carrying lead pencils. He's a spy.
No, I'm not. Look, kids. I'll come clean. I'm a reporter. My name's Benny.
Reporters ask too many questions. Whenever I see a reporter, I want blood.
Don't look at me. I'm anemic.
What brought you here?
Well, certainly not my intentions, Mr. Shadow. Early this morning, I went out for my first horseback ride. My friend Pierre, the son of Governor Birabeau, took me. Suddenly, he disappeared, and my horse took the bit in his teeth to say nothing of me. And here I am.
Well, if we spare you, you must work for us. You can return to the house of the governor and spy on the French.
Oh, I'll do anything. I have no principles at all.
Master, the French are coming.
Quick, to the horses.
You come with me, Benny.
Oh, you're not going to put me back on a horse again.
I'm sorry, but we have no choice. Come on, men. After me.
Oh, then the sun has come to warn you so. In the night or early morn you go. If you're the red shadow fall, the rest is back with the flow.
Benny, darling.
Oh, hello, Susan.
Benny, where have you been? We were all so frightened. Here, sit down.
Sit. Oh, no. No, Susan, I may never sit again.
What happened?
I met a horse.
Poor Benny. I'll take care of you.
No, Susan, please. You're my secretary, not a nurse. Look, take this down in shorthand. I was caught by the Red Shadow's band.
Benny, no. Did you see the Red Shadow?
Did I see the Red Shadow? Listen, Susan. He came riding in on a panther, using a rattlesnake for a whip. And he said, "Men, I'm hungry." And one of the men carried in a live cow.
Oh, Benny, how could one man carry a live cow?
He made 2 trips. Susan, you should have been there. There I was. I stood in front of all of them. But was I scared? I killed hundreds of Rips in a single combat, and hundreds of them killed me. Susan, but you are looking at a new Benny, a strong Benny, a shadow of his former Benny.
You mean you're going to be a red shadow?
Well, Susan, I'll probably be more of a white shadow, but watch out for me, Susan.
Oh, Benny, I'd love to.
Well, here, Benny and Susan, at any rate. Maybe they know something.
Yeah, hello, Governor Beerbolt, Margot.
Oh, Benny, have you seen Pierre?
Well, I saw him a couple of horses ago, not recently.
His horse came home without him hours ago.
I think you should send out a searching party, Governor Beerbolt.
I'll wait until sundown.
Yeah, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to see a man about an ice pack.
For your head?
Don't be silly. The next horse I see can ride me. I'll walk. Come on, Susan. You can get the ice. Huh?
All right.
You know, Governor, I thought Morocco would be exciting and full of adventure. But I think it must be the loneliest place in the world.
No, you won't feel that way when you and Paul are married.
Oh, I'm not so sure. You know, Paul has changed in the last 2 years. I remembered him as being more romantic. Why, I thought he would ride up and carry me off across his saddle.
Yeah, I'm afraid Paul's hardly the type to do that. That sounds more like,
Who?
Margot, my dear, your head is entirely too full of romance.
You're right, it is. Romance, a playboy who is born each spring, to teach a nightingale to sing a very pretty song. I love you. Romance, a legend of an old brocade, a prince who tells a country maid, I love you. Now where this whimsy comes from, I don't know. For when it comes, it's just a bomb to go. Romance, a flower that will bloom a while, with sunshine from a lover's smile, that lover's tears bedew.
Very lovely idea, Margot. But life is romantic only for the dreamers. Yes, only for the dreamers.
Pierre, where have you been? Your father and I have been so worried.
Oh, I was out picking wildflowers.
Wildflowers? What kind of a son have I?
Governor Baribeau.
What is it, Paul?
We have the Red Shadow, I'm sure of it.
Congratulations. We're here in my palace.
Yes, we will.
Where is he?
He's somewhere on the palace grounds.
Somewhere here in my palace?
Yes, we were miles behind, but we saw him ride through your gates.
The Red Shadow within our gates? How ghastly. Why, we might all wake up to find our throats cut.
Pierre, I wish just once you'd do one thing that would make me proud of you. Why don't you go out and fight the Red Shadow?
He might hurt me.
Ah, come on.
I'll see you later, Margot.
Well, I'd better go to my room. Margot, do you think you'd better stay here alone? After all, the Red Shadow is on the loose.
Oh, I'd welcome the Red Shadow. He's the only romantic, adventurous figure in Morocco.
I think you're right. Well, goodbye, Margot.
Romance. I open my arms to enfold them, and they're gone like a breeze rushing by. When life is free, I have a way to keep it gay.
Good evening, mademoiselle.
You?
The Red Shadow, your servant.
Yes, in a mask and a cloak, just as they told me. I heard you were in the palace. Oh, but I didn't believe it.
I heard you say you would welcome me.
Where were you?
In the shadows. Come with me tonight, into the desert. Come with me and you'll never want to return.
You're very sure of yourself.
No, not of my...
Master! The horses are waiting just outside the gates as you ordered.
Oh, Margot, the governor said, Hattie.
Benny, my friend.
Come, we must go quickly. The horses are waiting.
Oh, no, not horses.
Are you coming, Margot? Or shall I pick you up and carry you off?
If you come a step closer, I'll fire.
Well, a gun. All right. Hassie, if this young lady should be brave enough to kill me, it is my order that you do not harm her. Aim steady, my lady. There is your pistol, and here is my heart. Blue heaven and you and I and sand kissing a moonlit sky. All right, I've got her. Come on.
Benny, if you let out one peep, I'll shoot you in the back.
Peep? Who peeps?
Quiet now. We don't want anyone to hear us. Heaven and you and I and sand kissing a moonlit sky, a desert breeze whispering a lullaby.
You can't get away with this, you renegade.
I love you. Oh, give me that night divine.
They'll come after you tomorrow, and they'll kill you.
The desert song calling its voice and calling will make its voice will
During the year just closing, the railroads have been kept busy, just about as busy as they have ever been in peacetime, hauling the major part of the tremendous output of our farms and factories, our forests and mines. The job has called for the utmost skill and efficiency, for the railroads, like the rest of us, have not been able to get all the new equipment, all the new freight cars they needed. They have done their best to make up for this by doing more work with the cars and locomotives they do have. So, in 1948, the average freight train on the railroads turned out more transportation service than ever before. To make possible even better transportation and greater efficiency in the future, the railroads spent on improvements $1,250 million in 1948. And that $1.25 billion was railroad money, for railroads provide their own roadways and terminals and signals with their own money. It is not done with the money of the taxpayers. As for the new year about to start, the railroads are looking ahead, planning ahead, working ahead to provide still better service for you and for the country. And now back to the Desert Song, starring your host, Gordon MacRae, Nadine Connor, Clark Dennis, Francis X. Bushman, and Sterling Holloway.
Lonely as a desert breeze, I may wander where I please, yet I keep on the lawn just to rest a while. So, this is the castle of Ali Ben Ali, huh? Some dump.
Ali Ben Ali is coming, Master.
Yes, I hear, Hassie.
Down on your knees, Benny.
Down on my knees. All the way down there?
Quickly. Ali Ben Ali kills reporters on sight. Does he not, my master, huh?
Oh, well,
My friend, my good friend, the Red Shadow.
Once more, exalted Ali, I beg your kindness and shelter.
Should I not protect the protector of my race? What did you do this time, eh? Burn down a prison, kidnap a tax collector, blow up a dam so the farmers could have water?
No, it's a little different this time. Benny, don't stay down there on your knees. Get up.
Get up and drop dead?
Who are you?
I am Benny, the Red Shadow's shadow.
His yellow one.
I don't know. I'm colorblind.
Now, Benny, go and help the men tether the horses.
May I kick one?
Not if you want to live. Now go.
Okay, Red. Yes, master.
Where shall we take the Frenchwoman, my master?
Frenchwoman? You have ridden off with a Frenchwoman?
Yes. She is the guest of General Mirabeau.
You brought her forcibly against her will?
Yes.
Oh, my friend, you have been a great leader of men. There are many women who would love you. Do not waste any hours with one who does not. Our lives are short, and the hours go fast. Let Seed tell you why.
Love blossoms, love's fire to consume. One love alone, one love alone is not for me.
I have heard all that you have been saying, and I know that's your philosophy. Yet, I must still...
This would be a magic world to me. If she were
Frenchwoman back, my friend. I beg of you. The French will never forgive the thing you have done. And you've put us all in danger by bringing her here.
If you will forgive me, my master, it is a wise thing to do.
Hussy, Ali Ben Ali, are you not my friends?
I am an Arab before I'm your friend. As an Arab, I beg you, send this woman back, or there will be more bloodshed.
I've risked my life for you many times. This is the first time I've asked even anything in return. I'll not send this woman back. I'm going to win her for my own. Hussy, see that the men are comfortable.
Aye, master.
We will rest here only a few hours, Ali Ben Ali.
As you will.
Yes, master.
Send me one of the horsemen immediately, Algieri. I want to send a message to General Mirabeau.
Go away.
Margot,
You savage, you ruffian. Why did you bring me here?
to teach you to love me.
Do you think I'd live with you on the desert and have a price set on my head, too?
As mad a dream as it sounds, I have been willing to risk my life to win your love.
But I love Paul.
You don't love Paul.
Well, maybe not. But there is someone I do love.
Who?
Oh, you don't know him. He's General Mirabeau's son, Pierre.
Pierre? You love him? That milksop?
Yes.
Why, you wanted romance.
Well, not anymore. I want the quiet life, the gentle, sweet life I would have with Pierre.
All right. I'll send Pierre to you.
You what?
I'll send Pierre to you at once.
You captured him?
He is here. And if Pierre can win you, why then, my sweet, I swear by all I hold sacred to send you back his bride.
No, wait. Oh, let me think.
Margot. You love me. I am sure of that now.
I'm afraid of you.
Oh, give me that night divine.
Let my arms in yours entwine.
The desert song calling, its voice enthralling.
Ali Ben Ali, Hassi, Seed, what does this mean? This is Ali Ben Ali's doing, Master, not ours.
Come in, General Birabeau. Here is the Red Shadow, and here is the girl.
General Birabeau.
Margot, are you all right?
Yes. Yes, I am, General Birabeau.
Now, Governor, you can see that my people are innocent. The Red Shadow alone was responsible for seizing this girl.
Ali Ben Ali, as you know, when I received your messenger, I came here alone with him. I trust now to your promise that you will not interfere.
I will not interfere. This is your fight.
Mr. Red Shadow, I've come from Argo. In my younger days, I was a good swordsman. These men have told me that if I can defeat you in a single combat, you will no longer be their leader, and you must release her. Well, sir, I'm going to kill you, or you will have to kill me.
Oh, no, Governor Birabeau. Please don't do this.
Step aside, Margot. Draw your sword, sir.
Master, answer him. I cannot.
Oh, this is the famous Red Shadow, the myth that has frightened all Morocco.
Master, be warned. If you refuse to fight by the law of our tribe, we must turn you out into the desert to die.
I know.
Oh, he's drawing his sword. He's going to fight.
Master, what are you doing?
I surrender my sword.
You surrender your sword. Well, well. I've won an easy victory, but I cannot call it a very proud one.
Men! Men, take this coward you have called the Red Shadow to the edge of the desert. Leave him there and count yourself well rid of him.
Here is the edge of the desert, my master. Here we part.
We had no choice but to follow the law of our tribe. You must be sent into the desert without food, without arms. Your only weapon is this broken sword.
It is the will of Allah. Hassi, Seed, you'll say farewell to the men for me.
Oh, not one Arab on the desert, if he knew the truth, would say your father's life is worth yours.
But I am French, and I know it is. Farewell.
Allah be kind to thee, my master.
We turn our backs now towards Mecca and pray. Pray as you start into the desert. May Allah go with thee.
This final week of the year is the traditional time for taking stock of what's happened during the past 12 months. So let's take a look at the work and progress of our American railroads during the year just ending.
First, what about freight service?
During 1948, the railroads hauled a load equivalent to moving 12 tons of freight a mile for each one of you, for every man, woman, and child in the country, during each and every day of the year.
And how about passenger service?
During the year, the railroads carried an average of nearly 2 million passengers each and every day. That service amounts, on the average, to a trip of almost 300 miles for every man, woman, and child in the country.
And what about improvements?
During 1948, the railroad spent on improvements alone, not including work on maintenance, an average of nearly $3.5 million a day for new streamlined trains, more efficient locomotives, better track and yard facilities, better signals and shops. During the year, more than 100,000 new freight cars were bought, all the builders could deliver, and another 100,000 additional cars have been ordered. In 1948, the railroads hauled a ton of freight a mile for less average revenue than they got in 1921 after the First World War. And they carried passengers for considerably less than they did a quarter of a century ago, when wages and prices were less than half what they are now. To keep abreast of the needs of the nation, to make the improvements in service they are planning, the railroads need to make earnings more nearly in line with today's costs. That would be your best assurance that America will always enjoy the most efficient, most economical, most dependable rail transportation in the world. The Railroad Hour show train will return after a brief pause for station identification. And now back to the third act of The Desert Song, starring your host, Gordon MacRae, Sterling Holloway, Clark Dennis, Francis X. Bushman, and Nadine Connor.
Lonely are the desert trees. I may wander where I please, yet I keep on longing just to rest a while.
Yeah, I know just how you feel, Margot.
Benny.
You know, the governor sent his men into the desert as soon as we got back tonight, and he told them to shoot the Red Shadow on sight. I don't think that's fair. They might kill him.
I know. Oh, Benny, if there was only something we could do.
I'm afraid there is nothing. It is fate, Margot. A man does what he must do, and then goes out to die. Kismet. Kismet. Oh, Margot, I'm getting so sort of red shadowish, don't you think? One alone to be my own. I alone to know her. If you'll pardon expression, caress. Oh, shucks. I don't know. The desert has done something to me. I can see where I might be completely irresistible to an intelligent girl like Susan. One to be eternally the one who's worshiping. Get a load of this soul.
Oh, Benny, please don't sing that song.
Torturous, isn't it?
Oh, here you are, Margot.
Hello, Governor.
My son Pierre's disappeared again.
Oh, well, he was at the camp of Ali Ben Ali yesterday.
He was? Are you sure of that?
Why, of course. The Red Shadow boasted of it.
I didn't see him.
By heaven, if any harm has come to my boy. Benny, you look so uncomfortable. Sit down.
I'd rather die.
May I request a moment of your time?
Ali Ben Ali, what are you doing here?
Mademoiselle, yesterday the bravest man in the world went out to die for you. I, may Allah forgive me, thought he was a coward. But I have since learned that he had the courage enough to play the coward.
I'm afraid I don't follow you.
Governor Birabeau, where is your son, Pierre?
Well, that was what I was going to ask you. Margot tells me that yesterday he was in your palace.
Precisely, he was. But no one saw him arrive, and no one saw him go.
What do you mean?
One of my women, Azuri, saw the Red Shadow without his mask yesterday. She solved the riddle for me, and I am endeavoring to solve it for you. Will a son kill his father?
Will a son? Oh, no. You can't mean...
Pierre, the Red Shadow? Pierre?
Precisely, mademoiselle. Pierre, the Red Shadow.
My son. Oh, my son.
Listen!
The Red Shadow is dead! The Red Shadow is dead! The Red Shadow!
They've killed him! They've got him!
It is a great tragedy.
Catch him, General Baribeau. The Red Shadow is dead.
Oh, no.
Paul, who killed him? Which of your soldiers?
I killed him. I'm the man who put an end to the Red Shadow. You see, Father, you never thought I was brave.
My son, you were bravest at that moment when you refused to fight.
Why, Father, you know.
I know, and I'm proud of you. Men, you've done your work. Back to the square. And double rations of food and wine for you all. Dismissed. Pierre is general at this post. I know nothing beyond the fact that the Red Shadow is no more.
Then you forgive me?
You've done nothing wrong, my boy. You seem to understand these people better than I do. Perhaps if we can work together, there'll be no need of a rift. Robin Hood.
Thank you, my father. Thank you.
Pierre, I thought you were my friend. As the Red Shadow, you turned me into the saddle sore of the desert.
No, Benny. As the Red Shadow, I give you my cloak and my mask, and you can be the romance of the desert.
Wow, that's better. A blue heaven, and you and I.
Oh, no.
I hate the horse, and the horse hates I.
Now I know why I could not decide between Pierre and the Red Shadow. I had need and love for them both. Oh, my darling, I am as much in love with the desert now as you are.
Margot.
This would be a magic world to me. If she were
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, next week, the show train will arrive on the same tracks at the same time. On board will be the star comedian, Mr. Eddie Cantor, and Miss Eileen Wilson to join me in bringing you his greatest stage hit, Whoopee. Well, it looks as though we're ready to say goodbye. So next week, we'll see you then.
The Desert Song has been presented by special arrangement with the Tams Whitmark Music Library. Gordon MacRae appeared by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Ray Milland, Ruth Roman, and Frank Lovejoy in Strangers on a Train. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Travel by train, ship, or plane usually puts us in the mood to be kind to strangers. A question which would ordinarily receive a courteous but unencouraging answer is almost welcomed when we find ourselves in strange surroundings without the security of friendly conversation. It's a commendable custom, but at times may lead to unexpected and terrifying complications, as our stars tonight are about to portray. Ray Milland and Frank Lovejoy, who are the strangers on a train, and Ruth Roman, who recreates her starring role. Not only was this Warner Brothers picture directed by that noted master of suspense, Alfred Hitchcock, but one of the major roles was played by his daughter, Patricia Hitchcock, and we're happy that Patricia could appear tonight in her original part in Strangers on a Train. I'm sure there are no strangers in our audience to the improving qualities of Lux toilet soap as a beauty care, because Lux facials are the daily companions of lovely ladies who know they can depend on Lux soap for the complexion care that leaves their skin lovelier. Here's Strangers on a Train, starring Ray Milland as Guy Haynes, Ruth Roman as Ann Morton, and Frank Lovejoy as Bruno Anthony, with Patricia Hitchcock as Barbara. A few moments ago, a northbound train left Washington, D.C. Among the passengers settling down in the club car are two young men.
I beg your pardon. Oh. I hate to interrupt your reading, but aren't you Guy Haynes?
That's right.
I'm quite a tennis fan. I saw your match last season in South Orange against Faraday.
Well, that was one of my lucky days.
I certainly admire people who do things. By the way, my name is Anthony, Bruno Anthony.
How do you do?
Well, I guess you want to get back to your book. You go ahead and read.
Thanks.
You know, it must be pretty exciting to be so important.
What? Tennis player isn't so important?
Oh, but people who do things are important. Now, me, I never seem to do anything. I suppose you're going to Southampton for the doubles,
You certainly read the sport page, don't you?
I wish I could be there to watch you, but I've got to be back in Washington tomorrow. Cigarette?
No, not now, thanks.
You don't happen to have a match?
Yeah.
Oh, a lighter. Thank you. Oh, my, that's elegance engraved, too, from A to G. I bet I can guess who A is. Ann Morton.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, it's simple. See, sometimes I turn the sports page and look at the society section. And the pictures, too. She's very beautiful, Senator Morton's daughter.
You're quite a reader, Mr. Anthony.
Yes, I am. You ask me anything, I've got the answer. Even about people I don't even know. Like who would like to marry whom when his wife gets a divorce.
Maybe you read too much.
Well, there I go again. I meet somebody I like and admire, and I say the wrong thing.
Oh, forget it. I guess I'm just a little jittery.
Oh, well, there's a cure for that. Waiter. Scotch and plain water, please. A pair, doubles. That's the only kind of doubles I play.
Oh, I'm afraid you'll have to drink both of them.
And I can do it. When's the wedding?
What?
Oh, you and Ann Morton. The wedding. It was in the papers.
Well, it shouldn't have been unless they've legalized bigamy.
It's wonderful, you know, having your company all the way to New York.
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm getting off at Metcalf.
Metcalf? Who want to stop at Metcalf?
It's my hometown.
Oh, I get it. A little chat with your wife about the divorce. Well, here's luck, Mr. Haynes. Drink up, then we'll have lunch sent to my compartment.
Thanks very much, but I think I'll go to the dining car.
Oh, that's filled up. There's no seats for about 20 minutes.
Well, how about lunch in my compartment?
Oh, I wouldn't think of that. Come along, Mr. Haynes. You know, this is a real pleasure. And all told, I went to 3 different colleges. I got kicked out each time. Drinking and gambling, not like you, huh, Guy? All right, so I'm a bum.
Who said you were?
Oh, my father. He hates me. With all the money he's got, he thinks I ought to punch a time clock somewhere and work my way up selling paint or something.
Well, I think possibly he's...
I hate him, too. I tell you, I get so sore at him sometimes, I want to kill him.
You know, I don't think you know what you want.
Well, I want to do something and everything. You know, I've got a theory you should do everything before you die. Have you ever driven a car blindfolded at 150 miles an hour?
No, not lately.
Well, I did. Flew a jet plane, too. Man, what a thrill. Almost blew the sawdust out of my head.
Say, what are you trying to prove?
Well, I'm not like you, Guy. You're lucky and you're smart. First of all, you're a wonderful tennis player. On top of that, you've got a swell job. Assistant to a United States senator. And on top of that, you're going to marry the boss's daughter. Makes a nice shortcut to a career, doesn't it?
Marrying the senator's daughter's got nothing to do with it.
Oh, now take it easy, Guy. I'm your friend. Remember, I like you. I'd do anything for you.
Look, we'll be stopping soon, and I've got to change trains.
Oh, yes, that's right, Metcalf. What did you say her name was? Your wife's?
Miriam.
Miriam. I suppose she played around a lot, huh?
Skip it, Bruno.
Okay. Say, want to hear one of my ideas for a perfect murder?
Murder? Look, I may be old-fashioned, but I thought it was still against the law.
Well, what's a life or two? You know, some people are better off dead. Someone like your wife and my father, for instance. Now, let's say that you'd like to get rid of your wife.
You know, you've got quite a sense of humor, Bruno.
No, seriously. Let's say that you had a very good reason to want her dead. But you'd be afraid to kill her, and you know why? You'd be caught. What would trip you up? The motive. Now, here's my idea.
I'm afraid I don't have time to listen.
Oh, it's so simple, too. Two fellows meet accidentally, like you and me here on the train. No connection between them at all. They never even saw each other before. But now each one has somebody that he'd like to get rid of. So they swap murders.
Swap murders?
Each fellow does the other fellow's murder. There's nothing to connect them. Each one has murdered a total stranger, like you do my murder and I do yours.
You're coming into my station.
For example, your wife and my father. Crisscross.
What?
Yes, we do talk the same language, don't we?
Thanks for the lunch, Bruno.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Think my theory's okay, huh, Guy? You like it?
Sure. Got some great ideas. Nice meeting you.
Good luck at Southampton, Guy. Bet I got some great... Oh, Guy, your lighter. You forgot your cigarette lighter. Huh. From A to G. I'll send it to him sometime. Yes, I must send it to him sometime.
I hope you don't mind meeting you in the park, Guy.
No, Miriam. No, this is fine.
I couldn't very well meet you in the store, could I? I arranged to take my lunch hour later.
You looking well, Miriam?
So are you. You got a nice tan playing tennis with all your rich friends.
When can we see your lawyer?
What's your hurry, Guy? You know, I think you're handsomer than ever.
You know, I think it's pretty late to start flirting with a discarded husband. Now, let's see your lawyer and get this over with.
Did you bring the money? Lawyers are expensive.
It's in this envelope. Here.
Thanks. You know, if I'd have known that you'd start doing so well, I wouldn't have run out on you.
What are you trying to say, Miriam?
I got a big surprise for you. I'm not getting a divorce.
But it's what you've wanted. That's all you've been harping about for more than a year.
It's a woman's privilege to change your mind. Now, I can buy some pretty clothes. I wouldn't want you to be ashamed of me in Washington.
What's that supposed to mean?
Don't look so mad, Guy. You always smile when you have your picture taken for the newspapers, especially when Ann Morton's hanging on your arm.
Let's not talk about Ann Morton.
Well, you can throw all your little dreams about her right in the ash can and make a real pretty story, wouldn't it? The senator's daughter all involved with a married man.
What's happened, Miriam? Your boyfriend run out on you?
No man runs out on me, Guy, not even you.
Just get one thing straight. I never want to see or hear of you again.
I could be very pathetic in a courtroom, Guy. The poor, deserted little wife. Better think it over, honey.
I'm warning you, Miriam. Either we go ahead with a divorce or
I wish I had time to listen to you, Guy, but I've got to get back to work. I'll see you in Washington in 2 weeks.
Hello? Hello, operator.
I have your party now, sir. Go ahead, please. Hello? Guy, is that you?
Ann? Hello, darling.
Where are you?
I'm in Metcalf.
Oh, then you've seen Miriam. Guy, did everything go all right?
No, everything went all wrong. She doesn't want the divorce.
Guy, it's unbelievable. I mean, after all these months, but what did she say?
Does it make any difference what she said? Oh, I'm sorry, Ann. It's just that I feel
darling,
so...
I know how you feel. But you sound so savage, Guy.
I'd like to break her neck. I'd like to break her foul, useless little neck.
Oh, there's no use talking like that, dear.
I know. I suppose I'd try to see her again, but I've got to get to Southampton. My train will be here in a moment.
Then write me. Please write me.
Sure, I'll write on the train.
And don't worry, darling. We've waited this long. We can wait a little longer.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
I love you, Guy.
But I've got to rush, dear. My train's coming.
I'll see you on Thursday.
Yeah, sure.
Good luck, darling.
Hello?
Guy, this is Bruno. How are you, Guy?
Who? Who'd you say this was?
Bruno Anthony, don't you remember, on the train?
Oh. Oh, yes.
I would have called you sooner, but the operator had a little trouble finding you in Southampton.
Look, would you mind telling me why you're phoning?
How are the matches going, Guy?
I don't play until the morning.
Oh. Guy, about your visit in Metcalf. Are you getting a divorce?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Bruno.
She won't give it to you, right? Miriam won't give you a divorce?
No.
She double-crossed you. You going to see her again?
Now, look, Bruno, why don't you just...
I told you I liked you, Guy. I'm your friend. Should never forget that. You just leave Miriam to me.
What are you talking about?
You'll find out, Guy. Just be patient, that's all. You just be patient.
I don't care what Bruno's doing. I said I wanted to talk to him.
Well, if you're talking about me, Father, I had to call a friend of mine long distance.
Really, Charles? Must you always take this tone with Bruno?
Oh, it's all right, Mother. I'm used to his tone by now.
You can wipe that injured look off your face right now. You were out last night, weren't you?
Well, I'm a big boy, Father. I go out at night all the time.
You had another accident. You hit another car.
Charles, really?
Now it's hit-and-run driving, and you knew about it all the time.
But, dear, it was a parked car. No one was in it.
Why don't you tell that to the police?
Well, they won't do anything to Bruno.
This was the last time, Eunice. So help me, I'll never lift a finger for him again.
It's all right, Mother. Now, dear. You know I can't stand to see you crying. There anything else you want to say to me, Father?
Yes. Get out of my sight. Get out of my sight before I...
I'll be back tomorrow, Mother.
Bruno, where are you going?
Oh, just a little trip, Mother. Something for a friend of mine.
Oh, you just don't understand him, Charles. You just don't understand him.
What's he going to do next? Tell me, what's he going to do next?
Well, nothing. Nothing at all.
It's not normal. If it's the last thing I do, I'm going to have that boy taken care of. If necessary, put under restraint.
I'll never permit it. Never. Never.
It can't go on, Eunice. Things like this just can't go on.
Guy? Over here, Guy. Well, hello.
Bruno?
That's right, Guy. How are you?
What are you doing here? At this time of night?
I was waiting for you to get back to Washington. I thought of meeting you at the station, but then I figured this might be better here in front of your apartment.
Now, look, it's 1 o'clock in the morning,
and
and
you
I'm...
seem very pleased to see me.
Would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Oh, I just come back from Metcalf, Guy. I brought you a little present. See, it's a pair of glasses. You didn't tell me that Miriam wore glasses.
You've seen Miriam?
Oh, it was very quick, Guy. She wasn't hurt in any way. It was all over in no time.
What are you trying to tell me?
I knew you'd be surprised. Nothing for us to worry about either. Nobody saw me. Only Miriam. I was very careful, Guy. Even when I dropped your cigarette lighter, I went right back and picked it up.
Cigarette lighter? Why, you maniac.
Well, Guy, we planned it on the train together. You wanted it, you remember? Where are you going?
Where do you think I'm going? I don't believe you, but I'm going to call the police just the same.
Oh, you can't, Guy. We'd both be arrested for murder. You're just as much in it as I am. We planned it together, crisscross.
Why, you crazy fool. Do you think you can get away with that?
Oh, come now, Guy. Why should I go to Metcalf to kill a total stranger unless it was part of the plan and you were in on it? You're the one who benefits, Guy. I didn't even know the girl. But if you go to the police now, you'll just be turning yourself in as an accessory, you see. You had the motive.
You crazy fool.
You must be tired. I know I am. I've had a strenuous evening. I got to talk to you about my father. I've done my part. Now you'll do yours.
Shut up.
We have to arrange things.
Get away from me before I...
Oh, Guy, you're not yourself. Now, when you think things over, you'll see that I'm right. Tomorrow we can...
I don't know you. I never saw you before, and I never want to see you again.
Your lighter, Guy. The one that Anne gave you. You left it on the train. Don't you even miss it?
Give it to me, Bruno. Give me that lighter.
I don't have it, Guy. That is, I don't have it with me. Well, as I said, we can arrange everything tomorrow.
Hello? Anne? Oh, I'm sorry, darling, but I just got in. Well, of course I'm all right, but you sound upset. Anything wrong? All right, darling. Yes, I'll come over right away.
Thanks for coming over, darling.
Anne, what is it? You're trembling.
I wonder if you know how much I love you. Come along, Guy. Father and Barbara, they're waiting in the library.
Thought we might be alone, Guy, but Anne insisted, and so did Barbara.
Now, really, Daddy, if I'm going to be Guy's sister-in-law, the least I can do is stay.
Sit down and keep quiet. Guy, we wouldn't have called you at this hour if it weren't important. It's about your wife.
Miriam? What about her, sir?
I'm sorry to be the one to tell you. She's been killed, Guy. Murdered.
The police have been trying to locate you everywhere.
You're to call headquarters in Metcalfe.
Miriam. Murdered.
Tonight about 9 o'clock, she was strangled.
In a few moments, we'll return with Act Two of Strangers on a Train. But now, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins, with the Lux movie news of the week.
The big news here, John, is the premiere of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Technicolor production of Quo Vadis. Most every celebrity in Hollywood was there.
All Hollywood is still talking about it.
And everyone thought Robert Taylor was magnificent as Marcus, the pagan Roman warrior. His love scenes with Deborah Carr playing Lydia, the gentle Christian hostage, provide some of the most compelling drama ever seen on the screen.
And Leo Genn as Petronius turns in a terrific performance.
Every moment of Quo Vadis is really epic drama. The chariot races at the Colosseum, the spectacular burning of Rome, the martyred Christians that the mad tyrant Nero orders thrown to the lions.
I understand that Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer built an entire city outside of Rome for the picture.
And spent 2 years filming it.
Lovely Deborah Carr's costumes are certainly gorgeous. Just right for her exciting kind of beauty. Her milk-white skin against her copper-colored hair is something.
Well, John, Deborah Carr's complexion is something special. It's truly Lux Lovely.
Yes, when you see a lovely complexion like hers, you realize why screen stars are devoted to the gentle, protecting care of Lux toilet soap.
They know it's easy to be Lux Lovely, John. Daily Lux beauty facials do wonders for the skin. Really make it softer and smoother.
Lux soap has active lather that ensures gentle, thorough cleansing.
Yes, you simply cream the rich lather well in. Rinse with warm water and follow with a cold splash. Then pat dry with a soft towel. This simple care does wonders. Leaves skin fresh as a flower.
Yes, there's a reason why Lux is Hollywood's own beauty soap. If you haven't tried it, why not start your active lather facials tomorrow? Be Lux Lovely, like 9 out of 10 screen stars who use fragrant white Lux toilet soap. Now our producer, Mr. William Keeley. Act Two of Strangers on a Train, starring Ray Milland as Guy Haynes, Frank Lovejoy as Bruno Anthony, and Ruth Roman as Ann Morton. 20 minutes ago, on a street corner, Guy Haynes listened to Bruno Anthony tell an incredible story of how he had murdered Guy's wife. And now, in Senator Morton's home, Guy learns that Bruno's fantastic report is completely true.
It happened in an amusement park, Guy. Some sort of lover's lane, I believe. Terrible.
Apparently, she'd gone there with some other people. 2 of the young men found her. It was done by someone else.
They don't even have a suspect, Guy, except you, probably.
Barbara, I wish you'd keep quiet.
But the police will say that Guy wanted Miriam out of the way so he could marry Anne.
She's right, Senator.
But if you have an alibi, you have nothing to worry about.
You can tell them where you were at about 9 o'clock tonight?
Well, I was on my way here. I was on the train.
Well, there you are.
Who saw you? Did you speak to anyone? You need a witness.
Yes. Yes, I did speak to someone. He was the only other passenger in the club car.
Someone you know?
No. No, he said his name was Collier or Collins or something. Said he was a professor at Delaware Tech. He'd been drinking.
Drinking?
Yeah, had been to some meeting, had a couple of drinks.
But he was on the train. He saw you. Then everything's all right.
He'll still have to answer some questions.
It's a dreadful business. Dreadful. Poor, unfortunate girl.
Miriam was rotten.
She was a human being.
Father, it's getting late and Guy looks so tired.
Of course.
Well, you two, now you can be married right away. Think of it. You're free.
You won't forget to phone the Metcalfe police, Guy. Captain Turley.
Yes, sir. Good night, Senator. Good night, Barbara.
I still think it'd be wonderful to have a man love you so much he'd kill for you.
You know, I kept saying over and over again I was being silly, Guy. But there was one horrible moment tonight when the news came through. I kept remembering what you said on the phone for Metcalf after you'd seen her.
That I could break her neck?
No, don't even say it. Forget you ever said it. And there was something even more terrifying than the murder itself. The horrible thought that if you had anything to do with it,
Anything to do with it?
we'd have to be separated, perhaps forever. I couldn't stand that, Guy. I couldn't bear it.
Anne, you don't think that I...
Oh, no, darling, no, of course not. Just hold me, Guy. Just hold me.
I'm Captain Turley, Mr. Haynes. It's good of you to come down here so quickly.
I'm just as anxious as you are, Captain.
Well, we've managed to locate the gentleman you spoke with on the train. Well, Professor, this is Mr. Haynes.
Well, I can't tell you how foolish I feel, Captain. I really don't remember meeting this gentleman.
You don't remember? But
Just a moment, Mr. Haynes.
Unfortunately, I remember very little of my trip. You see, we had a little celebration. I'm not a drinking man, and, well, just one or two drinks.
But we were sitting opposite each other. You were going over some speech you made about calculus, mathematics or something.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Haynes. I certainly must have been celebrating.
If you'll wait outside, Professor.
Yes, of course.
Is it so important whether he remembers me or not? Surely the important thing is that I've been able to name a man who was on the train with me. Now, you've been able to find him. Isn't that proof of where I was last night?
Yes, I'd say you were in the clear, but there is a little more checking I'd like to do.
But if I'm in the clear...
Take it easy, Mr. Haynes. You're free to go back to Washington right now.
Thank you, Captain.
Then the police verified his alibi, Father, and said he could go. Isn't that about it, dear?
Except that when an alibi is full of scotch, it casts a little doubt.
Then the professor was Boyle.
He didn't remember me.
But he knew you were on the train. Wasn't that enough to prove that that's where you were?
I wish I knew. For sure, I mean.
Oh, everything's all right, Anne. The police are just being thorough. What's your next move, Guy?
Well, whatever it is, the police will know about it. Take a look out the window. My guardian angel.
Why, Guy, you're being tailed.
That's Detective Leslie Hennessy. He works 16 hours a day. Someone named Hammond takes over for the next 8. As a matter of fact, Hennessy seems like a pretty nice fellow.
For your own peace of mind, Guy, perhaps if you worked here at the house for the next few days, well, it would be less embarrassing for you.
It would be less embarrassing for you, sir, if I resigned as your assistant.
That's ridiculous.
Of course it is.
Besides, don't you have to play in the tennis tournament?
I'm withdrawing.
But wouldn't it look awkward if you suddenly canceled all your plans?
Father's right, Guy. You've got to go on as though nothing had happened.
Escorted by Mr. Hennessy.
I beg your pardon?
What is it, Bessie?
A telephone from Mr. Haynes, miss. They say it's urgent.
Oh, you can take it right there, Guy.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Hello?
Hello, Guy. This is Bruno. I was hoping you'd call me before I had...
What's the matter?
Must have been some mistake. Wasn't for me.
I'm learning more and more things about you, Guy. I never dreamed you were so interested in painting.
Well, I feel a very warm attachment for this art gallery. For the first time all week, we've actually been alone for an hour.
By the way, where's Hennessy?
Waiting out front.
Hadn't we better be leaving?
I suppose so. I wonder if we'll ever...
Guy! Have a minute, Guy?
Come on, we'll find Hennessy and get a cab.
But that man, he's calling you, Guy.
Oh, excuse me, dear. I'll see what he wants.
Sorry to have to follow you here, Guy.
Will you stop pestering me?
You never even answered my note.
For the last time, Bruno.
You're spoiling everything. You're making me come out in the open. Why didn't you call me? My father's leaving for Florida next week. There's not much time.
The detective outside. He'll see us together.
Isn't that Ann Morton that you're with? Slight improvement over Miriam. Eh, Guy?
I'm telling you to stay away from me.
Who is he, Guy?
Oh, just some tennis fan. Never saw him before.
That's funny.
Funny?
I mean, I saw him yesterday.
Where?
Well, he was at the tennis club watching you practice.
Oh.
He was sitting with Mr. and Mrs. Darville. He must be very amusing. He had them in stitches most of the time.
Who were the Darvilles?
Oh, he's connected with the French embassy. You'll meet them tomorrow night, darling. They'll be at the party.
Oh, yeah. Yes, the party. And do you really think I should be there?
But I thought we settled that, dear. Of course you should be there. He's watching us, Guy, that man.
Come along, dear. Let's go home.
Is he, Barbara? That young Frenchman with the Darville?
Oh, he's not French, Daddy. They just introduced me to him. His name's Anthony, Bruno Anthony. Doesn't he look interesting?
Why is he looking at you?
Daddy, not so loud. He's coming over here. Oh, this is my father, Mr. Anthony.
Well, I'm delighted to meet you, Senator.
How do you do?
Oh, it's a wonderful party, sir. You know, sometime I'd like to talk to you about my idea for harnessing the life force. It'll make atomic power look like the horse and buggy.
Well, I'm sure
I'm already developing my faculty for seeing millions of miles. Senator, can you imagine being able to smell a flower on the planet Mars? I'd like to have lunch with you someday soon, sir, and tell you more about it. I'll see you later, won't I?
That'll be fine. Later, yes. I still don't remember inviting that young man.
I told you, Daddy. The Darvilles just brought him along.
Just a minute, Barbara. Where are your glasses?
My glasses?
You're supposed to wear glasses, Barbara.
Oh, but Daddy, even at parties?
Not another word. Get your glasses and put them on.
What are you so concerned about, Guy? If the Darvilles brought him, well, what difference does it make?
He shouldn't be here.
But you said you don't even know him.
Well, I just don't like his looks. I don't like the way he's been staring at Barbara.
Well, I'm not so sure I blame him. Barbara's very cute, especially when she wears glasses. Besides, he seems to be talking to Judge Donahue right now.
Judge Donahue?
Oh, now, come on, let's go to dinner.
There's something else that I want to ask you, Judge Donahue. After you've sentenced a man to the chair, isn't it difficult to go out and eat your dinner after that?
Really, young man? Well, when a murderer has been convicted, he must be sentenced. When he's sentenced to death, he must be executed.
Oh, quite impersonal, isn't it?
Besides, it doesn't happen every day.
Yeah, so few murderers are caught.
If you don't mind, I believe I'm being paged.
Well, Mr. Anthony, you seem very interested in the subject of murder.
Well, no more than anyone else, madam. No more than you, for instance.
Me? Mm-hmm. Oh, no, I'm not interested in murder.
Oh, come now, everyone's interested. Surely you're not going to tell me there hasn't been a time that you didn't want to dispose of someone.
Good heavens, no.
You mean to tell me there wasn't a tiny moment when you were made very angry?
Well,
What did you say? Well, there you are, you see? There you are. Now you've decided to commit a murder. How would you plan to do it? I didn't get your name.
Mrs. Cunningham.
Well, Mrs. Cunningham, how will you do it?
Well, I suppose I'd have to get a gun from somewhere.
Oh, no, Mrs. Cunningham. Bang, bang, bang all over the place and blood everywhere?
Well, what's your idea, Mr. Anthony?
Well, I have the best way and the best tools.
Yes?
My two hands. It's simple. Silent, and it's quick.
Why, of course. Oh, you must be very strong, Mr. Anthony.
Well, let me show you what I mean.
Uh-huh.
You don't mind if I borrow your neck for a moment, do you?
That's so silly. Very well. Go ahead.
Now watch what I'm doing.
Uh-huh.
When I nod my head, you just try to cry out.
Yes.
I'll bet you won't be able to make a sound.
I'm ready.
All right, now. Just wait till I nod my head.
She'll be all right, Father. Mrs. Anderson's with her and Judge Donahue. They're up in the bedroom.
But Mrs. Cunningham, what happened? How could he have choked?
Well, I don't know for sure. Mrs. Anderson thinks they were playing some sort of game, and then when Bessie screamed, he fainted.
Where is he, Anne? Where's Aunt?
Guy took him into the study.
Then tell Guy to get him out of here as soon as he can. This is a nice item for the gossips. Well, I better get back to the guests.
Anne. Oh, Anne.
Barbara, what's the matter?
awful. I saw him. What was he trying to do to her?
You saw him?
I was standing in the doorway. His hands were on her throat, but he kept staring at me. And he was strangling me.
What do you mean?
He went into sort of a trance. Oh, it was horrible. He thought he was murdering me. But why, Anne? Why me?
Don't be silly, dear. You're upset. That's all. Now go find Father.
What happened, Guy? I fainted, didn't I? I started getting so dizzy.
You mad, crazy maniac. You ought to be locked up. Will you get out of here now and let me alone?
But, Guy, I like you. Now we've got to talk about my father. You promised to... You shouldn't have done that, Guy. You shouldn't have hit me.
Maybe that'll knock a little sense into you. You have a car here?
Yes, it's outside. It's down the block.
Come on, we'll go out the back way.
Guy, did he leave?
Anne?
I didn't mean to startle you, dear. He has left.
Yes. Anne, why'd you come out here?
I had to talk to you. Yesterday at the art gallery, that wasn't the first time you met Bruno, was it?
What makes you say that?
I don't know. Guy, what did Miriam look like?
But I've told you.
I want you to tell me again.
Well, she was dark, not too tall, sort of pretty.
What else?
What else is there?
She wore glasses, didn't she?
Yes?
Barbara wears glasses, too. And Barbara looks something like Miriam, doesn't she? Doesn't she?
No. No, not at all.
How did you get him to do it, Guy?
Get him to do it?
He killed Miriam, didn't he? Tell me, didn't he?
Yes. Yes, he's a maniac. I met him on the train going to Metcalfe. He had some crazy scheme about exchanging murders. If I do his murder, he'd do mine.
What do you mean, your murder?
Well, he'd read about me in the papers. He knew about Miriam, about you.
You must have known he was talking nonsense.
But he wasn't. And now a lunatic wants me to kill his father.
It's too fantastic. You've known about Miriam all this time.
Yes.
Why don't you call the police?
And have them say what you did? How did you get him to do it?
If we could only talk to Father or someone about it.
It's no good, Anne. I can't drag anyone else into this.
Guy, what are we going to do?
I don't know. I don't know. Bruno? Bruno, this is Guy. I've decided to do what you want about your father. Yes, I want to get it over with. Detective? Oh, don't worry about Hennessy. There's a way out across the roof here to the next apartment. Does anyone know you've come home? Then you'd better go out again and stay out until after daylight. I'll be there in 40 minutes.
Before we return with Act 3 of Strangers on a Train, I'm going to introduce my guest for tonight. She's very special, a blue-eyed blonde who's to be congratulated on playing the leading role in the very first picture she's made. And when I tell you her name, you'll know she sings, she dances like a dream. Here she is, Miss Aileen Stanley, Jr.
Named for my aunt, Aileen Stanley, who starred in so many Broadway musical comedies. I only hope that
you'll live up to the Aileen Stanley name? You've certainly made a fine start.
Well, I have Warner Brothers to thank for the opportunity and for casting me opposite a star like Gordon McCrae.
We'll all be watching for you, Aileen. Aren't you sorry you won't be in New York on Thursday for the world premiere of Warner Brothers' new musical?
Oh, you mean, I'll see you in my dreams?
That's it. That song is the title of their new picture, portraying the story of the famous songwriter Gus Kahn. The cast has Danny Thomas playing Kahn, Frank Lovejoy as his collaborator, Walter Donaldson, and Doris Day as his wife, Grace Kahn, sings his wonderful songs, Making Whoopee, Pretty Baby, Nobody's Sweetheart.
And there's something more to make I'll See You in My Dreams a picture to watch for. That's Patrice Wymore's dancing. Patrice is lovely as the dancing star of a Ziegfeld musical that features con songs.
Patrice Wymore is always someone to see. She has that fresh, Lux-lovely look.
Yes, she's a Lux girl, all right. In fact, Patrice tells me that after a day of strenuous dancing rehearsals, she really appreciates her Lux beauty bath. And I certainly agree. It's the most refreshing pickup I know.
Yes, a daily Lux beauty bath is Hollywood's way to all-over loveliness. Lux Active Lather makes your daily bath a real beauty bath. It leaves skin so soft and smooth. The delicate Lux fragrance really clings, makes you sure of skin that's sweet. Thank you, Aileen Stanley, Jr., for coming here tonight. Now, here's a suggestion for lovely women everywhere. Tomorrow, get this generous satin smooth bath cake. You'll delight in the creamy, rich lather, abundant even in hardest water. It leaves your skin really fresh. Lux lovely all over. 9 out of 10 screen stars use fragrant white Lux toilet soap. We pause now for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network. The curtain rises on Act 3 of Strangers on a Train, starring Ray Milland as Guy Haynes, Ruth Roman as Ann Morton, and Frank Lovejoy as Bruno Anthony. To Guy Haynes, there is only one way out. Now, in the quiet of the night, Guy has entered the Anthony home. With the key and the map of the house that Bruno sent him, Guy has no trouble finding Mr. Anthony's bedroom.
Mr. Anthony. Mr. Anthony. Don't be alarmed. I must talk to you about your son. About Bruno, Mr. Anthony.
Wouldn't you feel more at home with the light on, Guy?
Bruno?
My father isn't home. I was about to tell you that over the phone, but you made such a sudden decision. I wondered why.
Well, I thought your father'd be interested to know he has a lunatic son.
Then you have no intention of going ahead with our little arrangement?
I never had. Bruno, look. You're terribly sick. I don't know much about these things, but why don't you go where you can get some kind of treatment? Not only for your own sake, but you can't go on causing more and more.
I don't like to be double-crossed, Guy. I have a murder on my conscience. I killed your wife. But it's not just my murder. It's yours, too, isn't it?
I guess it's no use trying to talk to you, Bruno. I'll leave.
Yes, that man from the police who's supposed to be watching you. You mustn't let him get suspicious, Guy.
You can put that gun away, Bruno.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to shoot you, Guy. It might disturb my mother. I'm a very clever fellow. I'll think of something much better than that. Good night, Guy.
Hello?
Hello. I'd like to speak to Mrs. Anthony, please. Bruno Anthony's mother.
This is Bruno's mother.
I'm Ann Morton, Mrs. Anthony, Senator Morton's daughter.
Oh, Miss Morton, good morning. How nice of you to call.
I'd like to see you, Mrs. Anthony, just as quickly as possible.
Why, that would be lovely. Do come over, do.
Thank you. I'll leave right away. And no one knows I'd come here, Mrs. Anthony, but I simply had to tell you.
Oh, Miss Morton, really. I know Bruno's been in some very awkward scrapes, but nothing so ridiculous as a murder.
But you have to make him do something about this. Don't you see that just one word from him would get Guy out of a dreadful situation?
Well, but how can you take this seriously? It's just some practical joke, dear. Bruno's so terribly irresponsible. Oh, he gets into all sorts of escapades.
But you don't seem to understand. Your son's responsible for a woman's death.
Did Bruno tell you this?
Well, no, of course not.
Well, there you are. Well, now, it was very nice of you to call, Miss Morton. Do come and see us again sometime, won't you?
I'm afraid Mother wasn't very much help, was she?
If you don't mind, I think I better leave.
Mother hasn't been too well for some time. She's a little, well, how shall I say it? She's confused. You know, I'm very upset with Guy. He shouldn't have sent you.
Guy doesn't know I'm here, Mr. Anthony.
He's at the tennis club, isn't he?
He will be.
Yes, he's playing Reynolds this afternoon. It's a very important match. He must be very desperate to try to involve me.
Try to involve you?
Well, I've been protecting Guy ever since he told me how much he hated his wife. Do you know, Miss Morton, that Guy tried to get me to go back to that amusement park some night after dark and look for his cigarette lighter?
What's a cigarette lighter got to do with it?
Why, he dropped it there right after he... Well, after that night. You see, all the police are waiting for is one piece of evidence to convict Guy for the murder. I can't tell you how worried I am.
Please stop.
Miss Morton, I do sympathize with you, but I just couldn't do what he asks. Why, that would make me an accessory.
Then I left his house and came straight here to the club, Guy.
You shouldn't have gone there, darling.
Well, Bruno told me if the police ever found your lighter there, that's all they'd need. Something to prove you were there when she was murdered.
Bruno has my lighter.
I know, you told me.
That lie about my wanting him to get it back. That means he's going back to Metcalfe, back to the amusement park. He's going to drop it there, somewhere where they'll find it.
Oh, Guy, I wanted so to help, but I'm afraid all I did is make things worse.
He said last night he'd think of something. Well, give him credit, he certainly has.
Well, you've got to get to Metcalfe before he does. You haven't time to play. You better tell them now.
No, if I try to avoid this match, Hennessy's bound to get suspicious. I have him out of his sight all day.
Then I'll go. There's a train and
You
all.
stay right here. I'll try to give Hennessy the slip right after the match.
But, darling, that'll be too late.
Didn't Bruno say I wanted him to go there some night after dark?
Yes.
Well, he won't expose himself in daylight. If I can finish off this match, I'll still have time.
All ready, Guy. You go on in a few minutes.
I'll be right out there. Now, look, Ann. Here's what you better do. Get hold of Barbara. And just as soon...
Isn't he wonderful, Mr. Hennessy?
Huh? Oh, how are you, Barbara? Oh, this here's Mr. Hammond. Mr. Hammond, this here's the senator's other daughter. Hi.
Oh, yes, I've seen Mr. Hammond outside the house. He's a detective, too. You and he take turns, don't you?
Yeah, something like that.
But if he's your relief man, why would the two of you be here together?
Look, you're a nice kid, Barbara. Now, watch him hit the little ball and don't ask so many questions.
I've got it all arranged, Anne. The cab's outside waiting to take Guy to the station. I gave him $10.
But what about those two detectives?
They're still over there near the dressing rooms, waiting for Guy to finish the match. Gosh, I've never seen Guy play so fast in my life.
Well, he's got to get on that train. Barbara, now, once again, as soon as the match is over, Guy's going to run out through the clubhouse. Just do your best to delay those detectives from coming after him. All Guy will need is a few seconds.
Oh, just leave it to me, Anne. Oh, I'm real good at getting in people's way.
Looks like we're out of luck, Hammond. Haynes beat us to it by about 2 minutes. The guy says he bought a ticket to Metcalfe.
Well, what are we waiting for? The train just pulled out. We can still have him flag it down before he's...
Relax. Let him go to Metcalfe. We'll phone Captain Turley and let them take over at that end.
That nutty little thing.
Barbara's a nice kid. Maybe it was an accident.
Pushing you in the fish pond?
Just one thing that puzzles me. What's Haynes' big rush to get to Metcalfe? What's he going back for?
Come on, Hennessy. Let's phone Turley.
Here you are, folks. Here you are. Get them while they're hot. They're fresh roasted. They're jumbos. Peanuts, mister?
What time does it get dark around here?
What's the hurry, Jack? Here you are, folks. Those fresh roasted peanuts.
What time does it get dark, I said?
Well, hang around, bud. Hang around. You'll find out. Get them right here, folks. They're all roasted peanuts. How about that?
They're sure doing business down at this end of the park.
Are they?
Oh, day and night. Ever since that girl got murdered. People want to see the scene of the crime.
Oh. Well, where did it happen?
Right over there. Them picnic ground across the lagoon. Lover's Lane. Yes, sir. They sure been cleaning up.
I don't think it's a very nice way to make money.
Well, these folks got to eat too, ain't they? For a while, the smoochers wouldn't go near the place.
I'm afraid I don't know what a smoocher is.
Okay, so I ain't educated. Wait a minute, mister. You got a match?
No.
Well, you got a lighter. Keep fooling with that lighter in your hand.
Oh, it's just a... Here, buy yourself a box of matches.
Characters. Place is full of characters.
Hello, this is Sergeant Adams. I'm phoning from the station. Put Captain Turley on the phone.
This is Turley.
Haynes just got off the train, sir. He took a cab. He told the driver to take him to the amusement park.
All right, good. Pick up your men and go to the park. I'll take a group from here. We'll be waiting for him. That's all, Adams.
Hello, Bruno. I've been looking all over for you.
You shouldn't have come here, Guy. This could be very dangerous for you.
It'd be more dangerous if I left you here alone, wouldn't it, Bruno?
But this is where it happened, Guy. This is really where it happened. They try to make people believe it happened near the concessions. They figure it'll make more money that way.
I came after my cigarette lighter. I want that lighter, Bruno.
Don't be foolish, Guy. You're just proving a theory for them. Murderer returning to the scene of his...
Give it to me. Give it to me before I...
Stand where you are, Haynes. Stand where you are.
I've got the man you want right here. He's... Stop him. Stop him. He'll get away.
Don't make a move, Haynes, or we'll shoot.
He's getting away. I can't let him get away.
This way, Captain Turley. The roller coaster. They ran toward the roller coaster.
All right, just watch your fire. There are too many people here. Keep those people back.
All right,
The one we want. It's the other one, the one who ran.
What do you mean it isn't Haynes?
I remembered him. I seen him here that night when the girl was killed. 2 young fellas was with her. And this one, he kept following. He kept looking at her. I remember real plain.
You realize what you're saying?
I was talking to him before. I asked him for a match. It's the same one.
All right, you men, surround the area.
Over here, Captain. The roller coaster. They're under the roller coaster, under the tracks.
Well, shut it off! Turn off the roller coaster!
It's out of order. It's closed down.
Who turned it on?
He did. The one who was running away. Turned the switch and kept the key.
That's one way of keeping us out of
But
there.
the track is being repaired. When those cars come down there, they're scattered all over the place.
All right, find the main switch and turn it off.
Stay where you are, Guy. Don't come any closer.
Well, you run to now, Bruno. They're all around here. The police, Bruno.
He won't get me, not alive. I've got a gun.
That's not for you, Bruno. You're much too clever to use a gun.
I'll kill you, and then I'll kill myself. I'll kill you first, and then I'll...
You better start talking, Haynes. What's this all about?
Well, he had my cigarette lighter. He came back here tonight to plant it, to pin the whole thing on me.
Cigarette lighter, huh?
Let me talk to him, please.
All right, take it easy now. Over here.
He's in a pretty bad way, Captain.
Can't you lift that stuff off him?
We've done everything we can until the crane comes.
Hello, Guy. Who was that with you?
This is Captain Turley, Bruno. Police.
Oh, they got you at last, huh, Guy?
Tell him, Bruno. Tell him you have my lighter.
But I haven't got it, Guy. Must still be over there where you dropped it that night.
You dropped it, huh?
Sorry, Guy. I want to help you. But I don't know what I can do.
Captain Turley, may I go through his pockets?
No, of course you can't. Besides, he says he hasn't got it.
But if he dies before he...
There's no more if... This man's dead, Captain.
His hand. He's got something in his hand.
See what it is, Mac.
It's a lighter, Captain. A cigarette lighter.
Here, let me see that. From A to G.
From Ann to Guy.
Looks like you were right, Haynes. Well, I better keep this for a while. How about staying in town overnight? I imagine there's a lot you may want to tell me.
Yes, I imagine there is. Captain, may I use the telephone?
Sure, go ahead.
There's one up near the entrance. Say, who was he, mister? That guy.
His name was Bruno Anthony. A very clever fellow.
Oh, yes, Guy. Yes, darling. Well, of course I'll be there. I'll leave right away. Father, Barbara, it was Guy. He's safe and he's free. Guy?
Yes, dear?
That man across the aisle, he keeps looking at you.
Oh?
He's a minister. I didn't know you knew any ministers.
I beg your pardon, but aren't you Guy Haynes?
I'm sorry, sir, but when I was a very little boy, my mother warned me never speak to strangers on a train.
We want you to meet our stars in person, and Mr. Keeley will tell you about next week's show. In the meantime, here's a tip from lovely Maureen O'Hara. With her shining dark hair and flawless white skin, Maureen is a real Irish beauty. She says, yes, indeed, I'm a Lux girl. I've found regular Lux Care does wonders for my complexion. Makes it softer, smoother, really lovelier. Why don't you take Maureen O'Hara's advice? Here's all you do. Simply work Lux Soap's rich, active lather well in. The lather's so creamy it agrees with delicate skin. Then rinse with warm water, splash of cold. Right away, your skin looks fresher, prettier. So try Hollywood's own beauty soap tomorrow. You'll find it's easy to be Lux lovely. 9 out of 10 screen stars are Lux girls. Now here's Mr. Keeley with our stars. And we call them back for another bow. Ray Milland, Frank Lovejoy, and Ruth Roman. Ray, what have you been doing since we worked together on our latest picture?
Well, I liked it so well at Warner's that I've just finished a Cagney production there called Bugles in the Afternoon.
In the afternoon? I thought bugles were for early morning.
Well, Frank, stories about the U.S. cavalry's continual fights with the Indians, which caused a great deal of bugle blowing back in the 1870s.
How about you, Ruth? What part of the Warner Brothers cast you in recently?
A rather unusual role. I get to play myself. And so does Frank Lovejoy. The picture is called Starlift.
Oh, of course, based on the actual trips Hollywood stars make to the air base where the boys take off for Korea.
Yes, that's right. We play two of the stars who go to the base to entertain the boys.
They really should have called it the Lux Starlift, Bill, because the actresses who go in the Starlift are naturally Lux girls.
Including yourself, of course, says Ray.
Certainly, I'm a Lux girl. It's my favorite beauty care.
You know, by a happy coincidence, Ray is just about to leave on a starlift of his own, all the way to Alaska to entertain our troops for the holidays.
Well, it's a privilege to do so, Bill. The only trouble is, what if they're expecting a Lux girl? Won't be a bit of a disappointment?
Well, you would be to me, Ray. But remember, the boys are starved for entertainment. They'll really appreciate you.
And speaking of entertainment, how about next week's show?
Oh, it'll be great entertainment, Ruth. Starring on one of our most popular comedians, a fellow who also spends a great deal of his time entertaining the armed forces, Bob Hope, and as his co-star, glamorous Marilyn Maxwell. We will present them in the Paramount picture Laugh Riot, The Lemon Drop Kid.
I hate to miss that one, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and don't talk to any strangers.
How would you like double the wear from every pair of stockings you own? Then take this tip from the people who make them. Always wash nylons in Lux. Yes, over 90% of the makers of stockings recommend Lux. Why? Because the Lux way makes stockings last twice as long. Strain tests prove it. No other soap, no suds of any kind, can make stockings last longer. And what's more, new Lux enriched with color freshener keeps colors clearer, makes stockings look sheerer than ever. It's the stocking care famous Hollywood screen stars insist on for their own glamorous nylons. Get a big box of new Lux with color freshener tomorrow. Give your stockings, all your lovely washables, that bright as new Lux look.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Bob Hope and Marilyn Maxwell in The Lemon Drop Kid. This is William Keeley saying goodnight to you from Hollywood. Frank Lovejoy can soon be seen in the Milton Sperling production for Warner Brothers entitled Retreat Hell. Heard in our cast tonight were Patricia Hitchcock as Barbara, Ed Begley as father, Martha Wentworth as mother, and Gene Bates, Herb Butterfield, Norma Varden, Bill Conrad, Norman Field, Ted DeCorsia, Wally Mayer, Bill Johnstone, Olin Soule, Ralph Moody, Eddie Marr, Margie List, Brad Brown, and Alan Wood. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear The Lemon Drop Kid, starring Bob Hope and Marilyn Maxwell. This is the CBS Radio Network.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at ChestertonRadio.com.